Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, November 12, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It's great to be here on a lovely yet frigid Wednesday in New York City. We are inching ever so close to Saturday night, Madison Square Garden UFC 322, as they say overseas. Can't wait for this one. Much to discuss. We have been discussing much more discourse to be had, but I can't help but think of how we are sitting here today on this Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, November 12th being the most important and historic day in the history of mixed martial arts. Yes, as I said, the most historic day in the history of mixed martial arts. Why do I say that? Well, let us count the ways. Let us start with UFC 281, November 12th, just a few years ago now. Alex Pereira, Israel Adesanya, Madison Square Garden. The great thing about this date is that these days they're always at MSG around this date. This one, UFC 281, just a couple of years ago. What a huge, huge moment it was in the history of the sport, the rivalry, to be exact, 2022. Feels like yesterday. Remember having them in studio. Then we go to UFC 205, November 12th, 2016. One of the most iconic shots in the history of the sport, the very first event at Madison Square Garden, the first event in New York State after the ban had been lifted, the ban that was instituted in 1997, 2016. There's Dylan. Yeah. And there's the shot. 2 belts. Would like to apologize to absolutely no one. This is the post-fight interview that Kike Hernandez botched, that he tried to nail and he botched. But it was a great moment, UFC 205. Then we go all the way back to UFC on Fox number 1, 2011. Junior Dos Santos on free television. First time the UFC's on Big Fox, broadcast TV. 1 fight, 1 hour. The booth was Dana White, Brock Lesnar, John Jones, and Kurt Menefee. It was an unbelievable quartet. And there was a lot made of the fact that the rest of the card was on Facebook. Clay Guida against Benson Henderson was on Facebook. And the fight lasted, what was it exactly? 61 seconds? 63 seconds? What was it? Let me see right here. I think it was 61, if my memory serves me correct. 64 to be exact. One of 2 fight weeks that my wife ever came with me. She went to the UFC 136 event in Houston, and then this one a couple weeks later, and then never again. Then we had kids and everything, so it became a little more difficult. But we did go to a dinner, and Alistair Overeem was sitting next to us, and I remember Dave Meltzer was sitting next to Overeem, and then he fell off a chair. It was just a weird scene, but it was a great time. It was a really great time, and Overeem was very, very lovely. And then, of course, the main reason why we remember this date, the main reason why we celebrate it as the most important date in the history of this sport, it was on this day back in 1993. UFC was born. Yeah, happy birthday, UFC. Yeah. McNichols Sports Arena, UFC 1, the beginning. Look at that. Ultimate. Hoist Gracie, Ken Shamrock. What a logo. What a time. 32 years ago today. Oh my God, it was a frigid night in Denver, Colorado. This is how the broadcast started. It's incredible to rewatch it all these years later. Take a look. Yeah. Look at this. Oh my God, you know yourself. Look at this. How many times have we watched this? The ultimate.
We're live from the mile-high city of Denver, Colorado,
Oh,
where
yes,
the
we are.
weatherman is warning local residents to brace themselves for a huge snowstorm. But tonight, the big storm on everyone's mind is taking place indoors at the McNichols Sports Arena,
Oh, yeah.
the site of tonight's landmark martial arts
Former home of the
event.
Nuggets.
8 of the deadliest fighters in the world
Bill
will meet in
Wallace.
a no-holds-barred combat to determine who is the ultimate fighting champion. Be forewarned,
No
there
rules.
are no rules, no judges'
No scores.
and no time limits. Testing
Boys.
themselves in bare-knuckle combat
Look at
this
that head of
evening,
hair.
you'll witness Hoist Gracie, Brazilian and world light heavyweight jiu-jitsu
good.
champion. Patrick Smith, 1993 Sabaki Challenge heavyweight champion in
In a
Taekwondo.
hotel boardroom.
Art Jimerson, IBF North American Cruiser
Big Art,
Boxing
rest in
champion.
peace.
Gerard Jurdo, world
Oh, yeah.
heavyweight Savate champion.
Look at this
Zane
Bordeaux.
Frazier, the WKF super heavyweight Kempo
The best part's
champion.
coming up right here. The best part's
Ken
coming up right here.
Shamrock, the #1
Ken.
ranked shoot fighter in
Oh, yes,
Japan.
look at that ankle lock.
Tylee Tooley,
This guy's
3
the man.
years pro sumo champion on the Japanese
Tooth fell to
professional
the
circuit. And
second
Kevin
row.
Rozier,
Okay, here's the best
WKA
part.
and
Here's the best part. Here's the best
super
part.
heavyweight kickboxing champion.
Terry Rozier's
8
uncle. Here's the
street
best part.
tough
Here's the best part.
warriors wage combat in a
Fact
battle
check.
where
Yeah.
anything can happen
Oh, yes.
and probably
The
will.
intro. I feel bad. I feel bad laughing about it, if I'm being honest. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to see something that you have never seen before.
Here it comes.
The Ultimate Fighting Challenge.
Ah.
Hello, I'm Bill Wallace, and welcome to McNichols Arena. Excuse me, McNichols Arena in fabulous Denver, Colorado. Along with
You
me
hate
is
to see
Jim
it.
Brown. I'd like to introduce
It's
you
tough,
to
as the kids say.
what is called the
It's
Ultimate
tough.
Fighting Challenge, to where they're
like
having
burpees.
different fights,
No,
different types
he
of
fights the
disciplines.
swallow.
Karate,
He
judo,
tries to work through the swallow.
jiu-jitsu,
You
savate,
realize that he called it the
kickboxing,
Ultimate Fighting
sumo
Challenge
wrestling, to where
instead
they
of
have
championship?
no holds barred, anything.
And he knew it was over from there.
Oh,
and then he
my
tried to,
Nichols-
instead of saying, excuse me, and hitting the swallow, he tried to
You
fight
think he
through it.
realized in the moment that he messed up by calling it challenge, not championship?
Oh, yeah, his heart was pounding.
Oh.
Then he hit the...
Whoop. Oh,
Just stuck with it.
God.
Oh,
Oh,
McNichols Arena in fabulous Denver, Colorado. Along with me
I
is
feel
Jim
bad.
Brown. I'd like to
Doesn't
introduce you
stick
to
the dismount
what
on
is
the
called
Colorado
Ultimate Fighting
pronunciation.
Challenge.
nah. Jim Brown, legend.
There were a few gaffes there.
That's all right.
That's the first one. First
It
radio.
makes it
you know?
memorable. Pete, you ever see that footage before?
Yeah, I just didn't know what you were referring to until he flashed up on the screen there and hit that.
I know
that
we-
beautiful. I did not remember.
Well, also,
We started the best parts coming up. Just,
yeah.
It's about to be here. 45 seconds out.
Helwani always goes a little too
Just-
early on the it's coming
It's
up.
coming-
I
all right.
wanted you guys to get ready.
Just did it.
Okay, blind rank
Yeah.
the best things to happen on November 12th in the history.
It's
of
not a
MMA.
blind ranking
Yeah, we
because
already
know
know.
them.
Yeah, I guess so. I tried to. I would say UFC 1 has to be the most important
It
thing.
has to.
Connor number 2.
Yeah.
And then I guess UFC on Fox 1 and then Izzy Pereira.
No, I'll take Izzy Pereira over you.
Really? I mean, just historically, UFC on Fox 1 was.
It comes and goes. They switch
Yeah,
broadcast
historically-
partners 3 times.
I kicked off.
Didn't Joe
Peloton.
Rogan have a similar faux pas on the first broadcast on Fox when they were introducing it on Fox for that event? Didn't
Yes.
it go to him and he had a
He
bit
called
of
somebody the wrong name.
No. This was the press conference on the Fox lot when they announced
That's
the
it.
deal,
That's it.
August
Yeah,
of
yeah.
2011. And it's Rogan wearing a suit and they're going around, but it wasn't his fault. He was going off a prompter and they flashed to the wrong person. It was, I'm pretty sure it was like Frankie Edgar, Rashad Evans, or Rashad Evans, Frankie Edgar.
That's it. Yeah.
And doesn't he go like, that's not somebody?
He
That's
just
right,
was
yeah,
very
yeah.
uncomfortable. He's wearing a suit jacket. The whole
They
thing was
cut
weird.
to him too early.
We were
He's just
sitting
standing there silent.
We were literally there watching this. They invited some media, and I'll never forget meeting with Fox executive, and they're like, you know, we're going to cover this. Journalism matters to us. We're going to cover this seriously. Just want to let you know. I was like, oh, okay, this is great.
Wow.
Yeah. How'd that turn out? Anyway, as fate would have it, on today's program, I didn't even plan for this. Big John McCarthy, who wasn't at UFC 1, who I believe debuted at UFC 2, is going to be on the program. We'll reminisce a little bit about that. But more importantly, he's coming back to MMA officiating, and there's a lot to talk about as it pertains to MMA officiating. So I appreciate him coming back. It's been a while since we spoke to him, and I'm looking forward to that chat very much. A good friend of all of ours, Gareth A. Davies, the Warlock, is going to be joining us from the site of the Eubank Bend 2 open workouts. Want to get a feel for what's going on over there. What's the buzz like? What's the temperature like? I don't mean the actual, like, you know, the Celsius temperature. I mean, like, what's the appetite here? What are people saying? Is it too soon? What's he thinking about the fight? Senior, junior, you know, Nigel, Connor, all this stuff. we'll talk to Gareth about all things Eubank Band 2 and some other boxing things as well. Still maintain that the Wardley-Parker stoppage was, quote-unquote, absurd. Tim Welch, one of Mysterious Frank's favorites, the Red Hawk, he's going to be joining us to break down UFC 322, so we'll get into the nitty-gritty with him. He does a great job on his YouTube channel. Looking forward to that. And Jalin Turner, who you may recall retired back in March, is now coming out of retirement. It's one of the shortest-lived retirements in MMA history. It's not quite, John Jones coming back, what was it, 8 days later? 7 days later, maybe even less than that. But he did retire in March at UFC 313, and he is coming back at UFC 323 on December 6th against Edson Barbosa. Wanted to have him on to talk about why he's coming back and why this lasted so short. So a lot to get into. There's the 4-pack. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world of combat sports. It's been a phenomenal week so far. But as you know, on Wednesdays, we love to shoot. So time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time. By the way, before we get into things, I want to give a special shout out to our friends Down Under and Cam O'Neill in particular. You guys know Cam O'Neill, the father of one Casey O'Neill, who has a promotion down there in Australia known as Eternal MMA. They're having their 100th event this Friday, November 14th, and this is a place that has obviously produced a lot of great talent. The likes of Jack Della Maddalena have been produced over at Eternal MMA. They've been going strong for 13 years. They've held events across 6 regions in the area: Western Australia, Queensland, South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales, and even New Zealand. No other promotion in that region is doing anything remotely close to this. And like I said, the likes of Jack Della, Casey O'Neill, Stephen Urseg, Quillen Salkield, Cody Hayden, Jack Jenkins, Tom Nolan, and many others have come through those doors. So they're actually having Eternal MMA 100 on Friday and 101 on Saturday as they get set for JDM's big title defense against one Islam Makhachev. Wanted to give them a shout out. Congratulations to them. Good people over there. And one of these days, maybe we'll do a show down there. Maybe we'll do a show. We have so many big plans, so many big dreams. Maybe. That would be nice. Would love to get back to Australia. It has been a while. In fact, 10 years since UFC 193 when Holly Holm knocked out Ronda Rousey. The great Chuck Mindall has an amazing piece looking back at that over on uncrowned.com, so go check that out right here and now. Okay, Stockton Slap asks, GC and Rick, in honor of the watch party this weekend, blind rank these 6 ways to consume the wacky tobacco, okay?
Oh, wow.
Here
We're
we
each
go.
doing our own blind ranking.
Why don't we just collab?
Yeah, I
Let's
think you guys
agree
should
on a-
collab.
Hey, Jesus, what if we have a strong disagreement?
Well, we'll find out. Benjamin Franklin. Can you explain what these are? What does that mean?
Benjamin Franklin, he's talking about like a weed pen. So you can do this, inconspicuously. You can do it kind of, if you're riding on the subway, you hit it just a little, just.
Okay.
What's up, dude? No. That just smells kind of funky in here. Maybe on like a plane or a movie theater, you hit the sub shirt. Maybe just like a quick just.
Feels like you've got a little bit of experience on
What an
this.
expert.
Got it ghosted, dude.
Okay, what do we got?
Who's to check?
I'm gonna go 2. I'm gonna go 2 on
Sure,
that.
I'll
I mean,
take
it's
that.
nice.
Let's do
It's
it.
nice. You can also like casually go about it. You don't have to like you can kind of gauge how you're feeling.
Blunt.
I'm terrible at rolling these, so I'm actually gonna go 3.
I have to go
Okay.
1. But
Actually,
Oh, wow. Now
I'm
we're
pushing 4. I'm pushing.
Wow.
man. All
4 to
let's-
1.
Let's go with you.
Hand-rolled joint.
Oh, so does that mean we're gonna get a pre-roll on here as well?
PRJ.
No, actually not.
Okay, then I'm going 1. I love
Joint over blunt.
absolutely.
Wow, this is crazy.
Absolutely.
Feel free to weigh in as well. I mean, we could do a whole.
I've never
break-
touched this stuff. I wouldn't
Alright.
know anything about it.
Madness.
Gummy
Tobacco
edible?
with the joint.
Gummy edible?
3. Yeah, it kind of creeps on slow, very discreet.
Vaporizer?
Okay, so we're talking about like a volcano, like it fills up the bag. Used to do the bag races back in college.
We learned a lot about your college days this week.
Should be like a 2, but because of the slots, I have a 5.
Binger rip / pipe.
I actually don't know what a binger rip is.
Okay.
A
Bong
pipe,
rip,
though?
I'm assuming, maybe?
Oh, maybe like a bong rip. So, like, yeah, we're talking
Or
about
like a
binger
pipe.
shit.
Glassware.
Yeah, I'll go 6.
He-
6?
He adds, I know
All right,
Ariel likes
we're
his
all- we're
wacky with some grand slams, and PT likes his with some killigans. Cheers, team.
How about like a
I don't know what he's talking
How about
about.
like a Coke
Killians.
can with like a tinfoil?
Oh,
on
yeah.
top?
Yeah.
That's the OG one.
Okay, what a
Okay.
start.
Blunt's
What a start.
one.
No gas
for sure.
mask, huh?
Ariel, you
gas-
ever heard of Black
gas
and
mask.
Milds?
Is that the thing that
Yes.
our boy yesterday said?
Malcolm said
Shut up,
it
Malcolm. I don't know what he was talking about there either.
Yeah, I know.
I couldn't tell if it was a wrench that he was talking about or like
A Black and Mild.
Black and Mild.
Well, there was
the
another
Reds.
time-
Decker, Black and Decker.
there was another time he was talking about a wrench. He's like, you know what that is? I'm like, yeah,
Crescent
no.
wrench.
Yeah, the
Of course
crescent
I
wrench.
know.
You got a toolbox in the crib?
For sure, 100%.
Yeah.
I just changed a couple of light bulbs this weekend.
How many Helwanis
Had to
does it
bust
take
out
to
the
change a
old,
light bulb?
Just one, baby. Kyle, guys. Kyle. Fellas, let's have some talk about the Physical Asia show on Netflix. I'm absolutely shocked that Robert Whittaker, Yushin Okami, Dong Young Kim, and Manny Pacquiao are part of the cast. Ariel, how much are these guys making for this show? There's no way they are just competing for that prize money. Any chance you could get one of them to come on your show to talk about the experience? Okay, can I be honest for a second? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What is this?
It's a Netflix
Fitness
show.
challenge.
There's a show that has Robert Whittaker, Yushin Okami, Dong Young Kim, and Manny Pacquiao on
Do
it.
you remember
Yeah.
Sexy Yama was in it recently as well?
Yeah.
Sexy Yama
Last
was in
season,
one of them.
Sexy Yama.
What is it? It sounds incredible.
It's like CrossFit this kind of thing.
Oh, it's like, is it like American Gladiators type of stuff?
Not quite
Kinda.
that, but it's like
In the same
Fitness.
lane.
Yeah.
Is it like
Yeah.
American Ninja Warrior?
not quite.
yeah.
Okay, so they're actually characters on it?
They're
It's a reality show. They're on it.
competitors.
Wait, they're like
Yeah.
living in a house together?
I don't think it's filmed that way.
unfortunately,
It's not
I
a
haven't
house.
watched
It's
it.
not like a living in a
Well,
house.
I don't know anything
Yeah, I
about
haven't
it.
watched it. I need to. Everybody keeps tagging
My
me in posts about it.
barometer, Andy actually brought up that show the other day, and I was like looking into it. I haven't seen any clips circulate, right? Like we at least saw Nate and John like a clip of it, and I was like, okay, at least this is kind of relevant. I haven't seen anything from it, so I don't know how much is.
I mean,
going on.
there's a ton of comments on this particular question, but I really know nothing about it.
I've not seen it once,
I'll check it out.
and I believe Manny left the show.
Oh,
So
he quit?
no, he said he had some business to take care of in the Philippines, so he was gone.
Who's to check?
Probably should have
It was the
looked into that before.
Who's to check?
Senator Manny, we don't.
Real Deal Menafield. Rick, please
Oh.
blind rank these 6 horror films. It's all blind ranks
Jesus Christ.
now. Oddity.
I haven't seen it yet, but I believe I know it's pretty good, so I'll go 3. I'll go right.
Parasite.
Is that horror though?
I was just gonna say this feels more thriller.
That Parasite's like
Psychological thriller.
a cultural
great movie, though.
commentary. That's not a. There's not going to be a better movie on the list, so I'll go 1, but it's not a horror.
Barbarian.
2.
Prisoners.
Fuck, that's 2.
That
I don't know.
4.
I've never heard of
unfortunately.
any
Yeah,
of these.
Prisoners. is great.
Midsommar.
Midsummer.
Oh, that was good as well.
Ass.
5.
Nocturnal
great.
Animals.
Oh, that's a recent entry. That's a really good one.
Gyllenhaal, innit?
I didn't know how many we were doing, so 6. I've totally botched this list, but Parasite doesn't count.
Prisoners is a banger.
Prisoners is a banger. It's not a horror movie either, though.
Yeah, another.
Another non-horror. Like these are mostly thrillers.
This is Steve Buscemi weighing in. He says, happy pay-per-view week. No question. Just Frank not showing his face still puzzles me. I just picture him looking like the Cyclops from Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay. No hate. Just where my brain takes me. Peace and love. Peace and love.
It's pretty accurate,
I
actually.
do only have one eye.
I guess he's bothered by this. In fact, I do want to let you all know something very exciting. We do have a special premiere tomorrow. So historically, big pay-per-view fight weeks. What do we do, Connor? What do we do big pay-per-view fight week?
Fight Feast, baby.
Fight Feast. Now, we had always been talking about what? What were we talking about?
White whale.
The white whale. Some might say when a certain TV show reaches a certain level, there's a movie version of said TV show, right? You know,
I've
The
heard that before.
Simpsons, Entourage. You know what I'm talking about, PT, right? Like there's a TV show that's popular.
Absolutely.
And then there's like The Simpsons, the movie, South Park, the movie, Entourage, the movie. Well, we are very happy to announce that tomorrow, premiering at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 in the West, 6 in Era. It's what? What premiere? What's premiere? Tell them.
Fight Feast, the movie.
Yeah!
A little more production value, some
Yeah.
bigger
Congratulations.
guests. Everything's everything's ticked up just one notch there.
Fight Feast the movie. You know why I thought of this? Because Frank is in it and he's distorted. So,
Distorted in a way we've never seen before. I have to say, the quality of his distortion.
I love the sell on that.
Is when I first saw it, because I'm not the one editing this time. Normally, it's
tell them who is, because that's big in its own right.
Big E. Casey Leiden
First time, yes.
Flew in for this Fight Feast, first ever time, having a real camera crew, having a real editor. Normally, Frank is just a giant blob in Fight Feast, and this one, you get the outline of the man, the myth, Mysterious Frank.
And why do you say White Whale? What makes it the movie?
Because of the guest. The first guest coming from outside the team, it could only be one, in New York City, Mr. Action Bronson.
Oh my dear! And we have a teaser. We have a teaser for all of you. This
just
is
a little
premiering.
nibble,
a little,
just like 90 seconds, just to wet the beak
for the composition. You know,
change the composition.
1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. It premieres, and then the boys will come on at 1:30. Right, boys in the back. 1:30.
We'll call it 1:35. But
1:35. All right. Who's to check? Who's counting? Here we go. We have a teaser for all of you. This is it. You've never seen Fight Feast like this before. Some are also calling it Fight Feast movie, but also FTD.
Actually,
that's what they're saying.
We didn't call it that. Action Bronson.
Action did. Please take a look.
He's high. That's right.
Hey, appreciate you.
That's right.
Yeah, Fight Feast #1 fan right
That's
there.
right, baby.
He's hyped for 322.
He's ready.
I need you to choose the Action Bronson main event for 322. The one people are sleeping on.
Man, that Kyle Dawkins Gerald Mershot fight.
I knew it. That's the one I had circled. I had that shit circled. I said that's gonna be the Bronson main event.
I just enjoy it, man. I enjoy eating tacos and watching fights.
This is unbelievable.
Was that one single piece of steak in there? Just nice and thin.
You understand?
Incredible.
The way that slice comes off, you only get the crunch, and then the inside you get the soft. But it's just a little piece of soft. It's really crazy.
Imagine my nose explodes.
This is the move. You throw the knee and you.
Right, he's going to take that.
I'm going to take that single.
Holy shit!
I'm going to take that single.
I felt the power right in my testicle.
You're ready to go for a ride. You're ready to go for a ride.
I felt it. Holy shit! That's next level power.
Nah, get out of here.
That's Barry. That's Barry Bonds, circa 2001.
His back ain't moving. Okay, so you're actually first guest ever outside the team in Fight Feast history.
What?
You're elevating the
appreciate
program to a level I don't know if we're gonna be able to reach you.
No. I'm telling you, after this, you're gonna be skating on ice. Like when I saw Boys to Men, fucking my birthday when they lit Rockefeller Center tree, they had Boys to Men on ice singing. I saw that. This is that for you.
All right, so we become
This
Boys
is
to Men
Boys
on
to
ice
Men
after
on
this.
ice. Boys in the back on ice.
Oh, this is so great. That is amazing. By the way, I didn't know we were giving out the reveal that I showed up too. Like, there's because in movies you have cameos, like Happy Gilmore 2.
You wanted the shock factor.
I wanted the holy shit. Helwani makes his FF debut.
I had to say I polled the crew. I was like, what do we think for like the 90 seconds? They're like, well, you got to get the part with Helwani in it.
Yeah, getting cracked.
Yeah.
See, let me tell you, his single leg is unbelievable.
Let's pause on that one real fast.
His single leg was right up to the crotch.
He is quick.
The screenshot that I'm going to take of your face after you got singled by Action Bronson with the quote underneath, I felt the power right in the testicles is going to feature.
I felt it because
thumbnail. That's a thumbnail sorted.
He wedged
sorted,
it.
done, dusted. Boys in the back on ice.
Oh my God!
Will you take me to that taco place the next time I'm over? They look absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, wait till you see these burritos we were chomping on.
PT. I didn't go to all the stops. I didn't go to every stop.
That does not surprise me.
But yo, let me tell you something. That taco, I still talk to my kids about it a month or so later. Best taco I've ever had in my life. Not even close. And these guys were struggling towards the end. Not to give away too much, I came in as the closer. Did I not come in as the closer?
You did. We actually not only wanted you there, you were required for the last spot.
Oh, I helped out.
Bronson started. You'll have to see. You'll have to see. But yeah, he took us to 3 spots. I had never heard of any of them. I was like, just want to say, I've never heard of any of these places. And he's just like, yeah, that's where we're going.
Yeah.
We're going places Google doesn't even know about. I swear to God, I typed in the Uber to meet him at the first spot and nothing came up. I was like, oh, That's how you know you're in the cut.
Tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. Is Uncrowned leveling up or what? Are we leveling up or what? I mean,
We continue to.
Unfortunately for the Fight Feast franchise, I don't know how we top this one.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. The movie comes out, but then you go back to your regularly scheduled program, and it's okay. No one cares.
No, there'll be movie part 2.
By the way, South Park, the movie came out in 1999.
They're
still
still
going
kicking.
strong.
They're still
28
years
series.
later. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the first 29
Seasons.
episodes of Fight Feast was just for this one. It was all just a ruse. It was all just an experiment.
Foreplay.
It was a sizzle
Yeah.
reel for action.
Exactly. To convince him to do the
Right.
collab. Yeah.
Here's a good one from Lover. GC, please block.
God damn it.
How did this become what On the Nose is?
Blind rank these 5 people who you would least want. This one is ridiculous. Who you would least want to meet your family at Thanksgiving. Okay.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Okay, wait. The people that I would least want my family to meet at Thanksgiving.
Yes.
So let's
essentially the
establish
people I don't want to bring to Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Number one is the person you don't want the most.
Yes.
The least you want there.
Kike Hernandez.
4.
Yeah. Mac Daddy. Is that Conor McGregor?
Is he Conor McGregor?
I don't know, but
Whoever has called Conor McGregor Mac Daddy.
Other than Conor McGregor.
Who is Mac Daddy?
Let's go with Conor.
If it's Conor McGregor, I'll do 3.
Ooh.
People will be hyped on the cloud. I'm sorry, but people will be hyped on the cloud.
Jed Meshew.
Jed Meshew 5. He's from across town. He's a good guy. Shout out to Jed Meshew.
Wait, I just want to be clear. So 5 is the one you want to most come?
The most.
Yeah,
the most.
one is you do
so
not
Jed's,
want them.
Jed's in. Jed's coming through.
Above
All right.
McGregor and the Dodger player.
2 and 1 are fucked.
Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, you focused.
That's actually 5. Jed is 2 now. Sorry, Jed. Stay away, bro.
Brian Campbell.
Wait, how is
Brian
Sweeney
Campbell's
not 1?
Brian Campbell's 1.
Yeah, that you least want them to meet. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm not putting Sydney Sweeney above Brian.
Sorry,
Campbell.
how is Sydney Sweeney not 5?
She was supposed to be 5. That's what I just said.
He
Jed
switched it out. He switched it out.
So Brian.
Yes.
So Brian Campbell 1, Jed Meshew 2, McGregor 3, Kike Hernandez 4, Sydney Sweeney 5.
That's pretty good.
And then we rounded out with Isaac Delgarian.
Delgarian's not invited today.
If you're having a few bets, though, he might be a good lad to have around.
No. I can't.
Who's to check?
No, probably not.
I can't bring Isaac around.
Times they are changing. Ariel, I'm making a move to the East Coast next year with my wife and 2 young children. How is it over there? I've lived in Cali my whole entire life, 30 years, and I'm making the move to South Carolina. In doing so, I'm leaving the in-laws and my birthplace. Any words of wisdom? It is daunting, debilitating, and exciting at the same time. You know, I've never been to South Carolina, but I've heard tremendous things. The Knicks used to do training camp in Charleston, South Carolina, and they always used to, glow about it, that it was... Anyone been to South Carolina? I'm assuming yes.
Yeah.
Someone's been?
Yeah, several.
Wait, Pizza, you been to South Carolina?
Landed in there for a little while, I think, once, yeah.
No.
A connection flight.
No,
All
you
right.
can't.
Biscuit.
So you were
Like,
in
did
the
you
airport?
actually hang out in South Carolina?
In the airport, yeah.
What
of course.
airport? Columbia?
10 out of 10.
What airport?
There's no way.
Columbia
No
Airport?
idea.
I'm going to guess that you went to North Carolina, like Charlotte.
Yeah.
There's
That's
no way
high.
that South Carolina
knows?
would be the hub.
Columbia Airport in South
Yeah,
Carolina?
great place.
10 out of 10, he says.
I was in South
Listen,
Carolina
man.
a few months ago. Charleston. shout
Nice
out.
place, right?
Great place. Palmetto State.
Listen, home is where the heart is. You have your wife, you have your 2 children. You're going to be fine. You're going to be great. You'll find a new community. Your kids go to school. You make friends with the parents. You go out. You do stuff. South Carolina, I've only heard great things. It's not like you're going to, like, Detroit. Just kidding.
Jeez,
I
what
said
the
that about Detroit last time and someone got mad at me. That's all.
Yeah,
That's
they
all.
should.
I know.
Detroit has Kate Cunningham, bro.
I just don't like the Pistons.
Remember that article
Shout out to Little Caesars, too.
about Little Caesars when the UFC
Oh
came
my
there and they're like,
God. Yes, and I was like,
we can't
yes,
have
yes.
this shit
The
here.
Detroit Free
Oh,
Press
shit,
did
yeah.
they did a thing that it wasn't a big enough card for
You brought
Detroit.
this shit to
Yeah.
Detroit?
And it was like
That was great.
Oliveira was on there, Aldo was on there. it was like actually a pretty Overeem was
card.
on there. Yeah.
Did you interview the dude that wrote it?
No, but I just went off on him. I was like,
Yeah.
like what? Detroit? You should be happy you're getting anything.
You
It
take
is, by the way,
me,
it is a
South
great,
Carolina,
it is a
place.
great
Great
arena.
place.
It's one of the nicest arenas that I've been to.
I remember when
Little
you
Caesars
came
Arena?
back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, goated.
When you came back, you were talking about it like you had gone to Mars and
was
or
beautiful.
gone to heaven and seen
I
God
think my
himself.
expectations were so low that I was blown away.
The house that Clarissa built.
Yeah, hell
Shout
yeah.
out.
Guillotine and chill. Hey, Ariel, when filming wraps and the camera stop rolling, what typically happens behind the scenes with your guests? Do off-air conversations ever reveal things they wouldn't say on camera or moments that stand out as particularly memorable? I always imagine those off-camera moments must be some of the most genuine. Do you ever wish the audience could see them, especially with someone like Dylan Dennis? I mean, it's pretty quick. Hey, man, that was great. Thank you so much. Maybe a couple of pleasantries. Usually, Connor comes in like Cosmo Kramer next door, barges through the door, takes a quick picture, takes a Polaroid, and you saw it on Monday. He barged in. We were still on the air with Chael.
Couple things here. The door has started sticking.
Yeah, like he barges. It's like...
So it is Kramer-esque in the fact that I bust in like that. But second, the difficulty in timing you ending the interviews. I usually leave this control room, which is a hike from the studio, and you're just like, Malcolm, we just want to say thank you so much. We'll be right back after these brief messages from XYZ Clip and yada, yada, yada. And then somehow I slow walk the mile over to the studio, and you're still going in the interview. So then I bust in, and you guys are like, whoa, shit, we're still doing the interview here. So, yeah, Polaroid out.
It's pretty quick. And then I usually say like, oh, they'll walk you out. Sometimes what happens is the guests will stay and talk, and you guys leave. So then I have to do the awkward thing of being like, okay, like, we need to continue with the show, so I'll have to...
So I'm photographer, Rick is handler.
Yeah,
so once
but
my
Rick
job is
hangs
done,
out in the thing. He hangs out in like the pit.
once my job is done, I leave. Rick kind of, loiters outside waiting for the call. So yeah,
You don't want people to feel like somebody else is involved. This is a moment between you guys. I'm not in there.
I've had enough moments. It's an hour of sitting with the person.
There's
We're good.
nothing worse than when you're sitting around and then somebody else who's not in the conversation like jumps into the conversation and is like over there. There's nothing worse than that.
And then you do the thing where you walk them to the studio door, and then you kind of like lean out like a friendly
See you later.
neighborhood, and you're like, "Thanks again for coming.
Yeah.
See you next time."
Yeah, we gotta get back to the show. A lot going on. We won't talk about it now, but Rick did something yesterday that is like far and away the nicest thing that any human being has ever done in the history of this program for someone who's been involved in the show. But we're not going to talk about it now because
we don't talk about it.
It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate.
Two things.
Dare I say three? This is from Irish Lad.
Who's to check?
Pete, who wins in this fantasy grappling matchup? Oh, okay. This is for everyone then. PT's not here. You can say that on air. Don't worry about it. Derek Moneyberg or Ali Abdelaziz? What do you guys say?
I'll
PT's back.
take DM.
I'm taking Ali for sure.
PT, Moneyberg or Abdelaziz in a grappling match? Who do you got?
One more time.
He just put on the
Can
headphones.
you hear us? PT.
Yeah. What's
okay,
up?
sorry. I was just talking to you
all right,
for
bro?
a few minutes there. We were asking Moneyberg or Abdelaziz in a grappling match. Who do you like?
Him coming back to this is fantastic.
Well, look, we know Ali Abdelaziz at least can beat Aiden Ross, right? We don't know anything about
Sure.
Moneyberg. We've never seen him grappling.
That's a good point.
I'm going with Ali.
Yeah, it's a great point, actually. We've actually seen him go live. You're right. Hey, this is from Big Money. What's up, gang? For New York Rick, please blind rank these
Jesus.
5 classic Chael mispronunciations. We've done
Okay,
this.
this is good.
But we've
no,
done
I
it.
want this though.
Oh, Islam Makhachev.
This formerly was number 1. I'm hoping that they got the cue from me, so I'm going to go 2.
Alex Piera.
4.
Surreal Gain.
Does he say that?
He
5.
does,
That's
yeah.
more John. Okay.
Lahal Muhammad.
Don't let me down here.
Yeah.
I'm putting that number 3.
Marab.
Number
Yeah.
1.
The
Thank
Wash.
You pay
The
attention.
Washlavili.
The Washalavili.
The Washalavili. Nailed it.
Marab the Washalavili? Do you know about that guy?
I'm still big on Blahal.
Yeah, Blahal is so good.
And
They're all
it like
Alex
falls
Piera.
out of his mouth too.
Okay.
Blahal.
Pierre is a classic, man. Pierre is a
doesn't
classic.
qualify.
Makhachev.
but-
Where's the L come from?
Where's the L from? It doesn't qualify, but always calling her the bullet,
Bullet
is
is
on the
fantastic.
list.
It's
Like
so
even
good.
though
That's
it's
fair.
not a
That's
mispronunciation, but never saying her name is almost like it's almost number 0. It's almost above the list. It's hovering above the list.
The next time Islam loses, Chael's going to be like, Islam Makhachev, putting the L in Makhachev.
He's also
Thanks,
asking if Eubank Ben 2 is your second most anticipated fight of the year.
This one doesn't have as much steam, and as we're kind of starting to recognize, like the storyline is not as juicy. It is not. It is not up there this year. I'm still looking forward to it. And I'm pretty excited about it.
This is big over here, lads.
The surrounding content is amazing. Again, you know, I've dropped in something else, and nobody's even going to respond to it or watch it or look at it. But that's
Wow,
what
you
watched
dropped
it
it
already.
5 minutes
I watched
before
it.
the damn show. Some BBC documentary.
maybe a little response,
We got
PT. Maybe just a little
1,700
this was
threads
great,
over here.
lad. Like I love
Slacks
it. You know?
and emails.
I was texting you about something else simultaneously.
Should we talk about that?
No.
He adds, thanks, and even in our darkest hours, it's still go Bills. And I agree, my
Oh,
friend.
nice.
I agree. We're not giving up. Nick's doing pretty good, but we're not giving up on the Bills. What else we got? This is from Matt Moe, who's always good for at least 45 questions in the thread. Sup, Ariel? Why don't you watch UFC Embedded? It's some of the better content the UFC releases on Fight
Thank
Week.
you.
Each episode is very short, like 8 minutes. It's very easy to get through. I'm wondering why you choose now. I don't know, man. I haven't watched it in years. What am I missing? Okay, PT, you say thank you. What am I missing?
I mean, just classic insights into these guys.
No, seriously. Am I missing
Are you
anything?
being sarcastic or legit?
Yeah,
because
I'm being
GC
sarcastic.
actually does watch it.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Okay, what am I missing?
It's just behind the scenes.
Like, what have you learned? Well, what's been, okay, not learned. What's been the highlight of the last 3 episodes? Usually it's like Monday.
All right, so
Tuesday.
the issue is that I usually binge them on like Thursday
okay.
evening. I just rip right through them because, like you said, they're like 8 minutes long. It's just behind the scenes, all Matt's sound. There's no actual commentary on it. It's just what's happening with these fighters behind the scenes. It's not like you're learning anything crazy. You know, there's a couple like jokes here and there, the haircut curse, and maybe we get like a clip going big on Twitter during the week. But like mostly, it's just cool seeing like what these guys have to go throughout the week. To me, it's interesting. But to me, it ain't even close. Countdown's the best content they put out there.
I mean,
the actual
I
fights.
haven't watched that in years.
Countdown is bang.
I'm an old school Dana White blog week, fight week guy. You remember that?
No.
Blog week, fight week. You guys remember PT Rick?
I think
You
it
guys
was
remember
Fight Week, Blog Week.
Fight week, blog week. Yeah, fuck. That was the best when he would drop it. And then he got lazy with it and he's like, all right, so what you're going to see on the blog today is like 2 weeks ago, we went to Houston, we had some wings, and it had nothing to do with the event. It used to be, the blog week, fight week thing was actually the precursor to Embedded, if you recall. But it was just following him. He was the star, and then they transitioned to this. No hate. Just
to your point, though, I haven't watched Embedded since I left ESPN years ago, and I don't feel like there's been anything that came out from it that I like missed or didn't have
Something that's big, you're just gonna see it on
We'll
Twitter.
see it on X.
Yeah.
So I just.
But to me, it's entertaining. I like seeing the behind the scenes.
Was the McGregor in Dublin one the first one, Ariel?
like an
Embedded.
They would do embeddeds for a non-pay-per-view? Because that's a non-pay-per-view. That was just a Fight Pass show. Unless they did a special one. It's possible for Connor. He got...
Because I can remember the lads who were shooting the film were upset with the Embedded guys because they were just getting the same shots as them. It was a bit of...
That's possible, but I don't know if that was the first one. I mean, it was... What was that? 2014?
Yeah.
Crazy. When we were talking about JDS and Kane, it's 14 freaking years ago.
Crazy.
James Portland. Hello, Ariel. Last week or the week before, you guys said Derek Lewis wouldn't get a title shot. He's the only person with a noteworthy name to the general audience in that division besides Tom and Cyril. Doesn't that count for something? Did we say that explicitly? I don't remember us saying
We were
that.
doing like an over and under situation. We were kind of like yes or no. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I guess he could. Obviously, he's not getting one next. And if John fights Alex, one would hope that the winner would fight Tom. But yeah, I mean, what's he ranked here? Heavyweight 8th. Spivak lost to him. There's Waldo out there. Almeida coming off a bad loss. You know, there's still Volkov out. I mean, you know, Volkov against Lewis. Part what? 2, 3? I'm not saying he's not going to get one. We all recall him getting a title shot on very short notice against DC right here in New York City many moons ago. But I don't think he's in that like next up or even on deck, so to speak. Gavriel says, hey, Ariel, no lactose Rick and the whole crew. Just curious, why did you choose to have your show on in the daytime? Aren't people at work? Wouldn't it make much more sense to have the show on at night when people are at home and can watch live? It seems to have always been on the day. I don't know. Shows are on during the day. You can also watch it at night if you prefer. I always felt like 1 o'clock was a perfect time for guests. You know, it's early, late morning on the West Coast. It's early, late evening in Europe. You know, the only one where it gets tricky sometimes is like Thailand, Japan, and Australia, New Zealand. But it's been 1 o'clock forever. The only time that my show didn't air at 1 o'clock was during the pandemic. For some reason, we decided to air DC and Helwani at 2, and it's because we taped it around this time, and then we would like replay it right away. We didn't tape it live because of, I don't know, we didn't have the technology to do that, I guess, back then or something like that. I don't know. But that was it. That was it. Matt Chiwiwis, looking ahead now, the pay-per-view model is gone with less time restraints. When can we see the UFC doing their PLEs in the new year? England, Spain, Mexico, thoughts? I feel like they are creatures of habit, and I feel like they're going to try to keep it to the 10 p.m. But, you know, I think that's kind of silly. I think they believe that is their time. The audience is programmed to watch at that time, and if you want to get the highest live viewership, you have to put it on at that time. But I love a good afternoon pay-per-view, or, you know, I wouldn't suggest going to Australia and doing it in the middle of the night. Like WWE did a show in Perth recently, and it started at 6 a.m. Eastern time, and I think that the UFC doesn't have to do that because I think that the Australian audience is already programmed, even though it's weird for them to go to a show at 10 a.m. on a Sunday. I think they're programmed to watch UFC at 10 a.m. on Sunday, so it's not very weird. I remember talking to people about that when we were there. So I feel like they're going to try to keep it with a couple of exceptions, but let's see. We'll find out in less than 2 months. Shrimp Cocktail says, Hola, Ariel and crew. Which do you think happens first? DJ gets inducted into the Hall of Fame, or John Jones gets an ESPN 30 for 30? Why isn't DJ inducted into the Hall of Fame? I don't get that one. Like, was he that? He wasn't a villain. He didn't want to do the Dillashaw fight, and he was kind of proven right in all of that. But it is a little weird, isn't it? Like that guys will get inducted before him who have had lesser careers and who have just retired, and he is still on the outside looking in. Like, that's Demetrius freaking Johnson. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think DJ gets in at some point.
I think so too. I think some of it was that he was still active, right? Like he was still fighting for one championship, and I don't know. Yeah,
but it's been a while. And speaking of which, this didn't really have anything to do with the question, but I am shocked. We were talking about this before. I am shocked that more isn't being made of the fact that if Islam wins, he ties Anderson Silva's record for most wins in a row. That's a pretty incredible. It's not Cal Ripken, 2000 whatever it was, 332 I think it was, but this is a pretty big deal.
To add that to your resume as well as becoming a 2-division champion is massive legacy building stuff.
We never thought it'd be beaten, right? Like
Yeah.
there was times where we said like that's never going to be equal, it's never going to be beaten. So it's incredible. It really, really is.
I feel like I haven't seen that as part of the. Well, I haven't really seen much, but
You haven't been watching Embedded, man.
Oh, you are you saying that they talk about it on that?
They had Islam and Anderson sitting down and talking about the record.
Serious?
No.
Oh, fuck. That'd be pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, that'd been fucking amazing.
It wouldn't have been on fucking Embedded.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been on Embedded. I agree with you though. It is he's chasing true greatness with this. I think there's a lot on the line for Islam on Saturday.
Okay, this is a fun one from Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Ariel and Co. I was wondering if your decision to take the show in this new direction was a conscious choice or an accident. The new direction I'm talking about is, of course, your decision to turn the show into a UFC/Dana White bashing event and to amplify every single negative thing that happens within the UFC. For example, trying to make a big deal out of every stoppage, trying to make every slightly negative story about the UFC blow up, and of course, overanalyzing every word that comes out of Dana White's mouth. I've listened to the show for almost a decade, Ariel, and out of the kindness of my heart, I want you to know that the past 6 months to a year has felt like your bitterness towards the UFC and especially Dana White is really coming out. Cue the hostile defensiveness about how unbiased and you and the show are. I think you need to take a look at yourself and the show and really ask yourself if you are actually unbiased, because that self-given label seems like a parody And that's why I'm asking, is this parody or is it a massive lack of self-awareness? Wow, Mr. Miyagi. I would say that when you're talking about the stoppages, I think we're very fair about analyzing every stoppage because ultimately that's what this whole thing is about, wins and losses. And so, yes, when there's a bad one, we're going to talk about it. But how often are we talking about, the Steve Garcias of the world and the other fighters who are winning on a weekly, daily basis? And I think it's funny that when you talk about, a show that on average, let's just say my show is like 3.5 to 4 hours an episode. And then you got the boys in the back, that's probably around 2 to 2.5 hours. And then you've got the crack that's probably around like an hour to an hour and a half. And you put all those hours together, in addition to the watch parties, in addition to the post shows and everything else, how much is actually negative? This is the thing. It gets amplified, sure, and it gets clipped off and all this stuff, and I get all of that. But how much is actually negative? How many times have we talked about 322 on this program, calling it the best card of the year, and how excited we are, and how it's, the best main card, and how, this one is more interesting than this one. We can't wait for Zhang versus Valentina and all this stuff. Like, it's laughable to me. And you'll say that my response to you is me being defensive, but how else do you want me to respond? I'm responding to your question. I even picked your question. I could have skimmed right over it. And I picked it because I don't agree with it, but I'm okay with the criticism. I'm open to the criticism. I'm happy to hear criticism. My feeling is that when you are that powerful and that influential, you do have to be checked. That is just part of the job. And trust me, I don't think Dana White gives two shits about what we say here. I don't think he loses a wink of sleep, but it's our job to dissect what the most powerful person in this sport has to say. There's no question about it. I'll own up to that. He is the most powerful and influential person in the sport by far. Our job is to dissect. The same way you dissect what an NFL owner says when he speaks, the same way if you're working in politics, you dissect what the president of the United States, he is that to us. There's just no question about it. So when he says things like, I don't know, we're not political, I'm not political, yeah, we're going to talk about it. When he says things like what he said to Nick Torturo while they were, chomping on some pizza about how money ruins everything, and then is very happy to flaunt the fact that he'll gamble hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars per hand, and he then talks about how money ruins everything for the fights and fighters, yeah, that's a little rich. That's hypocritical. Oh, don't know what I'm talking about? Well, we have this clip for you. Here it is. Here they are chomping on some pizza talking about how money ruins everything in the prize fighting business.
But do you think that event kind of like, it was a great event, but did it hurt Conor in the long run?
No. I mean, money ruins everything. So
right.
once you get too much money involved in the fight business, if you look at, Conor made so much money and then that was it. And then Khabib made a shitload of money, and then that's it. But being a part of that, I fought it for so long. Like, this isn't a fight to make, and the fans wanted to see it so bad, we ended up doing it. And it was awesome. It was fun. Yeah. I mean, the world tour that we went on, Conor and Floyd were both great on that world tour. Yeah. And then I think Conor did a lot better than people expected.
How does money ruin everything? Like, the fighters are getting paid what they are due, and more often than not, they're not. And so here's a very, very rich man worth hundreds of millions of dollars who would never say that money ruined everything for him or anything for him. I would say that he has enjoyed a pretty good life. And so yet, like, to say that Khabib retired because he got rich, I think is very insensitive. Khabib has told us multiple times why he retired. I don't think it's because he got rich. I think it's because his father passed away and he made a promise to his mother that he would stop fighting as a result. Conor McGregor fought multiple times. He fought Khabib. He fought Donald Cerrone. He fought Dustin Poirier twice. He was supposed to fight Michael Chandler. He didn't retire after that fight. Did the fights become a little more infrequent? Yes, the pandemic happened, and yes, his desire to be as active as he once was once he got rich is 100% a thing that happened. But like, to suggest that the money is ruining these guys when you are a guy who has profited off of that money is not something that I just want to ignore. I'm sorry. And you could get people who ignore that all day long. So don't watch the show. I don't know what to tell you. But I would say, what would the breakdown be? 95% positive, 90% positive. Like, we have literally devoted our lives to talking about this sport. And I can assure you, we do not devote our lives to coming here and sitting and bitching about the sport, but it's not all peaches and cream. It just isn't. Josh P. Hi, Ariel and crew. A couple of hard hitters for you today. Is baseball the most irrelevant international sport? Calling it the World Series when it's only North American teams competing really bamboozles me. People get worked up over this nonsense. It's a great sport. If you don't like it, okay. Cricket's not popular here. Rugby's not popular here. And I'm not going to shit on it. People like it overseas and in other parts of the world. Great. They get hung up on the World Series thing. My response to that would be the best players in the world, as far as baseball is concerned, play in the major leagues, in MLB. And so, yes, other countries aren't being represented, but they are being represented via the players who are involved. And so it is the best of the best. There is something called the World Baseball Classic. We'll have that again in March. I enjoy it immensely. But like, look at the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. Who's the best player on the Dodgers? Shohei Ohtani. Who's the second best player on the Dodgers? Yamamoto. Where are they from? Japan. Who does Freddie Freeman represent? Canada. Born in the U.S., but represents Canada in the WBC because his mom is from there. Look at the Blue Jays. Vlad Guerrero Jr., Dominican Republic, and on and on and on it goes. So it's a worldly sport. I don't know what the breakdown is compared to the other. It's a lot more worldly than the NFL, I'll tell you that. It's probably more worldly than the NBA, but the NBA is getting a lot more diverse when it comes to, the best players in the world are from, currently you can make a case that the 5 best players in the NBA aren't from the U.S., which is amazing. The likes of Jokic and Shai Gilgeous. Who else? Luka Doncic. Giannis. There's one more. Jokic. Shai. Wemby. Embiid for the longest time. Lou Dort.
I don't think he's in that.
No. But I would just say maybe NHL is a little more worldly as well. But I don't know. I enjoy it. You don't like it. It's all good. Grant Young. Hey, Ariel, I was surprised at how earnest Josh Hokett was on Monday's episode and how authentic his Mr. America gimmick seemed to be. If there was one active Canadian fighter who could benefit the most from a patriotic Mr. Canada gimmick, who would it be? And do you think Canadian fans would rally behind that sort of thing, or is it just exclusive to American fans? Would Mike Malott be that guy? But he's not that guy. He's too Canadian to be that guy, if that makes sense. I think it kind of just works for the American. Drew, are we now sponsoring UFC pay-per-view events? Notice embedded states V-Chain UFC 322. Are we going to see Coca-Cola UFC 340 soon? Is that the case?
Yeah, the V-Chain branding has been on all the communications about the event and the name.
So is it called V-Chain UFC 322?
That's what they've been putting on social.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look, TKO has openly said they are in the business of selling real estate, right? Whether it's the mat at the UFC, whether it's the mat on WWE, everything on WWE is sponsored now. And so I wouldn't be surprised. Jose Cuervo, UFC 350. Or it could be UFC 350 presented by. But yes, I could see that happening for sure, if it hasn't happened already. This is from Colin. This question is for PT. I'm an American who grew up watching American football, fins up, and has started following rugby over the past few years. Leinster. As an Irishman who has recently gotten into American football, what are your thoughts on the similarities and differences between the two? Do you ever think that America can become a tier 1 nation in rugby again by promoting these differences and encouraging non-NFL caliber football players to begin branching out?
Well, that is the problem, right? The professionalism, the level of pay in the NFL is much greater than in rugby. I wouldn't be a huge rugby fan. My dad and my brother are. They go to a lot of games. It's a great sport. It doesn't have a lot of stoppages like NFL does, but it's not as explosive either. Obviously, they're not wearing helmets, so they don't collide at the same kind of speed. You can only pass the ball backwards. It's great. Like, I love the Six Nations every year. I don't really get into the World Cup, but I do believe that if there was no NFL, the US would be brilliant at it because of all the brilliant athletes that are playing in the NFL. I just don't think that it will ever catch on because football is such a presence in the country. It's just the biggest thing, right? I just don't think that it will trickle down to rugby. But I believe that like the colleges play, like Harvard and Princeton, all those kind of places.
It's actually quite popular there. Club teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, to me, the NFL is just so spectacular compared to rugby. It's even in here, it's become more popular. It was kind of like a class thing for a long time. It was more of a middle class thing, especially in Dublin, but it's become more widespread now into working class areas like that. But it's huge over here. It males, females, everybody loves it. It's a massive deal when Ireland are in a tournament.
Petesy's Ashtray says, howdy Ariel and the boys. Quick fact for you. In Australia, our rolly cigarette papers called Tally-Ho used to print little facts on them. One of them was that in 2019, 87% of Australians lived within 50 kilometers of the coast. I know you guys like your facts, and it goes fitting with GC's massive cigarette addiction. After listening to the show for around 2 years, I've become obsessed with not just MMA, but journalism itself. From asking the right questions to staying neutral and unbiased, I really admire how you and the team break down barriers with your guests. Thank you. I've also tried to develop what I call the journalist mindset approach, asking questions for the other person's sake, staying open-minded, and always keeping the, quote, I really don't know much in mind to learn new perspectives. Here's my big question. How do you connect with people and get them to open up? How do you structure your questions, do your research, and follow up to build up lasting connections? I ask because I run a retail vintage store, Old Soul Vintage, on the Gold Coast. Shout out. And building relationships is a huge part of my day. Thanks for everything, and much love and happiness to you all. I mean, Malcolm Wellmaker, right, is a good example. I really just wanted to learn more about him, his backstory, how he got here, how he got into this, what he's had to overcome. Obviously, he had a very interesting previous chapter in his life being a pipe fitter. And I think you just have to be inquisitive. I think the most important thing is to be inquisitive, is to be curious. Like I said, it's to be empathetic, to have an open mind, an open soul, an open heart, open ears. Don't be married to a script of questions. Listen, respond. The same way you're at your store, someone comes in and tells you about something, now you're reacting to it. And then you just go back and forth that way. You vibe that way. And so, of course, you want to be researched. You want to know about the person going into the conversation. You want to have some sort of sense. I get to flex this part of my brain a lot when I do the Olympic stuff. On Friday, I interviewed a snowboard halfpiper. I didn't know who she was 24 hours prior, but I had to learn and then learn enough to where I could feel comfortable talking to her for 15 minutes, but at least recognize the fact that I don't know the intricacies of snowboard halfpipe. I don't know the history of that. I don't really know much about her and her background. I've read stuff, I've done my research, all that and more, but I just have to have a basic knowledge and then take it from there and allow my curiosity, allow my listening to guide us. And so you ask questions and then you follow up on that and then you go back and forth. And so I just think that, like, I listen to a lot of interviews when I'm getting ready, especially when someone comes in studio. I'll listen to like some old interviews of theirs and it drives me nuts. People are interrupting, people aren't researched. The conversations are awful. Like, there's nothing to take away from it. I was experiencing that with Malcolm. He's been on some shows. I'm like, oof, this is tough. So I want to learn about why he converted. I want to learn about, the gym that he's at and becoming a dad and becoming a husband. Like, that stuff interests me more than the fight on Saturday. So I appreciate it, and I wish you the best. We'll get to a few more questions, perhaps back into the program. But for now, let's move along with things. Back in March, we found out from Jalin Turner that he was calling it a career, and it was a great chat. It was a heartfelt chat. He came on the show and we talked about it. He was one of the best fighters in the world and had essentially had enough. And then we found out just a couple of weeks ago that he's coming back. He's coming back at the next pay-per-view, the final UFC on ESPN pay-per-view, UFC 323, December 6th in Las Vegas. And I wanted to understand why Jalin Turner decided to come back some 9 or so months later. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the Tarantula, who's kind enough to join us on this Wednesday afternoon to talk about it all. Hello, Jalin. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I do want to let you know that this news came out, I don't know, back in October or so, I think it was. However, we here on the, not this program, another program on the network called The Boys in the Back, we got a tip in September from someone who works at Petco who told us about this before the world knew. I want to play this clip for you, and you tell me if this is an actual real thing that happened. Take a listen.
I have met Jalin Turner at my work. Mind you, I work at PetSmart. I work at PetSmart, and I'm working at PetSmart. I see a cool dog, and I look up, and it's Jalin Turner training the dog at my work. I talked to him, and he told me I wasn't supposed to say anything, but I'm gonna tell you guys because we're all friends here. He told me that he's returning to fight in November. Now, he was training his dog. We talked a little bit about dog training because I'm a dog trainer. And he was like, don't tell nobody, but I'm returning to fight in November. So Jalin Turner officially out of retirement and is returning in November. Hopefully we see him in the UFC.
Okay, so he got the month wrong, but is that a real thing that happened? Did you tell some guy at PetSmart, I said Petco, I apologize, PetSmart, that you're coming back?
Yep, that was the real thing. And I told him not to say nothing.
Yeah, what the hell, man? You just blurted it out.
Yeah, that's wild. Dang, I trust people.
So how did that happen, by the way? You're at the store and the guy recognizes you and you're like, yo, man, I'm coming back after all?
He ended up being a fan, talked to, knew who I was. And, I just gave him a little update, talked to him about it. We talked about dogs a little bit. And then I was like, yeah, I was shooting for November, trying to get back in there. And then, lo and behold, ended up being December. But it all worked out. It all worked out beautifully. But yeah, so that's how it came about.
Okay. So I'd love to understand how this all unfolded. Back in March, you're telling us about the retirement. You're a little bit emotional, but you seem at peace with it all. How soon after, the dust settles, now no one's talking to you, you're just a retired UFC fighter, do you start to think, wait a second, I want to come back? And why are you feeling this way?
Honestly, first of all, when I retired, I definitely didn't have any aspirations to come back. It was wholeheartedly, I wanted to step away, didn't want to think about fighting. The wild part is the thing that happened was Ian Gary's camp asked me to come train with him for the Carlos Prates fight. So I literally get up off the couch. I'm like, yeah, I'll go do it. I'll help him out. So I go there and, we train and dude, Ian's such a good guy, his wife, his family, the whole team, everybody was such a good atmosphere to be around. And they kept telling me you'll be back. You're going to be back. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not coming back. They're like, dude, you're talented, dude, you're good. And I was just like, yeah, but I don't feel it anymore. I don't have that passion for it. So, being in Ian's corner, watching him fight, I was okay being out on the sidelines and I was like, man, maybe I'll just start coaching and just do something along those lines. But that sparked me to get back in the gym. So after that, I just started staying in the gym. I started just teaching guys in the gym. I started getting more involved in the church. I started helping so many people in church, and I just started serving people. And the more I started doing that, the more I started to see, how God was working behind the scenes, really just showing me a new way. And I was like, okay, Lord, I was like, open up a new door. I don't want to go fight this, and that's not what I want to do. But I was in prayer a lot, and I was in just good community. And I know God was like, I need you in this atmosphere for now. I need you there for now. Go fight again. So, all right. So lo and behold, I'm back. But also I found the love for it again. I found the passion for it again. Being around the young, hungry guys Richie Miranda, Legion, Jacob Rosales, my buddy Daniel Matos, all these guys are hungry in the gym, working and grinding. And I'm like, man, they want to be where I'm at. And I'm just just letting this opportunity pass. And I'm like, man, and I'm like, you know what? I found the passion again, helping them out, seeing that they're hungry and I can still hang with these guys. And I'm like, all right, I'm still good. I'm still able to be in the top vicinity of the UFC. So um, I always said if I came back, I wanted to fight a legend, like somebody that's been in the sport for a long time. And like I prayed about that. And honestly, I thought it was gonna be like Charles, but I was like, there's no way Charles is gonna fight me. And he's ranked, I'm not ranked. It wouldn't have made sense. And Edson was at 145 at the time, so he didn't even like cross my mind at all. And then one day, I was talking with my manager, and we were just like, man, like God's gonna end the year with a bang. Watch, like something's gonna open up because they, like I just didn't feel right with anything. Like I was just like, okay, like we'll see. Maybe November's not probably gonna happen. And then boom, like the next day he calls me. He's like, Edson Barboza, December 6th. I said, yeah. I said, yeah, that's it. I said, that's it. I said, that's the one. I prayed about it and I was like, yeah, I think that's the move. He's a legend. He's a veteran of the sport. He's a KO artist, great striker. It's like I love the matchup, and I just think it would be fun for the fans to come back to.
How long ago did you decide, okay, I am officially coming back? And what was that process like to probably call up your manager and say, okay, I want to tell the UFC that I'm coming back? How long ago was this?
Um, it was maybe like late August, maybe somewhere around there. I don't remember the exact time
Okay.
frame, but I stayed in the gym. So that was my thing. Like I did not stop. Like after I went and helped train with Ian for that week, I did not stop training after that. So I just started feeling inspired being around all these guys, being around Cub, being around my old team, being around Anthony Gonzalez, and I just got hungry again. I was like, I do love this. I do have a passion for this. I am skilled at this. And I just started to just stop believing all the lies and doubts that were just being poured into my own mind and my head. And then I got close to my family again, got back right with my kids, and everything just kind of just became dust under the rug. And even my kids were like, Dad, we want you to fight again. I'm like, for real again? You want me to fight again? They said, yeah. I said, all right. So yeah.
Did you exit the testing pool and then have to re-enter, or did you stay in it the whole time?
So I exited it. I exited the testing pool for it was such a short period. So it was only like a few months in between, not even that long. So they literally like came and tested me right away, and they said since I wasn't out so long and all my tests came back like negative and everything was clear, that I was good.
Okay. Okay. So when you decide to come back and you tell the UFC this, are they just like, all right, welcome back, or do you have to talk with someone to convince them that your heart is in it? Like, what is that process like?
Shoot, I didn't have to talk to anyone.
Or at least your team. Like, do they just say like, all right, Jalen's changed his mind. He wants to come back, and like, all right, we'll let you know. Or do you have to sell them on, that you really want to fight, or he had to sell them?
I didn't have to sell anyone because ultimately it's my decision, and the action was already showing in where I was. I was in the gym every day still. I was still training hard, still sparring. It wasn't like, oh, he's not training, he's not doing anything, he doesn't care for the sport, he's not doing anything or equipping himself, and he's not being ready, he's sitting on the couch. So I think that was the convincing point for my coaches around me and everybody around me. And then, my management already knew that too. Like I'm posting videos in the gym, I'm literally training all the time. So I don't think it took too much convincing. I think it was more so, just like more so for myself to trying to convince myself. Oh yeah, I want to go back. Yeah, I'm like yeah, I want to. And that's the thing. That was what it was. That was like the step back, the step away was, knowing that I wasn't mentally there to compete at the highest level where I needed to be because I just was not functioning. Like it's a job. There's always going to be times where you got to do things that you don't like and you got to overcome and endure. But like I was saying, like my circle was just really like it was just the foundation was really pivotal at that time. So now I got like a good foundation around me, a good circle around me. So I know no matter what the result ends up happening, I'm gonna bounce back. And no matter what the result is, I'm not retiring after this fight.
Okay,
People
so
are like, are you gonna retire?
yeah. You're back for good, or at least for now. You're not back for just one more ride into the sunset.
Nah, I think I got 3 to 4 more years.
Okay. Oh, years.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were going to say 3 to 4 more fights. In retrospect, do you think something else was going on back in March? Like something, I don't know, you're burnt out, or you talk about the circle and all that, but do you think something else led to the decision?
You it wasn't. I don't think. When I lost my two close split decisions, those are something that really like they hurt a little bit, when I lost to Gamrot and when I lost to Dan. So I think those two things were just underlying parts of it, especially with how like everything was going. I feel like I won the fight against Gamrot. The Dan Hooker fight was close. I think it could have been a draw, but it's like those two fights really. I think they kind of they robbed me of something in a sense, and that was hard to deal with, but I don't think I ever really like came to terms with it. And then, further like getting my hand raised was just kind of like, dang, the pressure's starting to like build, and I just didn't know where to place it. And then, ultimately, when with this retirement, it was just like the tip of the iceberg was just everything else. And it was honestly, it was personal. It was a lot of things going on in my personal life. And, I don't want to name names or talk about people specifically, but, I was doing a training camp, and then I ended up leaving because, I had just personal stuff going on. Like literally just, I don't know how transparent I'll ever be to talk about it, but maybe one day I'll talk about it. But yeah, I just have personal stuff going on in my own life. So even with that last fight, I didn't want to fight it. And, I know God was telling me to go fight that fight, and I still did. And yeah, so now I'm back, and everything happened for a reason. I just watched that fight with Ignacio last night, for the first time ever.
Wow.
And it tripped me. I always watch my fights. There's only 2 fights I haven't watched, and that was one of them. And I haven't watched the other one yet, but he said he had a dream that he was going to win by submission. And I was like, wow. That's so crazy. And I was like, that had to have been God. I was like, because that's one of the fights I don't want back. Like, if you ask me, oh, who would you want to rematch? It's like, I'm not going to say Ignacio, because like, I just know where I was, and I know like that's his win. You know what I mean? I just know it in my heart. Like, I'm just like, that's his win. And when I seen that in the post fight interview, I'm like, that was a God move. So I think that's why I was so at peace with the result. Because usually after a loss, like I'm fired up. Like no matter what, I'm ready to go back in the gym. Like I want to fight again. Like right then and there, like let's fight again. But that's one of the ones where I was just like calm, like oddly calm about it, and I just at peace about it. But yeah, I say that to say, there was so much personal stuff going on, and it was just really a build up, a snowball effect. I moved away from home. I was training out of state, training out of the country. It was like so many big transitions going on, and then having like just fallings out with coaching, and then just doing all this, having all this happen right before a fight, not getting my US. I didn't even get my contract for the fight. I hadn't got my fight contract for the Ignacio fight. And I was like, dang, like, am I even going to fight? Like all this stuff going up in the air. And like, I get back home, and I'm like, yo, I'm not fighting this fight. I told my manager, like, I'm not fighting this fight. Then the UFC sends a contract like a week later, like 2 weeks later. And I'm just like, dang, like I ain't even been training like I should have been. And then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna fight. And I pray about it. All right, I'm gonna fight. Get the call. My buddy calls me like, I think God wants you to fight. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna fight. So yeah, it was an emotional roller coaster. Like, and that's what I mean. Like if I had like, just a solid circle, I would have been able to just maneuver better through all that stuff. So yeah, it was just one of those things, it was just one of those things. But yeah.
By the way, what's the other fight that you haven't watched yet? Now that you watched the Ignacio fight.
I have not watched that UFC 300 fight with Moicano.
Okay.
I have not watched it. I watched the highlight, like little pieces. I have not watched the entire fight. I haven't sat down and watched that fight.
You think you ever will?
I'll watch it one day.
It bothers you because you feel like you let that one slip away.
It bothers me because that was one of the biggest points where everything started to just crumble for me. Like that was that was a fight where that was a fight where personal stuff really started to just crumble and relationships started to just get shaky and iffy. And honestly, like looking back at it, I just know God was like, if I had won $300,000 for finishing him that fight, and I just know people around me would have got really fickle. And that's a big revelation and reason why I didn't win that. Like it may sound as crazy as it sounds, I know that's the reason why. So
You say that you don't necessarily want the Ignacio fight back. You're at peace with it. I would imagine you want that one back.
yeah, I want that one back. Yeah. One day I want that one back. I want that one back. I definitely want Dan back, and maybe Gamrot again. I watched that fight so many times. I'm like, I'm at peace with that one too, because I'm like, I beat him. I beat Gamrot.
I mean, you mentioned these names. These are the who's who. These are some of the best fighters in the world at 155 pounds. So yes, while some of them didn't go your way, it's not like you were losing to guys who were in the top 50. These are guys in the top 10, top 15 at worst. And so I'm very excited to see what this new and improved, or these maybe like the resurgence in you, what it all translates into. In May, did you have surgery? Was that anything that was plaguing you, and how serious was it?
It wasn't too serious. I tore my meniscus during camp while I was in Dubai, and I knew it right away already. But fighters fight, so I still fought and got surgery. It was a quick recovery. It wasn't too major. I literally started skateboarding I think 2 weeks later.
Okay, and for preparation in this training camp for this fight, for this comeback, did you link up with Ian again, since you seem to have enjoyed your time with him? Did you do it this time, or will you do it in the future?
I didn't do it this time, but I definitely will do it in the future. I reached out to him. I reached out to him a couple months ago, and then once he got the Bilal fight, we just kind of didn't stay in communication. And also, I'm just not big on traveling for camp. I'll travel outside of camp to go train, but when I'm in camp, I like to stay grounded, like at home, like with my family. And that's something that I really learned from Ian too, man. He had his son there, he had Leo there, he had his family. It was that's something that I need to start taking into my fights, being around family, having that atmosphere with you. It should be tight knit family when you even when you're going to battle, going to war, I used to always say I wouldn't have my kids at my fights, but then I see how much it played a factor to just normalizing what you're doing, And it's all right, this is another day at the gym. I'm just about to go train, and it just keeps you present. So then when you go fight, you can fight at a better performance, at a better peak mentally. So, and I've realized that about myself as well. I don't like to travel for training camp. I like to stay home, stay with my kids, do my whole normal routine, and it just makes everything flow better. And then when I go to fight week, it's all right, now I can lock in.
How old are your kids?
My son will be 8, December 20th, and then my daughter's 6.
Okay. Are they showing interest in martial arts?
Yeah, my son definitely loves it. My daughter was doing pull-ups the other day. She did 5 pull-ups, and everybody was all impressed.
Okay. And are you cool with them continuing down this path?
They gotta go get a college education.
Yeah. I don't mean being prize fighters, but and who knows what happens when they're older. But at least now, are you cool with them practicing, training, things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely want them to train and know how to defend themselves if need be, especially my daughter. That's something that's a non-negotiable. But as far as pursuing it as a career, that is 100% up to them. I won't ever force it on them. I won't ever tell them they have to. But as far as learning a martial art and learning martial arts in general, yes, you have to learn. You have to learn to defend yourself.
During your hiatus and maybe at the beginning of it, did you take a break from MMA? Did you not watch fights? Did you not keep up with the news? Did you need just a mental break from the whole sport?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't watch anything. I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't updated. I was like, "Don't tell me. I don't want to talk about it." I'm not even my close friends. They were like, "I haven't watched the fight since you fought." They're like, "I haven't gone to an event since you fought." I'm not going. I don't. It's not the same without you. And I'm like, yes. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, and then I got the call to go help Ian. And even with that, like I was supposed to have surgery before I went there, and then I was like, I'm gonna just go do this. I'm gonna go help him, and then I'm gonna get surgery after. So yeah, it was awesome.
And what about now? Do you feel like now that you're back and you have this renewed enthusiasm, are you keeping up with it? Are you watching? How do you feel about the sport?
I've only watched like the big fights. I haven't really been keeping up still. Honestly, I don't keep up with it as much as I used to when I was younger. Like I'll keep up with some of the lightweights in the top. I'll keep up with like the big names, but as far as that, I'm pretty much a casual, bro. I'm gonna be
Okay.
honest.
I was just curious because there's an interesting fight this weekend that sort of pertains to your weight class, and that's Islam moving up from 55 to 70 to fight Jack Della. How do you think he'll do in this main event on Saturday?
Um, Islam always shows up. I think he'll do. I think he'll do well. I think it'll be a good performance. I think it'll be a great back and forth battle. May the best man win that night. And yeah, I'm excited to watch it. I'm definitely gonna watch that one. That's gonna be good. Jack is a monster. I love his style. I love his hands. Like I love his work. I love watching both of them fight. So yeah, I'll be tuned in for that one.
What about Armin and your former foe Dan Hooker next week? Armin Sarukian. That's a big fight in your weight class. What do you think about that one?
Oh, I think that's gonna be a good one. If Dan can endure the grappling, because Dan is like the toughest man on the planet. He's the toughest human being ever. So I believe he'll be able to endure the grappling as long as he doesn't get subbed or anything. He's gonna tough it out, and he's definitely gonna try to push towards the later rounds. But Armin is a monster, and he does not get tired. His grappling is good. His striking's gotten better. He's just getting more comfortable in there. So, dude, that's gonna be a war. It's gonna be a back and forth battle. Dan's definitely gonna make it a war. Like I think he's gonna come out and make it a war. Who do I see getting the hand raised? I don't know. I don't know. I won't count out Dan in any fight. So, yeah, we'll see.
By the way, I know you breed pit bulls, right? We talked about this at the top. How many do you actually have?
Oh, I only have two. I got two. I got a boy and a girl. That's Flair and my dog Solara. Flair just had some puppies, so I'm thinking about keeping one of his puppies. But yeah, I don't have a bunch of dogs. I just got two.
Okay. And is Flair named after Ric Flair?
No, no relation to Ric Flair at all. But everybody thinks that. Nah, he when he was a puppy, like he just had this spark about him, and he was just something fiery. And I was like, "What's a good name? I like unique names. I like things that aren't normal, things that people can't say. Oh, that's my dog's name. That was my old dog's name. Like I've never met a dog named Flair, so I was like Flair. Even with my nickname, like I never met a tarantula, or no other
Right.
fighter had the tarantula. So yeah.
And now that you're back to fighting, you're in training camp. You're about to fight in about 3 weeks' time. Have we paused on all skateboarding activities, or because I remember you saying that you were excited to do it more, not having to worry about injury. Now, how are you handling the skateboarding stuff?
I I haven't even got to. I just kept training. I kept training, and I haven't skateboarded since I filmed that clip, actually.
Wow. How long
So
ago was
yeah.
this?
That was like maybe like 4 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are taking a break.
Yeah, yeah, no skateboard. You're not allowed to do anything crazy when you're in
Okay,
fight
yeah.
camp. So
But you're a pro. I didn't know if that, qualified as something crazy. And just curious, I'm always curious. I'm interested in religion. I'm interested in why people follow, what they want to believe in and how it touches them and what it means to them. Were you always a religious person, or was it just now recently that you got into it and this kind of helped guide you through this time in your life?
I was not always religious. So my mom raised me and my sister like in church. I started going to church when I was like 13 years old. I got baptized, and then so much like stuff happened in that church, and I just strayed away, and I was just like, I'm cool on all of that, like it was a lot of church hurt. And Yeah, I didn't. I would like my mom would ask me to go to church every now and again, every blue moon, and so I would go with her sometimes, but just kind of like just show face. And I wasn't about it, you know. I was just like, okay, like I'm here, I'm showing up. I had no relationship with the Lord, you know, and this was only recently. I think about 2 years ago. You know, so like a person of significance came into my life and like really poured into me and poured into you know, the aspect of understanding who Jesus Christ is and reading the Bible and getting to know him. And I just built that relationship, and I've been blessed to have my pastor help me and just brothers in Christ help me and continue to like keep me sharp and grow and then just learning about the faith, serving people. And this definitely been something that's helped me so much, because even with all the success I had and dealing with everything I was going through, I just kept turning to like alcohol, partying, drinking, and I just kept feeling empty. And I'm just like, I don't understand why I'm feeling empty through all these things and instances. And then, you know, now everything I've gotten through, if I told you everything that's going on this year, man, like you wouldn't even understand how I'm like happy and smiling, but it's through the grace of the Lord, you know, like Jesus Christ has just truly helped me get through everything. And it's been a blessing.
I can feel the smile coming off the screen. I could feel the happiness. You're a much different person than the one we spoke to back in March, and I'm delighted for you, man. Welcome back. Glad to see that you're in a good place, that you're happy, that you're excited, motivated, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what this means come December 6th. Can't wait for your return, and very much appreciate you coming on to talk to us about this. So again, thank you, and good luck. Good luck in training. Good luck on the night, and welcome back once again. This is an unexpected thing. I wasn't. You know, we've seen MMA retirements end, you know, after a year or so, maybe not always after a few months, but this is a special thing, and it's great to have you back in the mix.
Yeah, it's great to be back. And honestly, like I said, I didn't expect to even come back this fast. I thought it was going to take me a couple years, but hey, God was moving, and he told me, like, go back, go do this. I say, yeah. And, you know, I'm happy. I'm excited. I can't wait to go back in there and perform. I can't wait to go back in there and fight. And, you know, I'm gonna be here for a while.
Love it. Thank you, Jalin. All the best to you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
There he is, the tarantula, Jalin Turner, returning on December 6th against Edson Barbosa. Big fight for him to come back to. Barbosa returning to 155 as well, and that's the final UFC pay-per-view of the year. I don't know if they're on the. I don't know if they've announced the breakdown of whether or not that's going to be on pay-per-view or main card and all that stuff. That's the one headlined by Merab Dvalishvili versus Petr Yan, and of course Josh Van against the flyweight champion Alex Pantoja. In a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by one of our favorites on the program, the Red Hawk, Tim Welch. There is some breaking news that we can mention, and we can get into it throughout the show, but Ring Magazine is reporting that Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua are getting closer and closer to finalizing a deal to fight in December in Miami. So we know that Jake and his team have been working to salvage this Netflix date. He was supposed to fight Tank Davis. We know about the Francis Ngannou offer. Would you say that this is a big test for Mr. Jake Paul? Anthony Joshua has not fought since his loss to Daniel Dubois. Prior to that, he was on this comeback tour, if you will, very much rejuvenated. This is a former heavyweight champion multiple times over, and still, I would say, one of the best heavyweights in the world. This is a guy who will fight at 250, 260. Jake more of a cruiserweight. Don't know more about the terms, about the rounds, about the pro exhibit. I would imagine it's a pro fight. But I would think that Jake will get, or I would hope, I should say, get credit for taking on this challenge. I'll get the thoughts of the boys later on in the show, but this is a much different challenge than the one that Tank Davis was going to present, just given the size difference. Like there's literally 100 pounds and I don't know, a foot difference between AJ and Tank Davis. It's a completely different fight, and it would be happening within the next month or so, if in fact it does happen. So interesting stuff there. Let us go along now and say hello to our next guest, who is kind enough to join us. We always love talking to him. He is the man known as the Red Hawk. He is one of the smartest men in the game. He's got a tremendous YouTube channel. He breaks down fights like no others. Very fun podcast. I've had the privilege and the pleasure of being on it myself. He's the one and only Coach Tim Welch. What's up, Timbo? How are you?
Doing good. Great to see you. Been a busy morning, but glad to be here.
You're squeezing us in. That's a very polite way of being like, I'm a busy guy. I'm doing you a favor. Let's make this quick. Is that it?
No. Every time you text, no matter what, I'm gonna make time for it. This is the biggest show in MMA.
Well, I appreciate you. Look very studious today. I like this look. This shirt.
There's a thrift shop right next to the dojo here, and it's this guy. He's probably 60 years old. His name's Brad. He's my stylist. So he finds my shirts. He texts me, "What do you think of this shirt?" And I go down and grab it.
Well, shout out to Brad. It's a great shirt. It looks great on you. Your setup is always so great. I always love your voice. I've said this when I was on your podcast. You have a very sort of late night DJ vibe. You know, like I want to go to sleep to your voice. You know what I mean? It's a great thing.
Hell yeah, I appreciate it.
By the way, can I just ask, I know I'm springing this upon you, but just at first glance, Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua, you like this?
Dude, you people have got to have respect for Jake Paul. If something like that goes down, you cannot not have respect for this guy. Last fight, okay, against Daniel Dubois. Fight before that, beat Francis Ngannou.
Yep.
Beat Otto Wallen. That is such a dangerous fight for Jake Paul. I'm curious, would it be on Netflix?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh my!
It's a big deal, man. That's a big step up. Like Tank is tough. And were you out there with Sean in Puerto Rico? I saw some footage of them together.
No, he made it a quick trip. They went down there for W to do some film and stuff.
Okay.
I had so much going on here, so I stayed home.
What was his assessment? By the way, I had no idea this was coming right before you were coming on the show. So I understand I'm springing this upon you, but I'm just kind of, digesting it myself. What was Sean saying about the training over there and how he was looking?
He said their training's just so dialed in. That's all they do. They train in the morning, rest, and then they train at night and live lavish in between. They have a chef, and he said he's pretty focused down there in Puerto Rico. He said it's pretty badass.
Okay. You think he could win that fight? You think he could beat a guy like Anthony Joshua, who's that much bigger than him and that much more accomplished?
Do I think he could beat him? I like Jake, and Jake's a buddy, but I don't think he can beat him right now. But the size of the cojones on him for even talking about that fight is crazy.
Yeah, so someone will say it was fixed or that it's they'll make up something about him. That's usually how it goes. But I do agree. You have to respect the willingness to take on this challenge, especially 1 month. Were you surprised Francis Ngannou didn't take the fight?
I mean, what? I'm curious what you think about that. But you get offered, someone comes to you and they offer you $20 million for an easy fight. 20, 30 million, however much it was. I just think 10 rounds of boxing when you're not in shape and you're not prepared, that would tarnish Francis' whole legacy going 10 rounds with Jake Paul on 2 weeks' notice. So I think he found a smart way on saying, no, he's not interested.
Okay. Yeah, I would have loved to see it. But yes, there's a lot for him to lose. There's obviously a lot to gain as well, given the money involved. But Joshua is it's an even bigger name in the boxing world. So let's see how it all plays out. Part of the reason why I wanted to have you on, Tim, on this particular episode was because I love your breakdowns. Your YouTube channel is fantastic. You continue to do a great job, great production. And I love the top 4 fights in particular on this card this Saturday, UFC 322. So I just wanted to hear, because I feel like a lot of them are 50-50 fights, including the main event, which is the biggest of them all. So when I say Jack Della Maddalena versus Islam Makhachev, can we get the Timbo breakdown here? What are you thinking?
Obviously there's ways for Jack to win, but he's got a springy stance. He bounces in, he bounces out. We're going 5 rounds here. His cardio is great. He probably walks around at 195 pounds. Islam's used to fighting guys that are probably walking in the cage 175, but Islam is a natural 170. I've been around this guy multiple times. He is damn near 6 foot. He looks like he's 200 pounds out of fight camp, and that's what most 170 guys are. 6 foot to 6'2", and they walk around 195 to 200 pounds. But Islam, you see him in his pictures now. He looks just as shredded as he does at 155. He's talked about it in the past that cutting to 155, trying to recover in 24 hours and fight 5 rounds. He said he's max at 60% of his strength and power when it comes to recovering after weight cuts. Now, I think we're going to see a whole new monster in Islam Makhachev. I really would love to see Jack put one on his lips, boom, and put him out. I would love it, and I'm hoping that happens. But I think Islam Makhachev is going to get on top, put him in half guard, and probably submit him, unfortunately.
Okay, because you tweeted a couple of days ago. That's actually what prompted me thinking about having you on. You said you're nervous for Jack. You think it's going to be a really tough night for him.
I do, because his defensive wrestling is good. Bilal Muhammad, I don't know what happened in that fight camp. He wasn't shooting nearly as much as he does, but he has this weird defense. First of all, when you try to shoot on someone who's going side to side, they're constantly switching stances. It's hard to get in on shots. But he also, when he stops his shots, he changes levels and he blocks people with his forearms, and he gets his forearms in front of their collarbones and stuff. And I think that could work pretty well. But someone as strong and as big as Islam Makhachev, I think it's going to be hard. And he is working with Craig Jones, so he's able to hopefully make some jiu-jitsu scrambles happen. Start from half guard. If you just try to classic wrestle ups on Islam Makhachev, he's going to Darce choke you. He's going to grab a front headlock, and that's where his best finishing spots are. If he can get underneath him and maybe go deep half guard and do, there's a sweep called the John Wayne sweep that he did against Bilal Muhammad in half guard, where you usually get pinned, and he did John Wayne sweep. He stiff armed his armpit, technical stand up. If he can do funky stuff like that, it'll help. But I think Islam Makhachev and those guys are going to be prepared for that kind of stuff. And I think you've seen it in the past, Jack getting taken down pretty easy. And Islam, when he takes you down, he's just not going to let you up. You saw him against Dustin Poirier. Dustin Poirier is such a good black belt, has such great teammates, Division I teammates. And when you go in there with someone like Islam Makhachev, and you're not used to training with people that have that strong of a fucking grip, who's been grappling their whole entire life, that's just a different level of strength when it comes to the grip. And you've seen him even on that hand clasp machine. He has like 161 pounds on that thing. He's got big paws on him. I really would love to see Jack win, because it makes the division so exciting. But also, Islam Makhachev is a fucking freak show.
Man, I love these breakdowns. You do such a great job. I am curious about what you think of Islam, the striker. My rudimentary take is that he understands who he is as a striker and what his limitations are, and so he keeps it very, very simple. He doesn't try to do anything crazy, flashy. He keeps it simple, and it's effective. Do you think we see an evolution to that as a welterweight, because the guys may be bigger, longer? Do you think he keeps it just as simple and that works for him?
I think that's just the Russian style. They don't do a lot of flashy. They don't do switching stances. They don't do a lot of flying stuff, like much spinning stuff. They're just that long Russian style of boxing. And a big reason Islam's boxing is so clean, but a big reason it's so clean is because people are constantly worried about him level changing and shooting into a high crotch or a single leg. So it opens it up for his striking. But I don't think we'll see much different striking. Just clean, simple, fundamental boxing from him.
It sounds like you think this is a really good matchup for Islam. Do you see any nightmare matchups for him at 170? If he gets by this one, can he have the same type of prolonged reign at 170 as he did at 155, or are there going to be problems to come?
Someone like Shavkat, who's just giant, who's a giant, and he's going to have good defensive wrestling. I would love to see Kamaru Usman get him. I know Kamaru's getting a little bit older, but Kamaru's performance against Khamzat Chimaev made me think, damn, maybe Kamaru could do something. But still, at 170, I just don't know if there's anybody who can. I think Islam's going to stay at 170. I don't think he's going to go back down. If he wins, he's going to stay at 170. I don't think he's going to go back down. And I think he's a nightmare for all these guys.
If you were Jack's head coach, what's the game plan here?
I mean, you saw him do it again. You saw him do it against Bilal. The way he's changing levels, blocking with his forearms, always getting a hand inside. When he gets on the fence, he's got a strong grip too. He's always going 2-on-1. It's hard to finish these takedowns when you go 2-on-1. And again, working with Craig Jones, trying to use jiu-jitsu. He does more jiu-jitsu. He doesn't do classic wrestling stand-ups. Try to have the same game plan he did against Bilal. And we're going to be able to find out in the first 5 minutes if Jack's going to be able to shut down those shots or not. And if he accepts those takedowns and Islam's able to get on top and half guard, it's going to be a long night.
What's your assessment of JD and Bilal in that? I think a lot of the talk afterwards was that Bilal didn't use his wrestling enough, and I personally don't think that JDM got enough credit for his defensive wrestling and keeping him at bay and keeping it standing. Do you lean towards more Bilal straight and maybe fell in love with the striking and wanted to prove everyone that he can knock him out, or was it more Jack's doing?
You never know. You never know with these guys. You never know with their fight camps how much they're able to wrestle, how much they weren't able to wrestle. But then you do see people like that. They're like, "Oh man, why didn't he just shoot more? Why did he take him down more?" It's like put someone in front of you, about 3-4 feet away, and have them bounce side to side and juke side to side and switch stances. And then when they are squared up in front of you, they're punching to your stomach. It's a lot harder than you think. So I think you do got to give Jack credit. Just his footwork and his tactics in that fight made it hard for Bilal to track him down.
Okay, so ultimately you're going with an Islam victory via stoppage, right?
I want Jack to win. I do. The guy just seems like just the nicest guy, a family guy. I want to see that team win, but I just think it's going to be hard going against someone like Islam Makhachev. I think Islam's going to submit him.
Oh wow, yeah. Early, you think?
I don't think early. I think Jack's going to be able to stick around long enough. Maybe third round, Darce choke, head and arm choke.
Islam's a pretty big favorite going into this fight. I think him winning via submission is like a plus 200. So if you're on Prize Picks, which I do believe sponsors you, maybe that's the pick. I don't even know if you could do that type of stuff over there. I don't partake.
They're actually adding it soon. You're going to pick a winner or a loser. Usually you pick more or less. You can pick more or less on takedowns, more or less on significant strikes, more or less on like the fight time. But now they're adding soon. You can pick the winner or the loser.
Okay. I'm just as interested in Zhang Weili versus Valentina Shevchenko. And here's another situation where someone's moving up from 115. I wish that she could keep her belt and we could see champion versus champion, just like I wish that Islam was able to keep his belt. How do you see this one playing out?
People don't talk about it enough, but like for fighters, their confidence is like one of the biggest things. Confidence going into a fight, and right now, Weili 5-fight win streak. Valentina pretty much 2-2 in her last 4 with the draw. Alexa Grasso. It's such a good fight. Valentina's 37 years old now. Weili's 36-year-old. I think, especially the way Weili's coaches talk, she's just so dialed in. She hits like a guy. Valentina does too. I mean, she hits like a guy too. But Weili swings her whole hips, her whole shoulders in it. She swings punches to fucking kill you. There's a reason she's a girl. She's got 26 wins with 11 KOs. You don't see that very much. So I'm picking Weili to win.
Yeah, I think she too is an underdog going into this one, and that surprises me.
Yeah, that is surprising. I wonder how they got that.
So how do you see it playing out? Do you see her finishing Valentina? Always very, very tough to do so. What do you think?
I think Weili will win a decision.
Okay. Do you think she's the best fighter in the world as far as women's MMA is concerned?
Yes, I do.
I think she's number 1 pound for pound as well.
Yeah, I think so. She's just so solid, so springy. And a girl she beat Joanna twice, Jessica Andrade, Carla Esparza, Amanda Lemos, Tatiana Suarez. She's just so skilled and my favorite probably girl fighter to watch.
Yes. Her evolution has been phenomenal. I think early on people thought, oh, the UFC is just giving her opportunities because she's Chinese-born fighter. I think she's proven that she is much more than just that, and I think she's going to be incredible at 125. I agree with your assessment as well.
Yeah, I think she can be strong at 125. That extra little bit of horsepower go a long way.
The performance against Tatiana Suarez was eye-opening to me. Like, I think everyone thought Suarez would just sort of steamroll her, and obviously that did not happen. I think the guy who has the most pressure on his shoulders on this card is Sean Brady, because I thought that Sean Brady was going to get a title shot after fighting and beating and dominating and submitting Leon Edwards, first man to ever do that. And instead, he has to fight a killer named Michael Morales, who, let's be honest, if you're a casual fan, you probably don't know. If you're a hardcore fan, you know, and you think he's terrifying and he's gigantic and he hits like a freaking truck. And they're like, yeah, here you go. Fight this guy next. You just submitted a former champion. Now fight this guy. How do you see this fight playing out? Because I think Sean Brady is incredible. And for some reason, the UFC, for whatever reason, isn't getting behind him right now.
Yeah, I mean, gosh. And then they put him against this monster. Michael Morales, 26 years old, and he's 18-0. And he's on a nasty win streak right now. TKO'd Gilbert Burns, TKO'd Neil Magny, but he's taking on Sean Brady. Sean Brady's another level of strong. You see this guy's back? He's got a good back on him. And now he took out Leon Edwards, took out Gilbert Burns, took out Kelvin Gastelum. I think Sean Brady's going to be tactical. 15 minutes. God, Michael Morales is so scary. I think 15 minutes, Sean Brady's going to stay calm enough and end up taking him down and taking him out.
Winning a decision, just like maybe the the fact that he's a veteran, he's been here before, gives him the edge.
Yeah, I'd say a decision.
I love that fight. I mean, it's a great fight. I feel bad for Sean. I feel like he should be fighting for the belt next, but I think it's a great fight. And then you've got in the same weight class, Leon Edwards versus Carlos Prates. Prates getting back on track with the spinning back elbow. We don't really, the question here is, who is Leon Edwards at this point, right? Like, we don't really know.
Again, talking about confidence. I mean, like these guys that are at championship level, like Bo Nickel, Leon Edwards, these guys that have been fighting their whole lives, you see when sometimes they lose, they lose so much confidence. It demoralizes them. A loss can demoralize fighters very quick. I don't think that's going to be the case with Leon Edwards. Leon Edwards is southpaw and southpaw. This fight I'm so fired up for. I'm so fired up for this fight. We're in for a real treat kickboxing match. But Carlos Prates, that dude is nasty. He has got the build for 170, lanky and just scary. 32 years old, smokes ciggies, which is cool. Smokes ciggies. Again, 1-1 in his last 2. Leon Edwards coming off a 2-fight skid. I think Leon Edwards can come out there and out kickbox him. I really do. So I'm going to pick Leon Edwards' decision.
Okay. By the way, if you had a fighter who was smoking like 10 to 15 cigs a day, would you be cool with that, or would you tell him to stop?
I would just probably try to put him through the ringer. I'd put him through the ringer when it comes to strength conditioning. In practice, I'd be putting him with the toughest guys. And if he's not fatiguing and he's pushing the pace and he's still having good reactions later in the rounds, and he's I mean, what can you say? What can you say? It's like, if he's smoking ciggies and he's gassing out, I'm like, dude, do you want to be a champion or do you want to just smoke the cigs?
Yeah. Just wanted to ask you about 2 other fights on this card. You mentioned Bo Nickel. What's your assessment of Bo at this point? The internet said he got fraud checked against RDR, but we've come to find out RDR is pretty damn good as well. And I hear he is fighting a guy named, Rodolfo Vieira, who's a tremendous BJJ practitioner, but maybe on the back 9, as they say, of the career. I like the matchup for him, but who do you think Bo Nickel is at this point, and who will he become?
Rodolfo Vieira is probably, when it comes to just accolades, probably one of the best guys to ever be in the UFC. But again, he's really good in Nogi too, because he won ADCC. He's world champion in the gi. But again, he's this big guy, and most of his jiu-jitsu comes from being on top of a person and just smothering them, getting in half guard, smothering them. And I just don't think he's going to be able to take down Bo Nickel. And I don't think his guard is going to be dangerous enough. And he's not like a really lanky, flexible guy like Charles Oliveira that can crawl his guard up, threaten arm bars, omoplatas, triangles. He's more of a stocky big guy. So I don't think he's going to be able to submit Bo Nickel. And I think this is a good fight for Bo. I'm picking Bo wins by decision.
Okay.
And yeah, again, people saying he got fraud checked by Rainer de Ritter. Rainer de Ritter is another freak show. He's huge. I don't know how he makes 185 pounds. His record, 21-3. He's 6'4". He's giant. And then he goes and beats Robert Whitaker right after. So you can't take that away from Bo Nickel, especially Bo Nickel only being 7-1 and taking that fight. So yeah, I think good fight for Bo Nickel. I think he wins it by decision.
And what about this Malcolm Wellmaker? Is he on your radar? 135er, obviously you have a very accomplished and famous 135er in your stable. I'm very impressed by him. Have you watched any of his fights, and are you impressed as well?
I haven't watched much of him, but I've watched him kind of move around and train a little bit. He is explosive.
The right hook. 3 right hooks in a row.
Yeah. 3 right hooks in a row.
It's crazy.
I'm trying to remember how he did those right hooks too.
Oh, the last one was incredible. Like he faked the kick to the body, and then he went, and it was Semtex Daily-esque, but with the right, not with the left. Clean. It was beautiful. Back in Atlanta in June.
Yeah, I think I remember now. He like throws that right hook before his foot even lands. He like throws the kick and just whips that right hook. Yeah, I mean, the guys he's fighting, well, I guess we'll see. He's got Cody Haddon coming up. I'm not sure.
It's not top tier, but they're building him up, and I feel like he's another one of those guys like a Peyton Talbot. I maintain 135 is the most interesting division in the UFC right now. You've got these young studs, you've got the established guys, and he's on that list. I think he's phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch him. 31 years old too, 10-0, 6 KOs. I'm excited to watch him grow and get bigger fights for sure.
Former pipe fitter This guy was a pipe fitter for almost 10 years. I mean, you do that kind of job and then you become a UFC fighter.
I tell you what, any of those construction guys that come in and they're that do that kind of work, they come in, their grips are so strong. Even in jiu-jitsu, they have just crazy strong grips. And that definitely comes from construction for sure.
I'll ask you about a couple of things and then I'll let you go. What about this Red Hawk Academy? I saw some footage of the Red Hawk Academy. I mean, you talk about state of the art. It is, and you've got, what is this? You got paddle courts on there? What is this? What are you guys doing over there?
This is the suite right next door to the dojo. Right next door to the dojo. It opened up and I was trying to kind of brainstorm. Me and Shug went and played pickleball a couple times. We're like, damn, that pickleball is pretty fun. And I was looking into it and it's like one of the fastest growing sports in the United States. We're right next to a retirement community too. And the old folks, they love this pickleball. So I was like, why don't we just open up our own pickleball facility? So it's got 4 courts right next to the dojo. 4 courts. We're making it kind of an 80s theme, so there'll be some 80s music pumping, and it's just going to be a real good vibe when you walk in there. Real good energy. It's hard because pickleball, you compete with free courts that are outside, but right now we're the only indoor courts on the west side, and it is just going to be it's going to be a good time.
Man, look
and
at
it
the
opens
gym.
up in about 3 weeks.
3 weeks. What's it called?
The Pickle Dojo.
I love it. And look at the gym. This is the Red Hawk Academy, right?
Yes.
And you've got the Red Hawk Java House.
Right now.
What a vibe. I mean, it's beautiful.
Every time I come in, it just still seems like it's just a dream to me. It doesn't seem like reality, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. In 6 years ago, I rented an old mechanic's garage, 900 square feet. There was still mechanic stuff in it, and I just really grew slow. I just grew slow. Grew my memberships. I didn't have to get any investors or any loans out. And I think that's where things get hairy. And I just did it because I love it. And I wanted to make just a fun place that I enjoy coming to and hanging out at. And yeah, everything's going pretty smooth. Really enjoying it.
And this is open to the public, right? If I'm a Joe Schmo, I could go there myself.
Yep. Open to the public. We got great beginners jiu-jitsu programs. We got kids jiu-jitsu programs. And then for our MMA fight team, I have phenomenal coaches. I got Drakkar Close, who's one of the head coaches. I got Mark Martin, former Ohio State wrestler, Courtney Casey, and Joe Diesel Riggs. And then I got a handful of other coaches too. So we got some great coaches, and we have some amateurs coming up that are going to be a problem in a few years.
I love it. I love it. You also have Tommy McMillan, who just won, right? Is he the next guy to come out? Your next great pro?
Yeah, Tommy Gunn. This kid's an animal. This kid is built for fighting. He enjoys the hectic fights so much. 3-time state champion from my hometown. I've known him since he was a young buck, and he moved down. And the kid's going to be a problem for sure.
He looks like Sean a little bit with that hair and that build.
Yeah, he look completely different styles, but
okay.
Yeah, they do look similar.
And what about Big Sean? What do you think? When are we going to see him back?
Hopefully in January. Hopefully, yeah, in January. We're kind of keeping him ready. He just got done sparring right now, so starting to get his body ready to go for a battle.
Okay, 135?
135, yep.
If it was up to you, who's he fighting?
I mean, gosh, there's a bunch of fights that could happen, but I really want, if things work out the way they should work out and Shug gets to fight for the title again in the warehouse, you got Song Yadong, who's a great match. That would be an exciting fight. You got the Zahabi kid.
Mm-hmm.
The Zahabi kid. He beat Pedro Munoz. He beat Jose Aldo. He beat Chito Vera. And I think that's another exciting fight that we could look really good in. We could look really, really good in. So maybe one of those.
A lot of options. When Zahabi called him out, I saw his video. It seemed like he kind of like laughed at it, so I wasn't sure if he was going to be interested in that one.
Yeah, both of us weren't super familiar with Zahabi, but then we kind of watched him and then watched his record. And we're like, oh, that would be a really fun fight.
Even Bryce Mitchell just called him out. Did you see that? Country Boy versus City Boy.
I didn't see the call out, but I know Bryce messaged me. He said, "Hey brother," because he was gonna come out and do some farming with us. But he said, "Hey brother, maybe we'll wait because I think Sean and I are gonna fight one day, and then we'll all hang out and do some stuff after." I said, "Sounds good, bud."
Okay, all right. Maybe you go fishing with some of his friends. Just chill out. One more. Let me ask you, Merab and Yan, the rematch. That's obviously a weight class you know a thing or two about. You know both opponents. What do you think? How does that go down?
I feel like I mean, obviously they say Peter's right hand was hurt in that fight. Merab's probably had injuries he's dealing with too. Everyone's counting out Peter. Everyone's counting out Peter, and you cannot count out a monster like that. I mean, the bigger cage, I don't think that'll be much different because of their styles, but I feel like Peter could take a lot from the way JDM stuffs these shots, the way he changes levels and blocks people with his forearms and stuff. I think Peter Yan could win. I think he could win, especially Merab. He wants a TKO. He wants a KO. He's getting more comfortable with his hands. But if he sits there and flurries like he did versus Corey Sandhagen, and he's flurrying on Peter Yan, he's open to be hit. His chin is above his shoulders. He's open to be counterpunched. And I think that's a way Peter Yan could win. But again, Merab is such a fucking tank that I won't be surprised if Merab wins by decision again.
You're the man, Tim. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Go check out the YouTube channel. The Academy is looking amazing. The pickleball, I mean, you're killing it. I'm still waiting to go and get a coffee. That's all I really want. I just want to try your coffee, and then I'll fly back home. But it's always a pleasure to pick your brain for a few minutes. Thanks for squeezing us in. I appreciate you very much, and all the best to you. Talk to you soon.
You the man, Ariel. Peace out. See you guys.
There he is. Coach Timbo on the program. Always great to have him on. What a vibe. What a vibe. The YouTube channel, he's got a thing where he does late night streams, and it's a real vibe. The coffee looked good in that video too, and they did it was nice.
Can you use some coffee right now?
Yeah, you want some? Should we go?
Let's do it.
Guys, what do you make of this Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua before we get to John McCarthy?
Pretty crazy.
You into it?
I mean, it's a fight that I absolutely would watch, no doubt about it.
I was on Logan Paul's pod, and they asked me, which do you prefer? This is before everything went down with Tank, Jake, AJ. And I said Jake, AJ. To me, it's just more interesting because AJ's taller, bigger, more accomplished than Jake, obviously. But I like the idea of Jake trying to take down the big guy as opposed to fighting down. And I see no reason why this isn't a pro fight. Why wouldn't it be a pro fight, right?
1,000%.
You think people will like it or hate it?
Love it.
I think that anything Jake Paul is tied with, people typically don't like. But I think the fact that he's fighting against Anthony Joshua will have to be a sizable underdog in that one. People will appreciate it more. How can you not respect the move?
This is the one where Jake Paul gets knocked out. For the people that don't like Jake Paul, this is the one. He's delivering it to them. He's saying, I'm facing a top heavyweight.
The guy who folded Francis Ngannou like a lawn chair.
The guy who folded Francis. Yeah. He's supposed to kill me. So I think the Jake Paul haters are going to love it. The Jake Paul lovers are going to love it because they're probably delusional enough to think he's going to win. It's perfect. It's exactly what you're supposed to do if you're Jake Paul. It's a better fight than Francis. It's a better fight than Tank. He's done it. If the reports are true and this ends up happening, I think Jake Paul nailed this.
What if he does win?
He can't, but it would be incredible.
Let's marinate on that, and we'll come back to it because we're still digested all. I haven't had a chance to reach out to the contacts, but obviously Coppinger is tapped in, as is the ring. Very excited though to talk to our next guest, and it actually occurred to me after we were able to book him. Wow, unbelievable that this would happen on the 32nd anniversary of UFC 1. Now he didn't work UFC 1. I do believe he made his debut at UFC 2, but I mean, an individual who is synonymous with the sport, with the organization, with the growth of the sport, certainly from an officiating standpoint. I mean, who better than Big John McCarthy to talk about all of this and more? And recently, we got the news that he was coming back to officiating, and he recently dusted off the old referee shirt, the gloves, all that stuff and more. And given, some of the criticisms that we've had as of late, wanted to have him on, but also what a time for someone of his stature and of his experience and resume to re-enter that pool. I think it's only a very huge positive move for the sport and for the fighters to have someone of his experience officiating these fights and being back in the mix as far as officiating, regulation, all that stuff and more is concerned. Without further ado, let us say hello to the one and only Big John McCarthy, who is kind enough to join us on this Wednesday afternoon. Hello, John. How are you? Long time no speak.
Absolutely, and thank you for the very kind words. I appreciate it. But yeah, the old guy with the gray beard, he's back.
You're back. We had Jalin Turner come out of retirement. We spoke to him earlier, and now we have you coming out of retirement. to get back into the swing of things. And so let me ask you, for the last few years, you had been doing this podcast with Josh Thompson, the Weighing In podcast. At one time, we were at odds, but I think that was just all performative, right? We were just friends. We were just kind of...
Never at odds. I think you do an incredible job.
I appreciate it.
You are the grandmaster of the MMA media world as far as the way you do it. So all in fun.
Same here. Yes, I couldn't agree more. But then we find out that you were leaving that venture and you were going to go back. Can you tell us when this idea started to percolate in your brain, coming back, doing this? Because you hadn't done it, I believe, since 2018, right?
It was 2018 was the last time that I had refereed, but it started percolating a year ago because Scott Coker asked me to come do his show. He says, "Hey, it would be great if you would come and you just do the main event and stuff." And I said, "Scott, I would love to do it." I go, but it was on the same day that I had promised to do a small time little talent show in the town that I was living in, and I had made a promise, and I said, "I can't." He goes, "Hey, I'll pay them off," and I said, "I can't do it." And but it kind of put it in there, and then I went and did the Craig Jones Invitational in Vegas, and I had a great time. And what it really was, Ariel, to be honest, I love being in the cage. That's great. But it's being around the people that you enjoy being around those people, having, meals before the event, meals after the event, even the meetings that we do and stuff. And I miss those people. I miss the clowns. And that was really what eventually I said, I'm bored. I'm just not enjoying life the way I need to do it. A lot of people I know came out and said, "Oh, he's doing it for money." I'm like, no, I'm losing money doing it. But I absolutely know that I enjoy doing it. I've been back for 3-4 shows now, and I've had a blast doing it, and it's been great. And my whole goal is to help the other referees that are younger referees get to that level so they're able to take over the sport, because I'm not going to be here long, and take over the sport and know exactly what they have to do in given situations, help them become comfortable, help them understand the little nuances that will get them through a situation or create more of a problem. That's what I'm here for.
Back in 2018, why did you decide to stop?
That was a different scenario. I had had a problem with my shoulder, I thought, and that was in 2017. And I had they went and they did nerve things, and they said, "No, it's your neck, and you have 2 discs that one's gone and one's crushed, and we need to replace those." And so they did that, and I went right back to work. I told them, I said, "Look, I got 6 days before I have a show, and I'm not missing that show." And they said, "Well, you can't." I said, "Well, then I'm not going to do it." Well, they did it, and then I thought I was fine, and then all of a sudden, and it was my fault. I had a gym and I was teaching, and I let someone hold me in a specific type of choke. It was almost like it's a darce, but they were doing it like a Japanese necktie, which is they're cranking my neck, and I let it hold too long, and I thought I was fine, after the little session. And then later that night, I started to have a problem. I woke up the next morning, and I was in trouble. I mean, I had a stinger going down my arm that just wouldn't stop. And then it just got worse, and I started atrophying, and it got to the point I could not lift my arm. And I mean, I couldn't lift it at all.
Wow.
And then I was to the point I was like, I can't go out and officiate like this because I'm a danger to the fighters. I got it fixed, I thought, and then it came back. And that's when Scott Coker basically, came to me and said, "Hey, have you ever thought about commentating? I want you to, come and, not apply, but do the
rehearse.
The rehearsal.
Or not a rehearsal, like an audition.
Audition. Thank you very much. See, you're better with words. And so, so I did, and they said, "Hey, we want to use you." And I was like, well, it's the perfect timing. It's not that I wanted to leave, but I was like, I don't want to go out and not be the person that can do things the way it's supposed to be done. And I had a problem, and there's other, there's fighters out there, I got headaches every day. It was bad for a long time, but eventually, about, somewhere in 2022, it started to go away. The surgeries, I had multiples to try to get rid of it. And eventually it worked, where I was able to start to build strength back and able to become normal. And so at that point I was like, well, I could go do it. And that's, about a year later is when Coker kind of put it in my head, and I was like, And then finally I was like, yep, life is about enjoying, the time that you're on this earth and doing the things that are important to you and with the people that you care about and love. And that was my decision. And it was not about finances. I love that part, but definitely all about who I got to spend my time with.
On this side of the fence, we hear Big John's coming back to officiating. Great. Looking forward to seeing him at a big show. But from your perspective, what do you have to do to get back in the mix? Do you have to apply in every state? What is the process to now? You don't have to tell anyone about your credentials and take any tests, I would imagine. Oh, you do? I would be shocked. But what is the process to actually get you to be allowed to ref events in all these different states?
Yeah, well, if the first thing you have to do is you're going to have to go through the medicals. You have to go to the state. They're going to have to send you their forms, and then you've got to be able to fill those forms out. A lot of them want, letters of reference. They want a letter of reference
about you? You are the letter of reference.
Absolutely. I've written enough letters of reference for other people, but yeah. So I had to get letters of reference. I have to do the medicals. I have to pass those medicals. I have to do the eye exams. I have to do all that. And then they decide if they're going to license you. And so, I'm not here to do the big shows. I'm not worried about that. I'm not doing this because, I need to do a big show. I'm doing it because I get to work around the people, in the Nevada State Athletic Commission that I really care about, the California State Athletic Commission that I've been part of bringing a lot of them on, and now I get to see them again. That's honestly what is bringing me the joy in life. And so that's what it's about. But yeah, I have to go through all of that. It's no different for me.
New York,
I think I have maybe a little bit easier getting past, maybe a little bit.
From what I read, New York, Nevada, California, Connecticut, you're good to go in those states, right?
I believe so. New York, I missed a signature for the doctor, so I haven't gotten completely.
Okay.
The doctor's got to sign the one signature, so that one might be coming.
Okay, and you made your return reality fighting in early October, right?
Yes, sir.
What was that like for you? Were you nervous? Were you anxious? How did you feel before all of that and during?
I'm being honest. It was, I thought, well, I wonder if I'll get nervous because, after all the repetitions of fights, I would tell, other people and athletic commissions, careful when you're putting a newer referee in as far as how far you're putting them in and how many fights, because they do get nervous and the heart rate goes up. And so I thought, well, we'll see. And it didn't. It was, it felt like I walked back into my home. It was, I had a strange knockout that night. I'll say that, but it was a blast. I had a good time and I was like, well, it's like riding a bike, you can do it. And then I went to Las Vegas after that. And, the executive director there is Jeff Mullen and Matt Valenzuela is his assistant. And they go, you haven't lost a step. And I go, I've lost steps. There's no doubt about it. But, it's going to take a little bit of time to get back up to that level. I don't think that I'm coming back, in any way as good as other people, but it's a matter of, I think I know what I'm doing. And I think I can help in bringing some of the younger guys up.
When you talk about the strange knockout, are you referring to like the patented McCarthy tackle, like that you had to dust that one off?
Yeah, kind of. But it was
you didn't miss a beat.
I felt bad about it. I really did.
Was it this one?
It was this one. Look, check out this elbow is weird, and then he takes 2 steps, and then he goes down.
Yeah,
comes down after him, and it was like, oh, And I'm, based upon him taking the step when he does, I didn't start going towards him, and that made me slow. And so, yeah, I felt bad. I'm on top of him. I said, hey, I apologize, man. I didn't mean to, hit you like that, but you weren't stopping. And so that was it. You got it.
And as far as what you're able to officiate, it's not just MMA, right? I do believe you have some BKFC, some bare knuckle, kickboxing. So this would be any combat sport, boxing as well, right?
Boxing as well. I used to do boxing all the time in California, and used to judge in Nevada and stuff like that. But I have a BKFC this Saturday in California and stuff. So I'm looking forward to that. I love the sport. I think it's a blast. I help, with a couple things in it. So I can't wait to be
wow.
They're watching it because it's fast, it's violent, but it's fun.
Will you judge as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your son is a judge too, right?
My son is, I take more pride in the way my son handles himself. And I have more people who contact me and say, man, I met your son. I work with you. Dude, he is so good. He's so nice. He's this and that. I said, yes, he's a much better person than me. And I'm proud of him for it. And he is. And so, it's, it's one of the things is like, when someone all of a sudden starts going to compliment you on the way you raised your son and the way he acts, it's going to make you feel better than
100%.
anything.
I completely understand what you're talking about. What about refereeing? Does he do that as well?
He does not. He decided long ago, and that's when I first, and I'm going to be honest, Ariel, I was harder on my son than anybody. I was, and then, I have taught all the, most of the top people that are out there right now, and I was super hard on him. I didn't help him while I helped others to get into athletic commissions and everything like that. I made him do it all on his own, and he's done a phenomenal job. And at this point, you can go and look at the, fights that people look at that you go, there's a split decision there. He's usually that person that's, if it's a split, he's the one, that's on the right side of the split. And the ones that are not, they're so close in the fights, and it's hard for people to understand that the judge, where they're sitting, they're going to see a specific fight, where the judge on the other side might see something different based upon what they see land, the referee being in the way, all these things. So there's a reason we have, the three placements of the judge. But I will say that, my son is doing an incredible job in a very difficult job. It is not what people think. The part, that it really bothers me with people is they think, the judges don't care. The judges care more than people have any concept of. They constantly are on phone, text, and Zoom calls together that are not set up by any commission. They're set up by these judges to talk about specific fights, to talk about why it's a 10-9 or a 10-8, and to do all these things. They talk as soon as the fight is over. You're going to see the judges huddle together and talk about their scores and why. And they care about, getting it right. And that's the way it's supposed to be.
I recognize that this is a tough question. You're talking about like getting back out there, and these are your friends, and these are people that you helped, become the officials, the referees, the judges that they've become today. But as it's been a hot topic as of late. There's been several instances where, we sit here and we're critical. And I always say it's the toughest job in all of sports, being an MMA referee, because it's split-second decisions. It's very subjective, this, that, and the other. You don't need me to explain. But could I ask you, your assessment, the state of MMA refereeing? Let's start with refereeing. The state of MMA refereeing. How do you feel like it stands right now? Do you think we're in a good place, or do you think there's improvements to be made?
There's always improvements to be made. Let's be honest. If you sit on your laurels and you say, "Oh, we're good," you're not going to improve. And improvement in anything, improvement in the fighters, improvement in the trainers, improvement in the officials, that's what leads to the sport reaching that next level. So there's always improvements to be made. And, I think in part, we're trying to make some of those improvements. We're doing them sometimes through rule changes. We're doing them through mechanics changes, as far as when a referee is going to do something, how they're going to do it, what they're going to perform, how it's going to be, adjudicated. All those things are important. But if let's be honest, if you go back and you look at early MMA, it's atrocious. I was atrocious. You can look at, what they'll call the pioneer staging, which was, a little bit later, like into the UFC 20s, still bad, still horrible judging. And it's gotten so much better. The people now, are truly professional as far as how they're doing it, why they're doing certain things. People that are fans may not understand it. And that's, sometimes you have criteria that you have to go through. Sometimes it's, I don't agree with something someone does, but what they're doing is allowable. It's just that I would choose a different course while they're choosing a different course than I would choose. And they have that, right. But I think we all, as officials, need to come together and become more, not only proficient, but more together in the way we decide when we're going to call, warnings and when we're going to take points. Fighters are smart, and I try to say it all the time that, fighters take advantage of things that they can take advantage of. That's their job. I don't blame them, but our job is to make sure that they don't get that advantage. And sometimes we're doing a good job of that. Sometimes we're not. And so we need to always be looking at how do we adjudicate this so it's fairest for what's best for the sport, what's best for the fighters, what's best for the fans, and then what's best for the promotion.
Two things in particular that I've been vocal about recently is that I feel like there are too many warnings, that the warning should be in the back. And if you inflict some kind of a foul on your opponent, whether it's an eye poke, a low blow, even if you grab onto the cage, if you do something that is deemed illegal, that you should be penalized, because if you're not, what is going to stop you from trying to do it again and again? You're going to gain an advantage. You'll get a stern warning. You'll get even a second stern warning. There was a fight between Kevin Holland and Mike Malott, multiple low blows, nothing happened, and clearly, Holland was compromised. There's that issue, and then the issue of intentional, unintentional. This idea that it's unintentional, so we're not going to penalize, when I think that most of the fouls aren't intentional, in that they're not trying to harm their opponent to the point where the fight is called off, but still, like you poked your fingers in someone's eye, you hit them below the belt. Like I always make the comparison to regular sports, like when a football player grabs a face mask, maybe he didn't mean to do that, but he's still going to get penalized. No one's going to sit around and say, did he mean to do that or not? And so what do you make of those two criticisms? And is there any wiggle room there in terms of improving it so that this isn't happening as often as it seems to be happening these days?
Yeah, I think you're right in the fact that as a whole, officials have, we've warned to the point of nauseum on certain things when we need to actually take an action. But the problem with it is this: it's the same as what you just said about, football. And hey, you didn't mean to grab the face mask, but you did. There's a huge difference, and this is part of, the problem with our sport as far as the officiating and, the point system. You got to figure that most, fights are close fights, we'll say. So they end up, if it's going to go to a judge's decision, it's a 29-28. We do get 30-27s, obviously, but 29-28 is what you hear all the time as far as the judges' scorecards, because there's a 1 point difference, 3 rounds. One guy wins 2 rounds, one wins, 1. And when I take a point from one fighter, it's not like grabbing a face mask. Grabbing the face mask is when you see a referee stop the action, give a hard warning, and take someone out of a position. That's the face mask. That's the 15-yard penalty. Because you can have a face mask that's 15 yards, or you can have one that's 5 yards based upon, it was, you didn't grab it, but your hand went on it and stuff like that. It was unintentional. We'll give a 5-yard. So when you look at taking a point in MMA, that is the same if you're going to look at the NFL and say that the quarterback drops back to pass. He's on, the 10-yard line. He drops back into his end zone. He throws an 85-yard bomb down the field, and there's pass interference called at the 5-yard line, and they take the ball and move it from 1 5-yard line or 1 10-yard to the 5-yard line. Mm-hmm. That's a point in MMA. That's the significance of a point in MMA. So it's not the same as, we have holding or we have offsides. Those are little things that we don't really get to utilize that much, except for giving that hard warning or changing the position, taking someone out of an advantageous position based upon them creating a foul. I'm not going to take the point. I'm going to penalize you by taking you out of the position. That's as close as we can get to that. And so the taking of the point has always been something that we try to stay away from, because we don't want to influence who wins the fight. We want the fighters to come down to that. But it's come to the point where, we look and say, as a community, we need to start saying, okay, the fighters have gotten to the point where they have a behavior in certain things. They do things based upon the behavior. They've been allowed to do these things, and there's been no negative repercussions. Do we want to start tightening up those negative repercussions? And do we want to start making it to where we're not going to give you just warnings? We're going to give you fouls. There's ones like you talked about with Kevin Holland. I'm being honest when I say, if I was reffing that fight, Kevin Holland and Malott would have definitely gotten a point taken, at least based upon, I have to even this out. Kevin Holland has been fouled not only once, he got, hit with a low blow, and then immediately he gets another one, and that one's really bad. And so you got to say, Mike Malott has gained an advantage in the fight through a foul. I can't have that happen. So I've got to try to level the playing field here by taking a point to say, okay, yeah, you gained an advantage. You're feeling better than Kevin Holland, but I'm going to take the point to at least say, well, that means you better win this round or you're going to lose at 10-8. And I've got to put you in that position. I don't want to, but I'm going to, based upon how bad Kevin Holland is as far as the effect that It's everything in the fouls is intent and the effect. So when you sit there and you say, I'm going to take a point for any eye poke or any touch of the fence or anything like that, you're not going to like the results. It's going to be detrimental to the sport. But when you categorize it to, okay, what was the intent and what was the effect? So if I have someone who reaches their hand out towards the fence and they kind of grab it to stop the takedown, but boom, the takedown happens. The intent was to stop the takedown. The effect was it didn't happen. You ended up where you were supposed to end up. I'm not going to take a point. I'm going to warn you. If you stop the takedown, no doubt you stop the takedown. I'm telling you right now, in the back, I've told the fighter, you stop the takedown, I'm going to take a point from you. There will be no warning. The warning is right now. And a big part of what we need to do is those backroom conversations. We need to make sure the fighters know exactly, hey, I will be doing this. And then when you say I will be doing it, don't bluff. Follow through with what you said.
It's such great insight. It's such a privilege to be able to pick your brain on this stuff.
There's not much to pick.
Because it's such a hot topic right now, and it always has been a hot topic for as long as I've been covering the sport. And it feels like it goes through waves where it's like, oh my God, every week we had this Waldo Cortez Acosta versus Ante Delia fight in Nevada, and Delia's team has since reached out and told us that they're filing an appeal. Was that handled the right way in your opinion? The restart and the way the eye poke was handled with the team in the cage, or should that have been done differently in your opinion?
Look, I'm going to be honest. I thought, in some ways things were right and there was things that were wrong. Let's be honest, Ariel, how many times have you seen, how many fights have you watched? Okay. Mm-hmm. So how many times have you seen a fight end and the stool comes in, or how many times have you seen a stool come in between rounds for a fighter? But name me the time that you've ever seen a stool come in other than those two circumstances.
Yeah, never.
So we had a foul. We had a fighter sitting on a stool. We had a cut man working with him. We had a doctor working with him. We had water being given to him. There was things that were done that you look and you go, there was not enough control. Someone was not doing things in the fashion that is allowed. And so that part was bad. The worst part was, look at Delia did poke him in the eye, and he did it offensively. Mm-hmm. That's rare. When you take a look at, most of our eye pokes are done in a defensive fashion. Meaning I start to come forward, my opponent sticks their hand out to regulate distance on me and sticks their hands up towards my face as I'm coming forward, and I run into those extended fingers, and we have the eye poke. That's a defensive eye poke. In this case, it was Delia coming forward and throws his hand out with his hand open. That's on you, and there should have been a point taken for that right away. That's a different type of eye poke, and you need to be able to look at it and justify the difference between the two so you know which direction you should be going. So if you were going to restart the fight, I'm going to be honest, Delia should have had a point taken off of his scorecard based upon that was not only an eye poke, it's an offensive one. You created it. And so there was some things that I would look at and say, could we get better? Yes. Were there things done that were good? Yes. But, the replay official in that was a big part of, getting things right. And that's something that we've done in trying to, be better and get the right call. And it's a great addition. It's something that we need everywhere.
One more, if I can, specifically, and you're navigating this very well because I understand these are your friends and colleagues. So I don't want to put you in a position where you're openly criticizing them. It's a very tough spot, and I recognize that. Sure. We saw a situation with Matt Frivola and Kyle Nelson where, to me, it seemed like the fight was stopped with 3 seconds left, and then it continued. And it reminds me a little bit of the Ante Delia fight because I do believe, we also saw with Neil Magny and Jake Matthews, like there is an adrenaline dump when you think the fight is over, and then you're being told, no, you have to keep going. And so when you see things like that, and then we've also seen some other times where it goes past the horn, where the fight continues and the round has already stopped and there's still more damage being inflicted. What is your assessment of what's going on there?
Well, I can tell you this, and sometimes it's hard to understand when you're on the outside of the cage, but the referee inside the cage, Ariel, he hears things and he sees things nobody else does. And when I say here's, a lot of times people will go, oh, you'll have a low blow, and people go, oh, that didn't hit him in this, and you can hear it when you're the referee. It makes a specific sound, so that the cup was hit. But people will get upset that, you stopped it because they didn't see it. They say, no, it actually hit him here. And it's like, you could hear it stop. So there's things that the referee sees and they hear that help them with the information they need. When you're looking at the horn that was really the problem for both the Jake Matthews fight, if you're going to say it that way, and then the Kyle Nelson fight, I can tell you I've seen many referees think they heard the bell and when there was no bell. Now, the real question is, you've got to know that sound, the horn. But I can tell you, going all the way back to like UFC 47, I had Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz. They're fighting for the first time. And near the end of the first round, Chuck goes and he opens up going after Tito, and he's putting damage on Tito. And Tito's trying to, hang in there. And I heard the 10-second clacker. And at that time, I would never do anything to motion or anything like that. But, I'm counting down in my head, and I get to 1, 0, 1, and I didn't hear anything. So I stopped the action of the fight. And Tito actually thought I stopped the fight on him. He's like, "No, John." Yeah, I said, "That's the end of the round," because he didn't hear the horn. I didn't hear the horn. I know Chuck, obviously, I don't think heard the horn because it was so loud in that arena at that moment because the fans were going crazy. You just couldn't hear it. So I came up with, actually, if you look, all the referees now, they kind of point in a direction towards the timekeeper at that 10-second, just to notify the timekeeper. I heard it. So we have at least an accounting that the referee knows that there's only 10 seconds left in the round. And those are the types of things that happen. With the Kyle Nelson one, I know Dan said he heard a horn. He didn't hear a horn, but he heard something that he thought was the horn. And sometimes, you hear things that are just different. It was a mistake. I'm just going to, flatly say it. He made a mistake as far as that was not the end of the round. Did that cost Kyle Nelson? Well, fortunately, not overall. But yeah, he had to fight 2 more rounds of a fight that you look at and you go, how much damage did he take in those 2 rounds that he would not have taken if that fight possibly would have been stopped? If the 3 seconds that were left were allowed to go, how many more shots would have landed? Would one of those have put Matt Frivola out? We don't know, but there was a mistake, and you have to be honest about the mistake. And when you make the mistake, like I said, you have to be honest. You have to say, I made a mistake. This is how I made the mistake. This is how I'm going to fix it from now on. And you got to move on. And the fans are never going to like it, but you got to be honest. We're all human, and we're going to make mistakes. You try not to. And when you do make them, like I said, be honest about it and figure out, how do I make it so that doesn't happen again?
I have great respect for you, for Andy Foster, because you've always come out and done interviews and explained things when the going was tough and when the going was good. And I've always felt, especially after these events, I don't expect the referee to hold a press conference, but there is something in other sports where you have a pool reporter and one reporter will go talk to the referee. They'll issue a statement. You'll get some sort of Q&A and an understanding as to what they were thinking in these moments. And I think it would be very beneficial for us, for the fighters, for the public. Would you like to see, I would love to see this happen, where after a fight like that, we can then go and see, okay, this is what Dan was thinking. Just like the NBA issues something, this is what the referee was thinking during a controversial moment. Should we have more transparency when it comes to the officials?
I've always believed yes. I do believe. I believe the reporters deserve that so they can report the right information. I believe the fans deserve it so they can understand, because sometimes when we, things will happen and, we're told as, officials, I don't want you talking about that. Okay. But we didn't do anything wrong. People need to know what really occurred. And it's like, no, we're not going to talk about it. Just let it go. It's, we understand, we're good. Oh, and you're sitting there. And I always say, you're going to be the flavor of the month somewhere along the way. And people are going to be mad at you because they think you did something wrong, even when you didn't. And just suck it up. And, if you did do something wrong, then suck it up from that. There will be another fight, another show, in the next week or week, after that, and someone else will do something. So you become, you're no longer the flavor of the moment. But I believe that, we should have certain people that are allowed to talk based upon, they can communicate and not say something that's going to harm the promotion, not harm the commission, and give people insight into, look, this is what I was looking at and this is why. There's many times people fight, fighters are smart and they're smart about fighting. And many times people will look and say, well, you were letting him get fouled. And you can look and say, yes, I know that foul occurred, but I looked at how much effect it had on him. He was winning the fight, and it had zero effect. He didn't stop what he was doing. And I truly believe his opponent was looking at me to stop it. In fact, did that kind of, trying to get me to stop it so he could get a moment to get away from his opponent. So he could get a moment to, if I put it back in the same position, they want to try to change that just a little bit. So now I can hopefully get out because I'm stuck where I'm at. There's all kinds of ways that, fighters do things. When it comes to fighting, they're brilliant, and they will absolutely, skirt the rule right to the edge of that envelope if they can, so it'll work for them, and they're PhDs when it comes to this. And you've got to be able to look at the times when I need to stop the action and look at the times when, yes, I see that, but I'm not going to stop it based upon the things that I know that are occurring right now.
One more, and then we'll let you go. And again, thank you very much for this. Recently, you were public in your support of the Muhammad Ali Revival Act.
Yes, sir.
I just saw a report here from a reporter named Sadiq Ahmed, who said the Colorado Combative Sports Commission has voted to oppose the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. There were no votes in support. I recall not that long ago the California State Athletic Commission hearing in which they received 6-0 votes in support of it, and you were on the call, and you were very much in support. Can you explain to us why you feel like this will be good for the fighters, and why you feel like this is something that is even worthy of your time? When I know that specifically you don't only focus on MMA, you do work in boxing as well, but you are primarily viewed as an MMA official, I would say, like famously. Why was this something that was important for you to voice your opinion on?
Well, one of the things I want to bring up is, and even you had said that, I came out saying that, people had a financial interest. What I was talking about was I didn't. And that I thought, and I was wrong. I thought that you would get some of the people within the sanctioning organizations being on that call and making, statements about it, which really was more MMA people than anybody. But the real reason that I look at this Revival Act, first off, I love when a fighter has options. Okay. And there's not one boxer that has to do this. They can all stay within the exact framework that they fight right now. They can stay with the sanctioning bodies. They can stay with those organizations. They don't have to change anything. The Ali Act stays the same for them. Nothing changes. So is it better for a fighter to have options or no options? I always look and say options are great. I would rather see you have options in that the UBO has to do things that the sanctioning bodies don't. They have to provide medical insurance for those fighters. They have to provide the medical payment for those fighters. They have to provide a training experience as far as a place that these people can go for training and physical therapy that is there for the fighters under contract. That can be thousands and thousands of dollars. I look at this and I had several people, Matt Brown being one, he was mad at me, but we got on a call and we talked about it. And, there was one part that I looked at, he was looking at it saying, John, if this happens, then MMA will never have an Ali Act. And I go, look, I'm not even equating this with MMA. I never thought about it in that form. I'm looking at what is best for boxers. And right now, boxing has lost HBO, Showtime. They've lost Fox. They've lost ESPN. So where is boxing being seen? Right now, the Zone. That's it. And that's limited. And so all of these avenues for boxing are, you can take a look and say, are they growing? Or are they getting smaller? They're getting smaller. And no matter what anyone wants to say, there are people in boxing, as far as the top guys, they make a ton of money. They're getting paid. And, I would never go to a UBO if I was one of those guys. But there are mid-level fighters, Ariel, out there that, trust me, will make way more money under the UBO system and be financially better off than they ever are with the sanctioning bodies, because people don't realize what the sanctioning bodies do. The sanctioning bodies charge the fighters. They charge them for sanctioning those championship fights. They charge them for getting rankings. They charge them for the belt that they put around their waist. And so you're looking and saying, well, what's that? Well, if you take a guy, that's up there, that's a good fighter, I'm not going to name names, but I'll give you for instance, there's, a fighter that just did a fight, and he had $1 million purse. Well, right away, 200 and some $1,000 were taken out of that $1 million for sanctioning fees for him to be able to fight for those titles. He also had to pay for each belt. Each one of those belts, he was paid had to pay $5,000. Do you think the belt's worth $5,000? It's not, but he has to pay for them to have the belt for him. He then, even before that, you get the sanctionings will sit there and say, I have a fighter who's 8-0, and I want to get him up into the rankings. They say, hey, no problem. You know what? We're going to create the Southern Caribbean, championship, and you're going to pay me $10,000 to get that fight done, and that's going to help him move to this section and to help him get a ranking. And then you're gonna from the South Caribbean, we're gonna go to the North Caribbean, and then from the North Caribbean, we go to the West Caribbean. And each time I'm going to be paying 10 to 15. So after I pay $100 and some $1,000 to get this fighter ranked to that position, now that he's ranked within one of those sanctioning bodies, now we can hopefully try to make some more money. But I have to put how much money out? Well, that doesn't happen with the UBO. I'm not saying the UBO is going to be perfect for anyone, but it's an option. You don't have to do it. If you had to do it, I would say no, but you don't have to do it. And in the end, there's going to be fighters right now that are working normal jobs and able to not support their families if they're not, that will be able to get rid of that normal job, put all their time into training, and live a decent living based upon the money that is out there available for them under that UBO and the medical things that it provides.
We can debate this, but I feel like you've laid it out very. No, I mean, I'm not really against it. I like that there's options. I do wonder if at some point there won't be any options. And of course, when you see TKO being so aggressive in terms of supporting this, you do wonder what the motivation is, right? You do wonder.
Oh,
right?
I don't wonder what the motivation, and neither do you.
Well,
okay?
Yes.
And look, do they have a foot up on everybody? Absolutely, they do. There's not a doubt in my mind, because let's be honest. Look at who they are and look at what they know as far as promoting fights. But when you look at it, you got to say, does everyone else have the same opportunity under this? Yes, they have that same opportunity to do it. Do they have to put money towards it? Yes. But the one thing that these guys have to do is they have to market fighters. And by marketing the fighters, what are you doing? You're putting money into growing that person, growing their platform, growing their name, and making stars. Because if you don't make stars, you're not going to be successful. So, yeah, they do have a leg up. I'm not saying they don't. But anybody else that wants to get into combat sports, specifically boxing at this time, this is your chance. This is your time to say, okay, I'm going to do that. And, be in competition with them. I'm not saying, that I'm not saying in the end that all of this is going to work, but I do know that a fighter having the option of being able to do this under the UBO or stay with the sanctioning bodies is better than just saying, I'm going to have to just stay with sanctioning bodies. The option is always better for the fighter. And that's what I was looking at.
Thank you so much, John. Welcome back. Great to talk to you again. Really, really nice to have you back in the mix here. And hopefully you could come on when there's other things to talk about. It's great to have your insight and just tap into your knowledge. So really appreciate it.
I appreciate your time, Ariel. Thanks for having me on.
There he is, the legendary Big John McCarthy, the greatest MMA referee of all time, and obviously doing great work in other combat sports. That's a major coup for us to have him back in the mix. Major coup for the fighters as well, and for his willingness to come on. I'm very, very appreciative, and hopefully we could do more of that stuff, because I just think the smarter we get from people like him who literally wrote the rules, the better we all are. Fighters, fans, media, etc. All right. Wanted to have my old friend, the Warlock, Kung Fu Panda himself, on the program. Why? Because there's a massive fight happening in London. There are big fights consistently happening over in the UK. Not so much here as far as boxing is concerned. Not so much here in America. But over there, it's as hot as can be. He's on TalkSport. He's on the Daily Telegraph. They're covering boxing over there like we cover the NBA over here. It's the second biggest sport in the country, in the region, behind football. And as fate would have it, there's a pretty big news story that just broke regarding one of their own and arguably the most famous boxer coming out of the UK right now. And so let's go over to London. I believe he's at the Open Workouts, standing by as our correspondent, the one and only, my old friend, Gareth A. Davies. Is he there? There he is. I could kiss you if you were in front of me, Gareth. How are you?
I'm very well, Ariel Helwani. It's lovely to be on your uncrowned show. It's the Ariel Helwani Show. It looks the same as it always did. Very messy desk you have there, don't you? And you look fantastic, sir.
Thank you. Wow, it's so nice to hear from you. Thank you for the compliments and a bit of an insult as well. You look fantastic. I see you all the time. You're such a big. You're more popular than ever, dare I say?
Well, hopefully I'm more popular than you are here, because you can tell that story.
Never. Why do you open the door for this? Why do you open the door? I was trying to let it go. You always open the door. What a time it was.
Look, I'll put my hands in the air. You're more famous in the UK than I am. Wherever we are, whether it be a gas station, up the freeway, here in Canary Wharf, you'd be mobbed right now while I'd be sitting here writing the Anthony Joshua story.
Okay, so can we talk about that? No dilly-dallying. There's a news story that just came out, courtesy of The Ring and Mike Coppinger, that Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul are in deep discussions to have a fight in December. There's the graphic right over there. You know Anthony very well. You're the man when it comes to all things UK boxing, and boxing in particular. Your reaction to this, and what are you hearing as far as how close this is to being finalized?
I'm a little shocked, Ariel, as anyone in boxing would be, that Anthony Joshua, two-time heavyweight champion of the world, who's been in training camp with Alexander Usyk recently, we've learned, who wants a trilogy fight with Alexander Usyk, who's being prepared behind the scenes for a fight with Tyson Fury, hopefully, that would bookend an amazing era of heavyweights in the UK. I'm really shocked that he would take a fight with Jake Paul. On the other hand, if he's earning $50 million to go to Netflix and leave DAZN for a fight, I understand the cradle of money that these guys earn is extraordinary at this stage in their careers, and he probably wouldn't say no to it. On another level, I don't think it should be sanctioned. As you know yourself, Florida is a very lenient commission if it is going to take place in Miami in December. I have heard from Eddie Hearn. Someone might impersonate him here. Yeah, someone might even impersonate him. Just bear with me one second.
Okay.
Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn's here.
Oh, Eddie's here? The actual Edward Hearn?
Eddie Hearn's here. Eddie Hearn's here.
You put me under so much pressure.
Is AJ and Jake Paul going to happen, Eddie?
Well, it's a fight that AJ needs. It's a massive fight. And I think Gervonta Davis, from moving up to Gervonta Davis, Anthony Joshua. I don't like Jake Paul, but you've got to give him credit. Amazing. Fantastic.
There he is.
What about Tyson Fury?
Al Foran, of course. Yeah, Al Foran.
Hello, Ariel.
A quick answer for Ariel. Can we really see this fight happening?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll do this to Tyson Fury. I can see Jake Paul beating Anthony Joshua, and I'm going to put money on him. I'll put £1 million on it. Me dad can too. 100%, and it will happen. And I'll tell you what, AJ, if you want me, we're going to make it happen. Get up.
What do you think Chris Eubank thinks about it?
I mean, do we look at it as some sort of a tune-up fight for AJ? The fact that it's so, it's very short notice with regards to it being next month. But why are we not talking about the fight on Saturday?
Well, we will in a minute.
My favorite one is Katie Taylor. Ask him what Katie thinks about it.
What did Katie Taylor think of it?
Listen, it is what it is. You have to give the props to Jake Paul. You really do, because, he's making it. This is a massive step up for him. A lot of people were, criticizing him for fighting Gervonta Davis because, he's about 60 pounds lighter than him. Now he's fighting a fellow who's 60 pounds heavier than him. So fair play to him.
But if it does take place in Miami in December, do you think Donald Trump there? What do you think he thinks about it?
Well, it's not too far from Mar-a-Lago. I think it's a great fight. I think, Jake Paul, he's doing it. You can say whatever you want about Jake Paul. He's doing great things for boxing. He put on a great show in Madison Square Garden in July with Katie Taylor and Serena. That was a great show, wasn't it?
Can you do Ariel Helwani as well? What does he think about it?
There he is. Oh, there he is. Hey, Al.
Right. Go on. Go and get me a tequila.
Gareth A. Davies.
My face is hurting. Tell him my face is hurting.
to Gareth A. Davies here in London versus Ben 2. He's going to tell you how bad that impression was when I leave. Yeah, Al Frank, go and get me a tequila. I'll meet you around the corner in a minute.
Oh my God! What a legend!
The brilliant.
Amazing.
Al Frank. Cheers, brother.
Well done. Well done.
I'll see you in a minute.
My face hurts. Okay.
Yeah, he is brilliant.
He's unbelievable. Prolific. As are you. Back to the original answer. Why do you feel surprised? Why I think you said you're shocked. Why shocked that AJ would do this?
Because it really damages his legacy as a two-time heavyweight champion of the world if he really is taking a run at big fights again. As I say, the fight with Tyson Fury, I know they're talking about it behind the scenes, Ariel. I know that Saudis are involved in it as well. I know they're talking about a big Wembley Stadium fight next year. Eddie Hearn's been talking about a tune-up for Anthony Joshua, but this isn't a tune-up. But even over and above that, I just don't believe Jake Paul, who you mentioned how big boxing is in the UK, he wouldn't even win what we call an area title here in the UK. There's guys better than him at cruiserweight. And I think it's a dangerous thing to be setting. It's a dangerous precedent to be setting to allow a very dangerous, modern, powerful, punching heavyweight, a knockout artist, in against a guy who was really a novice in sport. It was different when he fought Mike Tyson. It was an exhibition. They will probably call this an exhibition if it goes ahead. I've got a statement, not a statement, but I did get hold of Eddie Hearn just to finish the round on that. With you, as you said, I have got my ear to the ground on this. I asked Eddie about the Coppinger tweet, and he's saying nothing close yet, that he and Nikisa have spoken, but his view is that I don't imagine Jake is crazy enough to do that. I think Jake is crazy enough to do it, but I don't think it should be sanctioned, is my view, my professional view on it.
Okay, can I just ask, you say that it would damage AJ's legacy, if in fact it does happen. But, the likes of Muhammad Ali had an exhibition against Antonio. Is someone else coming? Who's here now? Who do we have now?
Jedi Floyd is here now as well.
Wow, we've got just like a who's who of people. Hello, they can't
was
hear.
It Shane Mosley you're up against last?
No, I beat Shane Mosley. I beat DeGale. Now I'm fighting Billy Joe Saunders.
Oh, for DeGale. Now you're fighting Billy Joe Saunders. I got all the news stories for you.
Yeah, look at this. On the scene. We appreciate it.
I don't know what he's saying.
It's Ariel. You know Ariel. Yeah, have you been on his show?
No, I haven't.
Well, hello.
You know this fella. This is a guy that when the bell rings, he doesn't know when to stop. You just keep fighting, don't you? You don't believe in the pause between rounds.
Last fight with the guy, I was getting eye gouged, so I was just I was reacting, and he was incredibly smart. Obviously, he's been around a long time, and I reacted, and I kept getting pinched like I normally do.
I know I'm acting as your agent almost over here at the moment because everyone's coming out of the workouts.
He looks like a young Dan Hardy. He looks like Dan Hardy.
He looks like a young Dan Hardy. He does indeed. Yeah.
I do?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Circa 2010.
Circa 2010. Now, I think he's got a bit of a better mohawk than Dan had, isn't he?
Yeah, well, all right.
I can't get rid of it. I can't get rid of anything. I still wear silky boxes from 25 years ago.
Right, you've had your minute of fame. Go on. Okay. I'll catch you around the corner. Lovely to see you, mate.
Bye-bye.
I just wanted to get you on the Helwani Show quick. I'll see you in a minute. Cheers.
So, Gareth.
He's giving me dirty looks now because I've thrown him out of the show. Don't hurt me, Matt.
Gareth, Muhammad Ali once fought Antonio Inoki in his prime. George Foreman once fought 3 men on the same night in Toronto after the five men. Excuse me. Yeah. So great boxers have done, side quests, as they say. Why would this damage his legacy?
I just think a lot of people here would look down on him doing this fight, and I think that's the way the fans will react. He has a hard time with the fans, Anthony Joshua. Half the people love him, half the people are critical of him. I think he's an amazing character. I just don't think it's the tune-up fight for Anthony Joshua, for Tyson Fury, and I do think it would damage his legacy in some ways that he's acquiesced to fighting Jake Paul. Listen, I'm a big fan of Jake Paul and what he's done, creating this different kind of highway, if you like, for influence of boxers, and he's the guy that's taken it the furthest. But I'd like to see him in against a KSI or someone like that. That's the really big fight in my view.
Okay, fair enough. Let's talk about this weekend, a fight that we know is happening. Our feeling here, Gareth, our old friend New York Rick, Eric Jackman, who you've known for so many years, said leading up to the first fight, it was his most anticipated fight of the year. We were all buzzing for it. From our POV, stateside, it doesn't feel as big. And I wonder, A, how it's feeling over there, and B, do you think if it doesn't feel as big, if it's because they went back to the well too soon? If it's too soon from April, the first fight that was so great?
Well, to put some historicity on it, the fathers who fought in 1990 and 1993, which is the whole reason this is taking place, it's a dynastic legacy fight between two families. The names of Ben and Eubank are iconic in British boxing, and even in British sport, I would say, not just boxing. The two fights they had in 1990 and 1993, and the fathers, as you know, are very involved with their sons still, are iconic moments in British sporting history. For me, the fathers Chris Eubank had 11 world title fights between the fights 1 and 2 in 1990 and 93. Nigel Benn had 10 fights, 4 world title fights between them. They've had to revisit again because, as you know, our great friend Turki Al-Sheikh has put 20-odd million up for these guys to fight again, around about 20 million. So they're taking it while the opportunity's there until or before Chris Eubank retires and maybe before Conor Benn sails back down to the welterweight or maybe 154-pound division to try and win a world title. They're taking it because the opportunity's there. A surprise fight. Yes, blood is thicker than water, so it's a family feud, ongoing family feud in a sense, but it was very exciting first time around. It felt like the perfect storm. At the time, I said afterwards, it's definitely a fight of the year contender. It was one and done. We saw everything we needed to see, from the egg smashing in the face to the drama about him being a drugs cheat to the extended time that it took between the postponed fight, 2.5 years, and the actual thing taking place, and it moving from an arena to a stadium. The drama of Eubank Sr. reuniting with his son on a dramatic WWE moment just before his ring walk on the night. It's almost like, and then the fight itself, which absolutely delivered 12 rounds of beautiful brutality, a toe-to-toe war. Whether they can replicate that, again, I don't know in the ring. They'll be different as they go into round 13, Ariel, but there is that feeling that it feels big in the bubble here, but hasn't really exploded yet. And now, tonight, all the outlets here are reporting the Anthony Joshua story, so it's kind of taken the thunder away from it again.
Yeah, that is a very good point. What did you make of this accusation from Eubank Jr. about the ambulance and Eddie and Matchroom stopping it? Explosive stuff. He put out a little clip. Very hard to understand the context, how long he was waiting, what it all means. But do you think there's any credence to it?
Well, as a very good journalist, you hit the nail on the head with all those things there. Look, it's just a clip of 2 ambulances in the bowels of Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in North London. It was a chaotic night leaving there. I normally park my car 4 or 5 miles away and cycle to my car, believe it or not, because it is incredibly difficult to get transport from there afterwards. It was bedlam outside till about 2 in the morning because I think there was an underground station, a train station shut at the time as well. It really was bedlam. There's nothing beyond that video. We haven't had a statement yet from the stadium itself, which is disarming and rather annoying because that video's been out there for a week. But I think it's part of a sideshow. Obviously, he was chronically dehydrated. Both men ended up in wards next to each other in the hospital on the night with their fathers there as well. Obviously, he made it through. It's a very serious thing when a fighter is ill after a contest or not well and needs to get to hospital. We know about the golden hour that they must be looked at and treated if there's something wrong with their brain or their or particularly as a head injury. Obviously, it wasn't in this case, but the Boxing Board of Control are looking into it. It's kind of a sideshow now. Obviously, in seriousness, it's not, but it's part of a sideshow. And we kind of need... We got the press conference tomorrow. The workouts are great. The 2 men are absolute box office stars. They're great characters. They're great to be around. I've known both of them a very long time. I think they really will deliver a great fight on Saturday night. But it's that moment, as you know, you've been around so many events. You've been around a lot of events together over many, almost decades now. You just need a bit of a push and a pull at the press conference. A bit of drama, a bit of something that makes the goosebumps go, a bit of a thrill Maybe something a little outrageous tomorrow, and then I think it'll ignite.
I'll let you go in a moment, but I do want to ask you about Senior, one of the all-time great characters, and I do remember a week or so before the fight, maybe 10 or so days before the fight, he's in the park. He's even having a go at you and saying, like, you shouldn't be reporting on this. You shouldn't be supporting it. You shouldn't be backing it, all this stuff. And then, of course, he shows up on Fight Night. I saw him on TalkSport, and Simon Jordan and Jim White did ask him, like, were you paid? And he kind of skirted the issue. And this time around, he doesn't seem to have the same kind of issues that he did with the fight, despite the fact that his son posted pictures of himself at the hospital looking emaciated, looking all beat up, looking dehydrated and whatnot. What do you make of his switch up? And do you think ultimately he was just kind of paid to show up and that's why he's staying quiet?
Well, he's saying paid, moi, non, clearly. So we have to go with him on that. Listen, he's an amazing character. I've known him many, many years. He's one of the extraordinary, most eccentric sportsmen you'll ever find, one of the hardest men on earth. He was a great warrior in the ring. He's brought his son up beautifully as well. He loves his son, so he's going to be there, and his son's going to make him a grandfather to twin boys very soon as well in the coming months, which he learnt about in the last couple of weeks, I think. What do I make of Senior? It's good to have him involved. It's as simple as that. It's great to be around. As I said earlier, were it not for him, we wouldn't really be having this fight. Because of the fathers, we have the sons, and the apple hasn't fallen far from the tree, if I've answered your question there.
Okay, fair enough. Your pick?
I think Eubank on points again, 7 rounds to 5, 8 rounds to 4, which is what I had it first time. I think Conor Benn's got to make it a dog fight, make it a roughhouse brawl again. But I think Eubank will start with that jab very strong. He's got Bomac in his corner this time, Terence Crawford's trainer. So I just think he's too big, too strong, too experienced, too good. The only caveat is Conor Benn recovered very quickly from that 12-round war. He has 8 years on Chris Eubank, and if that first fight did take an enormous amount out of him, we may find out that he gets stopped late on Saturday night. But for me, Eubank on points, Ariel.
Do want to give you your flowers. Call of the Warrior out right now via Hail Mary Publishing. Look at this. I saw you with all the bigwigs gifting them a book. Conspicuous by his absence was moi. I didn't get any book, didn't get any sort of presentation, but it's okay. We're happy to support.
There'll be one arriving at Chez Toi. Send me your address right now.
Yes.
I will get one sent to Chez Toi immediately.
I appreciate that, but very, very happy for you. Looks fantastic. And I do want to say we miss you over on the MMA side of things. When are you going to start showing up at these press conferences, asking the tough questions?
They shall pay, I shall receive, I shall be there.
Okay. Thank you, Gareth. You're the man. Keep up the great work. It's always a pleasure from afar. You know I love you dearly, and I'm happy to see you in good spirits, good health as well, yes?
Very good, and it's a pleasure to be on, and I'm delighted for your success and your independence and your canonical ownership of your own work.
Thank you, Gareth. All the best to you. Appreciate it very much.
Cheers. Cheers.
The great Gareth A. Davies, my old friend, Gad, as they call him on the streets, the Warlock. Funny story about Gareth A. Davies. Back, he opened the door. Have you guys ever heard the story about us going to the Tesco? I believe it was. It was UFC 120. It was October of 2010. We were going to listen to Dana White speak at Oxford University. And they had the media day. This was back when the media day was literally like in the basement of a hotel in London. It was my first time covering an event in London. It was Dan Hardy against Carlos Condit. It was Michael Bisping against Akiyama. And it was at the O2. And I was very excited to be there. Casey was there as well. I believe Esther too, maybe just Casey. Anyway, Gareth's a rock star. I mean, he's like, look at the guy. He's unbelievable. He's one of the most eccentric human beings that I've ever come across. And we're in his sports car. I don't know what it was. It was a BMW, it was a Porsche. It was some sort of sports car. It was going very fast, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, manual transmission, as they say. And he's going on and on about how popular he is in London, how popular he is in the UK, how everyone knows him, everyone reads him, everyone knows what he's about. He gets stopped on the street. And we stopped for gas. I think it was a Tesco, but it had like a whole like cafeteria in it. We go get a sandwich, and the moment we walk in, the guy at the cashier says, "Oh my God, are you Ariel Helwani? What are you doing here?" Like we're on the side of the highway, on our way from London to Oxford, and this guy freaks out. Now, this is 2010, mind you. I'm a neophyte in this game. Gareth is going on and on about how he's been doing this, Paralympics, Daily Telegraph, all this stuff. And the moment we are now among other human beings, this guy freaks out. And I'm like, well, you know my friend Gareth. He's a legend here. He's a rock star. He gets stopped every second. Not so familiar with his work. And so that's what he was referring to. And so ever since then, I've needled him about the fact that he was going on. And then the moment that we were among his people, I get recognized and someone pops for my president. It was a fun moment.
I do think it's funny. Nobody.
Yes,
you go, Frank. Go.
It
was fun.
Nobody what, Frank?
What?
That was my bad. I stepped all over Frank.
Yeah,
But
you usually do.
That person's uncultured. Not knowing Gareth in the UK is actually.
You've probably heard this story 15 times now.
I've heard this many times.
Because I've said it on the show a lot. I didn't think he would open the door for me to say it again.
I've heard this off the show. I've heard this on the show.
Yeah, no, it's a great story. What can we say? It's a great story. PT, welcome back.
How are you?
are
A
you
bit
doing?
of news there while I was away, huh?
Yeah, a little
Did you change?
I'll tell you what, I spilled some sauce on myself while I was eating my dinner. So
What was say
I had to
sauce?
throw in a jumper.
What was on the menu?
Oh, I made some how could you describe it? Honey and garlic chicken.
Okay.
That's what I made.
All right.
Wow.
Chicken thighs, bit of basmati rice,
Oh.
a few peas. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Basmati on the stovetop pot.
You know it.
Yes. Yes.
Got the sieve out.
Don't
10
respect
minutes.
the man who microwaves his rice.
Okay, what about a rice
Fuck
cooker?
those
Rice
people.
cooker is
Sorry.
probably the
Rice
way to go.
cooker.
Rice
Yeah.
cooker, I can respect.
Yeah,
Efficient.
the rice cooker is
We need
used
a new
every
rice
day.
cooker. I got some on my eye now.
I
Yeah.
dare someone to show up and tell me they boil in the bag.
No, that's crazy.
Oh,
Tom.
fuck
I
a boil
dare.
in the bag. You know, someone tells me they boil in the bag, you're on my shit list immediately.
Immediately.
You know what I
You
mean?
guys wash your
That's
rice
fucking
before
illegal.
Yes.
you cook it.
You
Yes.
sure do.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Wash the rice, you said?
Yeah.
Wash the rice. Yeah, do you do that, Frank? I saw a whole video about it.
Absolutely.
Also, I learned that you should never refrigerate rice. That if you use it 24 hours, like you should just leave it on your counter. Don't put it in the fridge, and 24 hours later, it's useless.
Interesting.
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
I
I've
ate-
many
That there's
fried
all
rice
kinds of
Salmonella from
organisms and mold
Yeah.
and weird things that develop
in the fridge.
in the fridge. Yes. And
I
we would refrigerate rice all the time, and I showed it to my wife, and she's like, "Oh, this is hogwash." I'm like, "This guy on Instagram is telling me." This.
Oh, a guy on Instagram, man.
No, he like broke it all down.
the same one that
I do.
At least he broke
refrigerate
it all down.
myself.
At
You
least he
know?
broke it all down.
Someone
I
told me they got very sick from rice once.
Yeah.
That kind of style, the refrigeration style. Yeah?
Oh, wow.
Refrigerating cooked rice is crucial for food safety to slow bacterial growth.
Are you trying to?
Wait, you're saying
It
it's
should
the
be
opposite?
cooled quickly. Yeah, that's exactly.
Literally
what
every
I'm saying.
fried rice recipe is saying.
You're
take
telling me
ice
that
cold
guy
rice.
on Instagram had it fucking wrong?
That's what the
No
guy.
way.
My manager, she lied to me. She told me she got sick from this. Yvonne, wherever you
I
are,
bet she
when I
left
was
it out.
14,
What were this guy's
you
views
lied
on
to me.
microwaves?
We didn't get into all of that because I was just watching the video, so we didn't have like a back and forth.
That's
but
unfortunate.
I bet she left it out, Pizza.
It seemed extremely, I don't know, convincing. It seemed real.
Why it's an AI video?
No, it definitely wasn't AI, but he did have some like animations and whatnot.
Did
Anyway,
he ever
gents.
mention why he was able to speak on this topic? Did he ever like have any credentials that lent to why he should be believed?
I put my rice in the fridge and got diarrhea.
That's what Pizzi's friend said.
That's not me. That's the Instagram guy.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Sorry.
wow, what a revelation.
No.
Guys,
I literally ate refrigerated rice today. I'm fine.
We didn't call PT back and interrupt his dinner time or movie night or whatever he was having to talk about this. I saw, so all this is happening in real time. Saw the report. From my understanding, as I've said on the show before, they were trying to salvage this fight, this date, this opportunity to be on Netflix. Everyone can remain, all the fighters who are preparing to be, like, you could just move them over to December. Obviously very lucrative. And we had talked about some of the names that had been discussed, and this is one that had been discussed prior to the Tank Davis fight being made official. But in the midst of the show, we get the report from Mike Coppinger of The Ring, who states that the exact language, let me see if I can, Ring X, Mike Coppinger, the exact language is as follows. I think we do have the tweet as well, right? Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul are finalizing a deal for a heavyweight fight on Netflix in December in Miami. Sources tell Ring Magazine Paul steps up massively to fight the former heavyweight champion after his exhibition with Gervonta Davis was canceled. Major props to Paul. So there you have it. In the midst of all this, I did reach out to Eddie Hearn, as did Gareth, and he said, "We have spoken, but nothing close, and I doubt he would be so crazy." He being Jake. I then asked him, would you say this report is premature? He said, absolutely. And then I said, can I attribute this to you? And he said, yes. And so what do we make of this, guys? Do we think there's smoke to this fire? PT, what do you think? You think this is something that could actually happen? This would be within the next month, right? This would be sometime between now and probably December 19th or so in that time frame. What do you think?
I think it's a huge fight. You know, I didn't expect this at all. Usually when Jake is in a fight, the odds feel like they're stacked very much in his favor. This is the complete opposite of that. I'd very much agree with Gareth A. Davies' take, which was I'd expect Joshua to obliterate him in a boxing match. I mean, look what Anthony Joshua did to Francis Ngannou before that Dubois fight. Like, I mean, it was a completely different affair than the Tyson Fury fight. I think, having heard Eddie Hearn's update and having looked at that tweet again, it feels like boxing's equivalent to the old in the works reporting that we used to see in MMA an awful lot, right? Like when we weren't quite sure, maybe one side had verified that this fight is happening, but you can't get the other side to commit, and it's in the works. It's a huge fight. The one thing I will say is, why would you want that out there? Why would the Ring report this? Why would someone give them that information if it wasn't going to happen? Now, because everything else pales in comparison to this, as far as I'm concerned. Every other fight that they had perspective or potential, I don't think it's as big as Anthony Joshua. So I don't know. This
isn't a ring fight, right? This isn't a ring fight. Anthony Joshua is tied to DAZN. Anthony Joshua has a relationship with Turki Al-Sheikh in Riyadh season. The ring is owned by Turki Al-Sheikh. And Mike Coppinger works for Turki Al-Sheikh and Ring Magazine, and so they can catch wind of the fact that, hey, maybe an offer is being made. This is us now hypothesizing. I've not done the research, but to answer the question, an offer maybe has been made, because for Anthony Joshua to leave DAZN, he's one of the crown jewels of DAZN. DAZN would have to be paid for him to leave DAZN and fight on Netflix, right? We heard Oscar De La Hoya talk about this when the Ryan Garcia report came out, and he's like, no, he's a DAZN fighter. Katie Taylor was also a DAZN fighter, but Eddie Hearn talked about convincing DAZN to say, like, hey, this is too big of an opportunity. We want her to go do this, and thus they allowed her to do it twice. And maybe there's a chance that DAZN says, like, hey, we don't want to keep letting our fighters go over to another platform here. We're still in the business of trying to sell fights to the public. And so maybe he catches wind of that, and maybe he goes ahead. Now, this isn't me refuting his report. Please, let's be very clear here. I'm not trying to get into any sort of controversy, courtesy of one PT Carroll. I'm just saying I can understand how this could get out and how it could also be somewhat premature. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, Eddie Hearn is saying it's premature. He's Anthony Joshua's manager.
Promoter.
Like,
promoter.
It's not, yeah, I mean, it's not like, we're just saying this here. He's the one that said that. He said it to you, and he said it to Gareth A. Davies. He's going to know about it if this fight is happening. It can't happen without him giving it the go-ahead. So I think that's...
But is there a chance he's working me? Oh.
To what end?
Okay.
What would be the benefit?
I don't know. Maybe they're in talks. Maybe he doesn't want to piss off DAZN. There's a lot that's going on here. There's a lot at play. There's a lot of people. I still believe that of all the options out there, this or Ngannou are the two best and biggest. I don't have a great desire to see him fight someone who is 60 pounds smaller than him, even if he is as accomplished as a Ryan Garcia or a Tank Davis. Let me ask you, Rick, how do you think, if this actually comes to fruition, do you think that the majority of the people in the UK and in the boxing community will have the same opinion of Gareth, which is, I was a little surprised when he said, like, this would tarnish his legacy. Like, at this point, he just fought Francis Ngannou, and I know Francis Ngannou isn't Jake Paul and vice versa, but we also have seen many a boxer take these side quests and be just fine. Why would a fight against Jake at this point tarnish his legacy?
No, it would help his legacy. It would be the guy who finally put an end to this Jake Paul thing, right? If he goes out there and puts Jake Paul in the dirt, he's going to be heralded. He's going to be a hero for ending this experiment. Because I think if it does go disastrously wrong for Jake Paul here, this feels like the highest leverage situation. This feels like the highest stakes. Whereas I didn't feel that way about like a loss to Tommy Fury or anything like that.
Okay, you've always said that. You've always said if he gets
Teflon.
If he gets knocked the F out by Anthony Joshua, which could happen. Look what he did to Francis Ngannou, who had never been rocked or knocked down, let alone knocked out before. Is that the end?
That's probably the end of him as a viable boxer, right? Because there's always been a justification, right? You lose to Tommy Fury. It's like, are you motivated? Do you care? Who cares about this thing altogether? Gervonta Davis, he's a small man. There's always like everybody will always find a way to minimize Jake Paul's accomplishments and kind of sweep it away. When it comes to Anthony Joshua, he's now facing a real boxer. There's like, think what you want of Jake Paul, but there's no way you cannot identify Anthony Joshua as a tough challenge, as a top-level boxer, and somebody that should put Jake Paul on the dirt. And so his willingness to take that fight says something about Jake Paul. And as far as Anthony Joshua's part of it goes, it's a high risk for him because if he doesn't put Jake Paul on the dirt, it's going to look pretty bad on him. I do think that is how that would ultimately go, though.
What's your level of interest, Mr. Connor Burks? What do you think about this? How do you think people will receive this?
Mr. Connor Burks, yeah, I am very interested in it. I'm already seeing the tweets and Instagram posts online that people definitely want to see this fight happen if Jake Paul is going to fight anyone. I can't imagine a fight that would garner more interest. It's a legitimate boxer in Anthony Joshua who has massive wins on his resume. He's much bigger than Jake Paul. He is a global superstar, and also he's going to be a massive favorite in it. To me, it just makes sense from a standpoint of if you're Jake Paul and you somehow pull this off and you beat Anthony Joshua, you silence all the doubters out there. You beat a guy in Anthony Joshua that you're not supposed to beat. And then if you're someone that doesn't like Jake Paul, you want to tune in to see him get knocked out, you put it on Netflix. To me, it makes a ton of sense from a visibility standpoint, from getting the most eyes on it. Obviously, you're never going to top the Tyson thing just because of who Mike Tyson is, but right now, especially on short notice with 5 weeks until the fight's supposed to happen, it feels like AJ is about as good as you could possibly do.
We've come a long way, by the way. You remember AJ was an open critic of the Ngannou Fury fight to then fight Ngannou, and if in fact he does fight Jake Paul, but there's a lot of money to be made.
I was going to say, man, the money talks. Money can change opinions.
The way Eddie framed it up is like, why would I not take the easiest payday of my life? And he proved it against Francis Ngannou. Now he's got an even easier one, in my opinion. Like, I just don't think Jake Paul can be competitive with Anthony Joshua. Like, Jake Paul will not win this fight. Connor said, like, what if, Jake Paul pulls up? This will not happen. I can guarantee you Jake Paul will not beat Anthony Joshua in boxing. But you do have to respect his, as I've always said about Jake Paul, I want to see him in a spectacle. I want to see him putting on big fights and interesting fights. I don't really care about his journey as this like top level boxer. So the idea that he's already like escalating this, right? Let's not forget, it wasn't too long ago that he was trying to fight Canelo Alvarez, the guy that Terrence Crawford just beat and made his legacy off of, right? Terrence was a guy who's a fantastic boxer. I've always thought number one pound for pound, but somebody who never really took hold in the boxing world and never became like a mainstream household name. He just made his name on the back of Canelo on Netflix. He was trying to fight that guy, and now he's stepping up to the plate and say, like the Gervonta one, I don't have an explanation for. That one really didn't do anything for me. But now he's stepping up to the plate and saying, I want to fight Anthony Joshua. He talked about the kind of David and Goliath nonsense when it was related to Tank. He really is in a David and Goliath situation against Anthony Joshua. So think whatever you want of Jake Paul, but I have to respect what he's trying to do here, and I respect the spectacle that this could potentially be and what an attraction it could possibly be on the combined global stardom of Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua. I'm very interested in it, and I think a lot of people will be tuning in to see him get his clock cleaned.
Yeah. All right, I have found playable odds.
Okay.
I think that's.
Fight. I'm sorry. Go ahead, PT.
Go, PT.
Oh, sorry. I think I'm with Rick in terms of how I'd see this fight going. I think it's not a contest at all, but that's where the jeopardy exists if this was to happen for Anthony Joshua. If you go into this fight and he can somehow go late into this fight with you even, I think that's where you get into the territory of tarnishing legacies like Gareth A. Davies said. And as Gareth said as well, if this fight's made, are you honestly not expecting to see that headline on TalkSport immediately? Like, that is straight away where they're going to go with this. But again, it's going to stir the pot. It's going to have everyone talking about it. It's the type of thing that everyone will have an opinion on. And that's, again, what we've seen with all Jake Paul's fights. Like, people can say, oh, I don't care about this. He has everyone talking. And the Tyson fight proved he can get eyeballs. I think this will work in the same way. But I do believe that the jeopardy exists for Anthony Joshua by not performing the way he did against Francis Ngannou, which was a complete annihilation. So it's actually like, perception wise, I can see Jake Paul getting some kind of win if he can just go a few rounds with this guy, because that's how much expectation will be on the shoulders of Joshua.
What are the odds?
I'd like for you guys to guess first. What do you think?
I'm going to be off because I'm
minus 1,000.
So skewed.
Joshua.
Anything less than minus 1,000 is a second mortgage for me.
Okay.
I'm with you, Rick.
Joshua favorite, obviously. I don't want to say the same thing, so I'll go minus 2,000.
Okay. Rick and Pizzi, winners. Anthony Joshua minus 1,000. Jake Paul plus 560. And what's crazy is
what about knockout?
I'm going to be eating free meals for a little bit.
Can I get an advance?
Yeah, no knockout prop available yet, but I mean, that's kind of the beauty in it. If you are a Jake Paul detractor, if you're tuning in, this is a guy, 25 of his 28 wins are by knockout. So if he wins, more than likely you're going to get to see Jake Paul get sparked out.
Yeah. Man, it would be.
I think he has to. I think. Do you not think that, Ariel? Like, Joshua goes in and goes the distance here. That's a disaster for him.
It depends on. It depends on like the vibe.
Yeah.
You know, if the vibe is like Fury and Ngannou, and I'm not trying to say that Fury, but like afterwards he was like, yeah, I was just doing it for fun. All this stuff. It depends on the vibe. If I'm AJ, I employ the same vibe that I employed to the Ngannou fight, which is like, you are not on my level and I'm going to end you. And that's what he did. It was so damn impressive. That's what I would do. And I would hope that he would take it seriously. We don't know how he's feeling. We don't know how much he's been training, what kind of shape he's in. He's coming up the surgery. So I'm curious about that. I'm curious about, by the way, the calculus from Team Paul. Like, is the risk worth it here? If the whole freaking thing comes crumbling down, is it worth it for, a fight on 5 or so weeks notice, if in fact it does happen? But man, again, which one do you guys like more, this or Ngannou? To me, I mean, this is a greater risk, right? Because AJ's an Olympic gold medalist. He's an accomplished heavyweight champion.
Name.
Yeah.
Anthony Joshua is the perfect opponent for Jake Paul, and here's why.
Oh man.
One, he's still considered a top-level boxer, right? Nobody looks at AJ and goes like, this guy is not a legitimate boxer. He is a championship caliber boxer. The reason he's perfect is because we have seen him falter publicly so many times, right? There is enough tape out there. There are enough times that AJ didn't show up that everybody's going to go, but what if? It's the same thing with the Mike Tyson fight. It was enough to capture the imagination. What if he just turned back the clock one time? There was no chance in hell that Mike Tyson was going to ever turn back the clock. But what if? And the same thing's true of AJ, right? With AJ, you've got a guy who is going to kill Jake Paul. He is going to put him in the dirt. But you have enough people that have seen AJ falter and have seen him come up short in those big moments that they're going to go, but what if? What if Jake Paul can summon it? And what if Jake Paul can do it? It's a perfect fight for MVP. It's a perfect fight for Jake Paul. It's a fantastic fight for Anthony Joshua. A hell of a payday on the back of the Ngannou one as well. It's exactly what you need, and it's going to draw a ton of interest. It's going to draw a ton of intrigue. I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's great.
I also love, Big John was talking about DAZN is the only place. Obviously, Paramount's going to get into the boxing business. The more Netflix cards we get, the better it is for the sport. And so their willingness to make these fights happen and not just have the one-off. Some people thought Tyson Paul was a one-off, and that was it. They, just like the Kobayashi chestnut thing, the hot dog eating thing. And so we can only hope and pray that Netflix gets more and more involved in combat sports.
Can I ask you one thing?
Wrestling already, boxing, we know about the MMA talks. Yes.
You mentioned this, and I've been thinking about this. You mentioned, is this too big a risk for Jake Paul, right? Like, because if this ends in devastating fashion, it could be bad. I've been on record saying like he's Teflon. I do think this one could be bad if it ends in devastating fashion. But if you are Jake Paul and Nikisa, you have to be looking around the landscape and going, how many more can we do of these? Nobody wants to step up to the plate. The guys that you need to be on the other side of the ledger on these fights just cannot show up. Time and time again, Jake Paul is trying to put on the biggest fights that can be made, and there really just are not names out there. Like, how long have we been talking about KSI? How long have we been fantasizing about Jake Paul versus Conor McGregor? He has Gervonta Davis in there. Gervonta's out. He's on the 50. He's on the 10-yard line with Canelo. Canelo's out. I just wonder if at a certain point you get frustrated and fed up with the idea that, like, I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to push this thing forward, and there really aren't names out there. You have to take the risk. There's nobody else. There's nobody else out there.
Well, there's that also,
and
and what are they going to say?
Yeah, what are they going to say?
What are they going to say? Like, if the Francis one was enough for me.
Me too.
And now, like, what's the spin going to be? What's the spin?
Oh, they'll find a spin. AJ's a mental midget. He's washed. He's
coming off a
trash.
knockout loss.
Oh yeah, they'll find a way.
It's great theater. It's great. Do you think that if it is in Florida, do you think it's sanctioned? I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Oh yeah.
Which is a crazy
in Florida,
thought.
that's getting sanctioned. What would be Jake has enough pro fights at this point. Yeah. What would we even be talking about?
Gosh.
You're talking about the number 13 cruiserweight in the WBA ranking.
Exactly.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's disparity in skill.
AJ's first fight in America.
No, there is, but
the lost Andy Ruiz, yes?
There's certainly a disparity in skill, but we've seen boxing is full of mismatch. Boxing is littered with mismatches. This is how it goes. It's all on the pro record.
What if AJ beats him with one air butt in?
Keeps it in the whole
time.
He could actually do that. If
well, this is the thing. Like, the more I think about this, unless it's an absolute obliteration, he comes off looking bad. It's a risky fight, man. I know that sounds absolutely mad.
So it's a weird thing, right? Unless he smokes him,
yes.
it's like an unofficial L. And if Jake goes the distance, which would be the unofficial, he gets the unofficial W, right?
If he goes the distance with Anthony Joshua, the gloating, the parade that he'll put on for himself.
Kind of rightfully so, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Dude, if he goes, what, 8-10 rounds? Are you kidding me?
Oh, my
Especially the way Anthony Joshua did Francis Ngannou? Yeah, it would be incredibly impressive.
Logan Paul spent a year celebrating his win over Floyd Mayweather just by lasting. Like, we've seen it before.
By the way, Rick, you talk about lack of options. You fight AJ, and let's just say you do go the distance but falter.
Yeah.
You can't tell me Francis's stance will be like, "Oh, you're not important to me anymore," or you're not big enough for me. So now you've just now created another opponent. Do you know what I mean?
I think it's bizarre that Francis
it's
didn't
backwards.
want it.
It's backwards. It should be going from Francis to AJ.
Yes,
but I'm just saying, if in fact even he loses to AJ and he goes the distance but he loses, now you've got a potential Francis fight in 2026.
Do you though?
I think so.
Why not now?
Oh, it should be now, but Francis has his reasons.
If it goes the distance, the allegations of script, fixed will be massive.
I'll be the one screaming it. I'll be the first one.
The Jake Paul fight fix thing will never
PT
end
with
at
his
that
mortgage on Anthony Joshua by KO, and then it goes the distance.
Well, me and PT will
Just
be
me
homeless.
calling in from a field in Ireland.
The one interesting
Where
thing
are
is
you,
Miami, right? Because PT, do you think you could put this I think you could do this at Tottenham Hotspur. I know they're not going to.
Oh wow! I mean, could you imagine? I think you could.
I mean, I think Jake's star power and the spectacle of him versus AJ, it is a bit of a random spot to do it.
But no question you could. AJ fighting against Jake Paul?
Yeah, there's going to be so much backlash as well that will drive sales.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
The UK fans will be like, let's go watch our guy kill Jake Paul.
Oh,
I'm going to massacre Jake Paul. Yeah. That's what it's going to be.
Absolutely.
It's
perfect. Should he done one? What?
But the British Boxing Board of Control, they might be like, you know
what they get.
Yeah,
they get over there.
They're still fighting about the eggs, the clomiphene and all that. All right, so let's see. I mean, not for nothing, it could be much ado about nothing. I've not heard from anyone on their side.
What do you think? What's your gut saying? Don't tell me what they're saying. I want to know what the heart of Ariel Helwani is saying right
Paul Boylan too.
You love that.
Borland. Tell me.
Boylan.
Tell me.
He's fighting Graham Boylan.
Tell me what you think about Eddie Hearn's response. That's what I'm most interested in. What is your read on Eddie?
He doesn't want to say anything.
Warming up the schlitter.
He's about to throw to the next segment. All right,
we have any more on the nose questions? I really think that they want to save this date. I really think that they want to fight on Netflix. Not for nothing, there's a lot of fighters that lost out. I think they want to, a lot of those fighters are MVP fighters. I think they don't want to screw over the fighters, and no one wants an event to be canceled. There's a lot of money that you lose. There's a lot of we know what goes into that. That's why the UFC tries so hard to keep these fights, and why they made such a big deal about UFC 151. And this is this is not a great situation to be in. So if you're able to salvage something with a potentially even bigger fight come a month's time, that's amazing. I am not as flabbergasted as other people, because they literally told us a few months ago that they were trying to make this fight happen. And so it's not such a crazy thought to just have your other fight fall through and then revisit it. Remember what they told us when the Tank fight was announced? Remember how he positioned it? He's like, first, I beat the small guy, then I beat the big guy.
Yeah.
And so it seemed like their 2-fight plan, whether people believed them or not, was Tank then AJ. And so Tank's out, and now they move on to AJ. I'm not surprised. My only oh wow is we're gonna do this next month.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. That's very MMA, right? Boxing doesn't really do things like that. They don't really make fights happen within a month to salvage a card. And so I'm not shocked. I would love to see it. I would love to work it. I would love to be there. I would love to see it all transpire and unfold. But I'm not shocked. B, I don't think it ruins AJ's legacy. C, I don't know how you cannot give Jake anything but props for even going after this fight. And B, I hope it's a good competitive fight. And
it won't be.
You can't have it all, Ariel.
Yeah, I mean, 3 out of 4.
Jake seems like a short notice type guy, obviously, right? Like evidenced by this and evidenced by the fact that he's always kind of looking to salvage. Well. But Joshua is the shocking part, right? If Joshua goes on a month's notice, I'm stepping in there, it would make sense to me, just because I think he the same way he looked at Francis Ngannou and started licking his chops, and Eddie Hearn looked at Francis Ngannou and started licking his chops, I'm sure he's thinking, I could do this out of bed. I could do this on a week's notice, because I've been boxing my whole life, and this kid's been boxing for several years. I would take his head clean off. The part that, I don't know, Eddie's coyness makes me think there's smoke to the fire.
It was a quick reply.
Yeah, and also
there's a lot of feelings. There's a lot of relationships involved here. DAZN, Netflix.
It's actually a win already for Paul, right?
It's
a win already. Because if he doesn't take this fight,
100%.
If he doesn't take this fight now, Jake Paul's going to be like, Anthony Joshua is afraid to fight me.
No one will fight me. I'm the boogeyman.
I have wins over Tank Davis, Francis Ngannou, and Anthony Joshua in the span of 3 weeks.
Throw Canelo Alvarez in there, too.
Yeah, Canelo, too. You're right. It is kind of a
fair play. Fair play.
You're right. You're right.
Is Jake Paul the best boxer in the world?
I think so.
Also, we talk about it crumbling if he loses. He has so many ventures and businesses. Even if the boxing thing goes away, he's going to be fine. It's not life or death.
But do you think that if he gets smoked, the whole MVP thing crumbles as well, or is it just the Jake Paul?
I think the Jake Paul thing will.
Yeah, I think he's starting to have enough success with MVP that he's doing shows without him on it.
Right.
He can be just the promoter. He can be just the guy alongside Nikisa making these fights and bringing attention to it, as he's done with Katie and Amanda is him. He's not fighting, but there was a card that they were underneath, but he is presenting that.
He's the promoter. Yeah,
he's the promoter for it, and he's done a fantastic job with it. So I think he could slide into that easily. It's just, I don't know.
You'd have to imagine if he's putting the same hours that he is training into being a promoter, he would have success with it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, true or false before we move on?
Sure.
Yeah. PT, does it happen?
On that date, too.
December
next
unspecified.
Yeah. Yes.
GC?
Yes.
Rick?
No.
Oh, wow.
What say you?
Ariel?
I'm a quasi Netflix guy. I feel like
yes or no. It's yes or no answer.
He's cutting off the Yahoo just at the Y, meaning yes.
The Eddie Hurt, the combination.
I say yes.
I
say yes. I say yes.
Have it on record.
Frankie, what say you, baby?
I say yes.
I think it happens.
And he's gonna knock out Anthony, right?
Absolutely.
I forgot where the mysterious Frank Jake Paul gimmick in the big 2025.
Absolutely.
Still going strong.
I think you're all judging a little too harshly.
The combination of Oscar De La Hoya not letting Ryan have the opportunity and citing the DAZN part, combined with Eddie Hearn, instead of saying, no, this is not happening and denying, or, yeah, we're all in, he wouldn't be this dumb is what
It's a little
gives me
promotional.
the-
It's a little
it gives me
promotional.
the
Yep,
pause.
yep,
It
yep,
gives
yep,
me the
yep.
pause.
It's a little
And so-
promotional.
The Nikisa v Eddie has to be front and center in this.
Fun
we can't
too.
just,
You know what? I didn't even think of that component.
We can't. We
Yes.
can't have this. He's
Undercard?
not allowed here. Blah blah blah. Let the man cook.
Yeah.
Let the man cook.
On the freaking dais, right? All of them?
Yeah.
Yes. I didn't even think of that. All right. Let's see how this all plays out. Let me get to a couple other questions before we call it a day. PT, stay with us because here's one that pertains to you. Daniel O'Neill over on the Substack says, Ariel and the lads, would you consider coming to Ireland next summer to make an uncrowned film on the All-Ireland hurling final? The energy at those finals is always electric, and I would love to see all of you in the heart of it and get your thoughts. I'm sure PT would be able to bring you around to some lower-level games as well to see the grassroots stuff. Love the show. Shout out to Frank for his incredible music taste. So he wants an uncrowned film on something non-combat. What do you think? Should we be expanding already, PT?
It's a very violent sport. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
You have a very good time watching it. It's an amazing sport. It's the fastest field sport in the world. As I told you before, people have described it as a cross between ice hockey and murder. It's unbelievable skill.
That's the one with this, right?
The Schlitter, yeah, that's correct.
We watched this on the Guinness Tour?
We didn't. It was the football final that was on that day. So different sport, but same kind of, played in the same place, the same kind of system. All these counties play against each other. It's also amateur sport. Like, these guys aren't getting paid, and they are revered like gods in the counties that they're from. It's a huge honor to play for your county. I've had friends who's played hurling for Dublin, have been captains of Dublin and stuff like that. It's unbelievable, and it's the best game in the world. Honestly, the All-Ireland final, hurling, there is nothing more exciting. It's fantastic. This year, we'll all tune in, and you can make up your mind.
Is it air here in the United States?
Oh, listen, I'll sort you out with a link. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I got to tell you, cross between hockey and murder is as good as like the old Dana White, like it's in our DNA, fighting on a corner type, like carnival.
The rating!
It's really good.
I feel the same, by the way, about the Grey Cup, which is this Sunday, and I hope you all will tune in. Montreal against Saskatchewan. It's a great brand of football. Have you ever watched CFL? We know you love the NFL, PT. Have you ever watched the CFL?
I know. I have watched it once.
3 downs.
What is the thing about it?
3 downs.
Yeah, 3 downs. And the goals are in a different position. Am I right about that?
The field goal is at the front of the end zone, and the field is 110 yards. But breaking news, they're actually changing it next year for the first time. The league has been around for, I think, 112 years. They're actually Americanizing it, which a lot of the hardcores are upset about. They're moving the field goal back to where the NFL has it. They're making the end zone smaller like the NFL, and they're changing it to 100 yards. The ball is bigger, so I don't know what they're doing with the ball. Yeah, the ball's a little fatter, but they're keeping the 3 downs, which, some might say. And I think they're getting rid of the rouge. The rouge is like if you kick it and you miss the field goal, but you catch it. If I kick a field goal and I miss it, but a teammate of mine catches it and kneels in the end zone, you get a point.
Right. And what did it mean? So I was watching, I think it was Sunday Night Football or Monday Night Football this week, and one of the coaches of the team said, we're going to play Canada-style football. And I was like, I don't know what that means.
Wow,
There's
that's
some
amazing.
context missing there.
Well,
but
to me, that would be like you're playing as though you have 3 downs. So you're gonna move quicker. You're gonna pass more. You're gonna try to play. You're not gonna get to the 4th down. Basically, we're only gonna play 3 down football. An NFL coach said that. I'm shocked.
Yeah, he said, or else the commentator was describing what they were doing, and they said he's going to play Canada-style football here.
Never heard that, but I love it. Here's Shama Wiwi's. Dear sweet Ariel, as a fan who only started watching during the COVID era, shout out to my first favorite fighter, Adesanya. Are the headlining fights for this next pay-per-view in the top 3 for stakes in their weight classes in history? Weili and Valentina feels like the biggest women's fight in my time as a fan. I just need your expert opinion. I mean, there have been some massive ones, but this is, I mean, look, the first show at MSG had some pretty damn big stakes. There were 3 title fights. The UFC 217, which was the next show, I think UFC 217 is the greatest 90 minutes in the history of the UFC. Wow. That's my take. GSP Bisping, incredible. Joanna Rose, incredible. Cody TJ, incredible. Those 90 minutes, I think, were, and those stakes are arguably bigger because it's 3 title fights. But I do agree, John Valentina, is it the biggest? I mean, Amanda against Ronda was big. Ronda against Holly was big. Amanda Misha Tate UFC 200 was big. Holly versus Misha is one of my favorite women's fights of all time. It doesn't feel like it's as big, and maybe it's because they're not as popular as those fighters. But in terms of like actual on paper, talent versus talent, I'd put it up there with those 100%.
Amanda versus Cyborg is.
Amanda versus Cyborg, yeah. It never felt like we got to see it. It was so quick.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
But that's by far the two best women to ever fight.
Yep. That's a great point. Charlie says, I saw the Christy Martin movie and it was fucking tremendous. Would be worth a trip to the theaters from the crew. So there you go. Link One says, we need to have a discussion on your choice of pizza toppings. Firstly, pineapple does not and should never go on pizza. I find it so interesting that people care. It's like the steak thing. It's like, first of all, you've never tried it. And second of all, why do you care so much? And third of all, it's not like I made this up. Have you ever heard of Hawaiian pizza? Like, it's quite popular. Pineapple and ham, right? Why are people so blown away by the thought of it is very good? Trust me. And you know what's crazy? I've told you guys about my thing about, fruit after meals or fruit after the morning time. For some reason, the pineapple on the pizza doesn't bother me. Maybe because it's cooked.
It's almost like...
No, it's real. But and I want to tell you,
it's like the rice.
That day when I went to the pizza place with my friends who I grew up with, I told them about the hate that I received from you guys, and you guys, you have to understand, people from my neck of the woods, we have a very sensitive stomach. And you're not, I'm happy that you aren't plagued with the same issues as us, but please don't be insensitive and dismiss
What do you
them.
say? Like, what would pepperoni would give you the shits? Like,
no, fruit late at night
after a meal is a death sentence.
Makes them a big gassy.
So we say put in the
worse
pineapple.
In Chinese
the
culture,
shits are worth it.
In Chinese culture, they literally bring out oranges as the dessert.
That's crazy. I can't do. I'm not saying it's bad.
Like at the end of the meal, you paid the bill. They bring out orange slices and melon. I mean, it's.
By the way, this guy brings up a great point. He says, besides, doesn't this mess your stomach up because of the whole fruit after dinner thing? Yeah, it's an anomaly. What can I say?
There it is. It is an anomaly. Like I believe you that it affects you, but I don't think it's a widespread thing.
It is very widespread. Look up Jewish stomachs. We've been battling this for centuries.
What images are going to pop up?
Once that sun goes down, fruit off limits. It abides by daylight savings time.
Unless it's on a pizza.
But I can relate to you, Ariel. I've had the same thing with the pineapples because pizza wasn't a thing here when we were growing up, like till we were teenagers. And I remember my mom and dad coming home with this ham and pineapple pizza. And this is all they ever got. Like, I never knew, like, I just thought this was what was on pizza. And then I start, like, I'm obviously getting older. I'm going out with friends, going to a pizza place. They're like, what kind of pizza do you want? And I'll be like, ham and pineapple. Like, what the fuck is wrong?
But you love it, right?
Dealing with it too. I can't eat any other kind of pizza. I just get cheese pizza or ham and pineapple every time.
And by the way, it's the same concept because I've never had ham, but it's a little salty, right? So it's the salty and the sweet. It's just my kosher version of it.
I love pineapple on pizza.
Okay, thank you. This guy says,
there we go.
Pineapple and bacon, pan pizza from Domino's. I'm crushing.
This guy says, who on earth does green olives instead of black? Green olives taste what do you prefer? Like when you're snacking?
Black for sure.
Black.
Oh,
Kalamata, actually.
No, I'm talking like green as freaking Green Day. Like green.
No, good. Black or Kalamata.
I need to
also,
read the fourth one.
wait, hold on. I just have to say that it's incredible that Pizzi lived through the invention of pizza.
Yeah, that's amazing.
What is this? Just here.
That's what I'm saying. But the invention of pizza in Ireland.
But you had spice bags, so you were doing all right. Like that's all I care
But we
about,
actually
is that spice
was
bag.
spice bag pretty modern. Like shit was not happening. Here. It was
I'm glad I was alive for
get
that
the
era.
chippy tea, and that was it. Like that was all you're getting. Then we had curry, and then this fucking alien called pizza showed up one day.
Spice bag.
You know what I mean?
Ariel, can you put other fruit on a pizza as a test to see if this will work?
Like apples or
put something else.
I don't know why pineapples work. Pineapples just work.
Okay, but what about another
as
fruit?
we're talking about it, I feel it right here.
I feel it.
I feel it right here.
If Ariel
what do you say?
We'll finish the show if he gets a dose. You know what I mean?
Change up the composition.
It's life changing. And I went to Danny's Pizza Tavern in Toronto. If you're ever in Toronto, go to Danny's or go to Danny's next door and ask for the Helwani, and they will give you an olive pineapple pizza, and it's fantastic. And I ate that pizza that I showed on my Instagram. I think I had 75% of it, and I could have had another 75. It was phenomenal. Here's Adrian who says, what's up, everybody? Ariel, harking back to the conversation regarding too many interviews, I believe what people are really saying is it's not too many interviews. It's that we are all interested in the team's views and discussions as well. The banter and OTN and team's opinions we love as their opinions we can digest / argue / agree with. So it's not one over the other. We just want both.
Can't have it all, guys.
Appreciate it. Burley says, whatever happened to the commercial breaks? Are you guys no longer on Yahoo TV Live? I was trying to watch you live. Well, off for Veterans Day. I don't think we're live these days. I do think we play VOD, and I'm cool with that.
That's accurate.
I didn't love the commercial breaks, and I think there might have been a problem with the swearing sometimes. I think
Nah.
Was that what it was all about?
Federal
BITB.
fucking prison.
I'm okay.
BITB still does commercials.
Yeah, as does the crack,
Sorry,
right?
Jake.
Crack, you do
We
commercials?
certainly fucking do.
Yeah, so
But I did. I'm dropping F-bombs the whole time. On the
yeah,
crack.
just
I
to
don't
get.
know what.
Okay, Hunter. Hey Ariel, I think you and the boys are going to OGC an apology.
Oh God.
Picture this. The UFC's gambling scandal continues to metastasize over the coming months, along with Trump's lame duck unpopularity growing ahead of next. I probably should have read this one before. Next November's important midterms. I anticipate that June's UFC White House event will increasingly become a political liability for Republicans, a big waste of taxpayer dollars months before midterms that could easily endanger Trump's presidency. In my opinion, it ain't happening. I think GC will be proven right.
Wow.
It's tough.
By the way, big day for GC. Got in early, crack of dawn, was on Yahoo Sports Daily.
Get him, GC.
Do we have anything? Oh, look at this. Look at this, Frank. This is like way early. What time is this? 9:15 in the morning?
9:34.
Man, back
the
there.
world to right
Looked
back
great,
there.
sounded great. Do we have a little snippet?
No snippet.
No snippet? I asked for a snippet.
Well,
the scissors
that was
weren't
the
working,
snippet.
you
You
know?
got the BTS. You got the BTS. I've been sitting in this chair for about 9 hours now.
There were a couple of breaks there. Did you enjoy it? I mean,
It was great. It was great. Made it to the big time.
yeah.
To the big time. My mom texted me afterward. It was.
She was watching?
Oh yeah. She
He's had a
was
smile on his face from ear to ear all day.
Oh, yeah,
A little
yeah.
extra oomph in his.
You
in
get
his
that
step.
rub, man. You get that rub.
I thought it was a great conversation. It was right in your wheelhouse. It was about the gambling and whatnot. I love it. Shout out to them.
It's a good point though about the Trump thing. Like, you know, the guy who demolished the White House and is spending millions of dollars to do that. For sure, it's gonna be that loses him the presidency.
Also, I don't know if I could really take
this
credit.
is very likely.
I don't know if I could take credit for it because I've jumped off my original take.
Sure, but you could go back to the
Come
original
on.
and be
Not
like,
sure
look,
if Rick is being
I
straight.
said
Take
it.
it, GC. I'll have
This
it.
is big.
Actually, this is big brain stuff.
Big
I have
brain
both
stuff, yeah.
sides of it. So when it does inevitably fall, I can go back to the OG.
Yeah.
Interesting one here, and it's specifically for the BITB. What's the angriest you've seen Ariel off air? And have there ever been any F it, we'll do it live, Bill O'Reilly type of moments? Follow up, who's he most likely to get mad at, and why is it Frank? From
Frank.
Slava.
We were all together at the angriest.
When was that? Oh, it was the one time PT came.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably
The water bottle
the
cannon.
water bottle. You know what's crazy about so the story is Deontay Wilder. They keep
I'm sitting there.
stringing us along, and then also Luke Littler, right, is late. It was
Yeah.
just a calamity. And the thing that was stressed. Usually, I don't really get stressed about these things. I mean, I get
He brings
annoyed.
it out of us.
No, my daughter had a thing at school, and I knew I had like an hour drive to get there, and I felt like they were screwing that up. And I had one of these, and I walked out of the studio, and it's the only and there was I was mad, so I threw it. But I swear to God, it was going to the window.
It was like an anime. It came whizzing by.
He's aiming at me.
Pizza was like, "What was it?"
At the last moment, I aimed down. It was like a quarterback. He's about to throw. And then he realized he's got nothing, so he goes intentional grounding. That's what I did.
PT looks at me right after it happens, clanking water bottle. PT turns to me. He's like, "Does this happen every day?"
The funniest thing was everything went wrong the second I walked into the room. GC gets me, he brings me upstairs. Next of all, it's like, Deontay Wilder is delayed. GC's trying to communicate with people. I'm being going, yeah, so what do you get for lunch around here, GC?
Yeah.
Michael Venom Page is now delayed as well. And I'm like, what's the crack, man? What's that? Where'd you get that jumper, man?
Yeah,
and he's just like, what the fuck is going on? And I was like, will I go into him now? Will I go in? And they're like, no, Jesus, sit down. And then everything went fucking wrong.
By the way,
But,
all these years, I mean, Rick's been here the longest. That's the one and only, right?
that we're allowed to
What?
talk about.
That's such bullshit.
Oh, we lost internet connection to Rick.
That's such bullshit.
Oh, we lost internet connection.
That is
Fuck.
That's fucking
I've
bullshit.
never had a
You
Frank. Have I ever had We'll Do It Live? Well, I've never had a We'll Do It Live
I've never
moment.
had a We'll Do It Live. No.
That was very
This is
funny.
so crazy. You guys are painting a picture right now. People are going to do breakdowns of this. Like Ariel Helwani is the worst to
Look
work
at
with.
they live in fear. Look
know?
at their eyes.
Yeah.
Why does he always have that water bottle next
Why
to
am I
him?
worried about the
Water
debrief
or
we're gonna have
weapon?
about this conversation?
Funny
later?
enough, you talk about this moment. I actually wasn't here for this moment.
Oh yeah, it was Wednesday.
It was a Wednesday in the old era.
So you see?
I've been around the block, but I was not there for that one.
Hey, here's one for Pete. After talking about Crosby yesterday, Kiefer, that is, not Douglas, it made me think of Ryan Curtis. I was curious if you had an update on him.
Ryan's doing great. He's doing all kinds of speaking gigs. I mean, people are completely inspired by his story. He's been telling it all over the world. He's back and forth to, I believe it's Colombia. He's doing stem cells over there. But I mean, just an unbelievable guy. Like, I mean, you can make a motion picture out of what this guy's been through. Told he would never walk again. Had pretty much everyone thinking like this is a lost cause. He's out working out, walking around. You know, and it's great to see because he was always, from the second I met him when he was an amateur, he was one of the biggest personalities I've ever met. And to see him back in all his glory, and I'm sure, of course, there's a lot of work going on. I'm sure he will never be back to 100%. This guy was a fantastic athlete, but to see what he's been through, walking around now, that was something that he was told he would never do. It's truly phenomenal. And he's speaking at all these things, as I say. He's a guest on every single podcast around Ireland. And of course, he's great friends both south of both in the south of Ireland and up north because of all the time he spent training FAI, knocking around with the likes of Mick Conlon and those boys. So he's doing great. And it's great to see.
Love to hear it. Two more quick ones. Thank you for that. Jimmy says, holy cow, how cool is Wellmaker? So cool to have personalities like that to root for. Loved having him in. He was amazing. And if you haven't seen the interview, it's up on the channel right now. And here's Marco Gonzalez who says, what's up, Ariel and the boys? I don't even know if this is a question or more of a rant, but here it goes. DAZN's pay-per-view model is the reason I've slowly fallen out of love with boxing. I'm already paying a monthly subscription. On top of that, they expect us to pay extra for pay-per-views and honestly for fights that don't deserve to be on pay-per-view. When I went to watch Parker versus Wardley, I was shocked to find out that it was a pay-per-view. I agree. That shouldn't have been a pay-per-view. Same thing with Itama versus White. I like these fighters. I really do. But paying premium prices for cards like that is insane. With all due respect, these aren't household names just yet. And charging fans extra for those fights just feels wrong. Could have been pay-per-view over in the UK, but not here in America. Now, he continues, with DAZN introducing yet another new subscription plan. It's getting even worse. As an average Joe, if I have to choose between paying for a UFC card or a boxing pay-per-view, I'm going UFC every time. At least with the UFC, I feel like I'm getting my money's worth. Solid main cards, real stakes, and a full night of fights. With boxing, it often feels like you're paying pay-per-view prices just for the main event. And next year, UFC fans won't even have to worry about pay-per-view costs the same way, while DAZN keeps raising prices on underwhelming events. I really wish Turki Al-Sheikh had stuck to his word about ending pay-per-views because that gave fans real hope. It felt like boxing was finally about to grow again and give lesser-known fighters a platform. All that said, I think I'm ending my DAZN subscription at the end of the year. So I'll ask you guys, should fans keep paying for these smaller pay-per-views? Is the pay-per-view model dead in boxing, or is there still hope that the sport can change course? Because right now it feels like boxing's biggest fight is with its own business model. A lot of great points there. There's a lot of great points there. Thank you for that, Bob. And you are right. When they made that announcement, I remember they were at Wembley, and it was Daniel Dubois against Alexander Usyk, and Ade was hosting like a little segment in which Turki Al-Sheikh, Shai Segev, who's the CEO of DAZN, and Frank Warren were standing there. And they made an announcement, and they were like, we're going to get rid of pay-per-view, and we're going to make this pass and all this stuff. And that was pretty much it. There were no details. But what was most telling about that interaction was at the very end, Frank was like he didn't get the memo. And Frank basically said, like, you want fights like this, you want nights like this, you're going to still have pay-per-view. You're going to have pay-per-view because of the economics of boxing, because of how much fighters get paid. The toothpaste is out of the tube. No fighter is going to agree to take a massive pay cut. And when he said that, in that moment, live on DAZN, I was like, oh, pay-per-view ain't going nowhere. They tried to get rid of pay-per-view, and it didn't work. And so, yeah, this just is the economics of boxing. Now, I do think if they could get to a place where, yeah, it's a little bit more than your average streaming service, which at this point is, anywhere between $15, $16, $17, $18, $19. This one's around $45 a month. I think you could get people on board with like a 20. $45 a month for unannounced pay-per-views, I think is asking a lot. And I think you'll still have pirating, and I think you'll still have people picking and choosing and stuff like that. But to his point, to Marco's point, boxers make a lot, and the way to offset those costs is pay-per-view. And I don't really know how to fix that. The only way that you could fix that is to make really good cards, stack cards, but those are going to cost you a pretty penny. And so like you go on, people have tried to fix this, but it keeps going on and on. Now, back in the day, you would get HBO or Showtime, but in addition to, look, you're paying $45 a month for DAZN with this Ultimate plan. You're pretty much paying for, like, at best, I'm going to be very kind right now, 4 nights out of the month, right? Like there's a show every Saturday. Sometimes they're not great shows. Sometimes there's one fight on it that you care about. And sometimes there's not even a show. But there's at least probably one. When you were subscribing to HBO and Showtime back in the day, and it was much cheaper, you weren't just getting HBO Boxing or Showtime Boxing and Boxing After Dark and Showbox and all this stuff. You were also getting some of the best shows on TV. You were getting Entourage. You were getting The Sopranos. You were getting Sex and the City. You were getting like some of the greatest shows of all time. What else are you getting with that subscription? And so I think that's ultimately what the people are complaining about. Now, this Ultimate plan that they're talking about pertains to the boxing. In America, other than boxing, you don't get much more for your DAZN subscription. You do get, if you're in, I know in France, they're the home of League One. I know in Italy, they have Serie A. I know in Japan, it's very popular. But what they're announcing here with this Ultimate plan is just about the boxing. And so I don't know how it's going to work. I think ultimately, I think boxing has to figure out, how they're going to make this as accessible as possible to the fans. The best events in the world are never in front of a paywall except combat. The biggest NFL game, the biggest Premier League game, the biggest NBA game, the biggest World Series game. They're always available to the most amount of people possible. But for whatever reason in combat, it's behind the paywall, which then stunts its growth. There was once a time where it was in front of the paywall. It was on ABC on a Monday night. Ali Frazier fought on a Monday night at Madison Square Garden on ABC, and it was available to the world. And that's when boxing was boxing. The UFC is now moving away from that. And I've always said the UFC was the last one left. If the UFC is out of the pay-per-view game, then everyone should be out of the pay-per-view game. They're the last commodity left that even wrestling couldn't do it anymore on a consistent basis, WWE, because it was a little bit too watered down. There were too many shows. There was no reason you would easily be able to skip and go watch on Monday and catch up. UFC, like you want to watch Islam versus JDM. This is a pay-per-view card. And more often than not, I think the product is pay-per-view worthy. Now, am I advocating to pay for it? No. Do I wish you didn't have to pay for it? No. Yes, obviously, $80 is a lot, and we're moving away from that. And so if they're moving away from it, I think boxing should move away from it. How they get that done, how they figure that out, that's something that DAZN has been trying to figure out for a decade now. I don't know how they do it, but I understand.
The change won't come from DAZN. The change will come from the fans. The change will come from more people like this person saying, I am not participating in this. That's the only way this will ever change.
Yeah.
The same way the only way any of the habits of the UFC will ever change is if viewership goes down or people were not paying for pay-per-views. And we saw people not paying for pay-per-views. The result of that was them getting rid of pay-per-views. This is how these things change. You have to hold to account the organizations that are promoting these things, and you have to vote with your dollars. If you don't want to buy pay-per-views, you have to not buy pay-per-views. But if you go, maybe I'll buy this one, and then you buy it, you're sending the message that you can be convinced to buy it. And so buy what you truly want and don't for anything else. That's
but he's 100. I don't know where Marco lives, but like I went to watch Parker Wardley and I was like, what?
Yeah.
Atalma White
there, lads?
I think it was off the dome. I think it was in the 40s.
Oh shit.
Atalma White, like most Atalma should not be behind a paywall. Like what are we doing?
No.
You know what I mean? Like
No,
that's someone that you want
as many eyeballs on him.
Yes. Shouldn't be behind a paywall anywhere, by the way. Like not even in the UK.
HBO, did you have to pay an additional fee for the pay-per-view on top of
the creme de la creme? Yes, the creme de la creme. Yes,
Mayweather?
But like Mayweather on the come up. No, Mayweather De La Hoya. Yes, Mayweather Pacquiao. Mayweather Hatton. Like those types of fights. Yes. But there were a ton of
full price, $80 or whatever.
It wasn't that much. It was never that much. It was in the 40s, 50s. But you know, the Roy Jones fights, Bernard, like there were a ton back in the day where that was just with HBO. It was HBO Championship Boxing. Do.
You love that shit.
Oh, it's the best. It was the freaking best. And they've never been able to recreate it. And I think part of the problem is you would happily pay for HBO because you got so much other shit. I mentioned the shows. You also got movies. This is also a different era, right? Movies weren't, you don't have like Netflix and stuff like that. Like you wanted to watch it, you would go to HBO and be like, what are they playing right now, right? Oh, wow, they're playing Home Alone 2. I'll watch that for the
Game of Thrones,
time.
shit like that. Yeah.
Later on. So,
I mean, you mentioned Netflix. There's no better point of comparison or thing to point to go, their model is not that, right? Their model is we're going to put on even bigger fights. We're going to put on the biggest fights that you could possibly make, and it's part of your subscription. And so it can be done, but it requires a restructuring of everything, and the only way to get there is by voting with your dollars.
Any super chats, Frank, before we go?
Damn right. Super chats.
PT, what's it like being on this late? I mean, you're never on this late.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna probably have to take the next week off.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Monday after pay-per-view, all that.
What's tough?
What else?
What else? The first one.
Yeah.
Hey, Ariel and the boys in the back. Do you think the UFC shoulder implement some type of requirements for agents like Kiki? How the NBA did for the agents?
I mean, you don't. You could.
I think they do this on purpose. They know I can't read right or can't read good, so they do this on purpose.
All right.
No, read or write. You can't do either.
There's no
letters, man.
There's no barrier of entry, and it would be interesting if I want to be an MMA manager or agent at 5 o'clock today. I could be one in 10 seconds, right? If I want to be an NFL agent, an MLB agent, an NBA agent, you have to be certified. You have to go. Malki Kawa told us all about this. He was an MMA guy, and then he wanted to be an NFL guy, and he passed it. And you just have to go through it, and so there's a sort of system, a checks and balances. It would be interesting. I just don't know. There's so many things that are so wild west about the fight game and the UFC in particular and boxing, where this would be, I think, a very tough one to enforce. Like, there's no larger entity that would put you through this system. It would be the UFC, and then that would create conflict because they would stop people from getting in who they don't like. I mean, they already do it now. They say, hey, we're not going to deal with your manager. Like, they literally say that to fighters. So either get a new one or you're fucked. So they already, flex their muscles when it comes to these negotiations. There's no greater entity out there. And so I wouldn't want someone having to apply to the UFC to get in, because then they would be picking and choosing even more. What else, Frankie? What else?
Rick or Frank, have you guys watched Predator Badlands yet? I remember one of you guys being a big fan of Alien.
Frankie?
I have not seen it yet.
Rick?
I've seen it.
Good?
It was quite good. I enjoyed it.
Why are you so subdued in your review?
Well, Frank was the one they were talking about. As
they said Rick or Frank.
The big Alien fan.
I am a huge Alien fan, which I have to ask. I know that there was a AVP, which I don't acknowledge. So I don't know why being an Alien fan makes me a Predator fan, but I happen to be both. So
yeah, it was good. Worth a watch. I recommend.
What else, Frank? What else?
Rewatched Pfeiffer and Ben interview on MMA Hour. Looks like they are both in a good place in and outside the ring cage.
Oh, yeah. There was one Conor Benn interview where he was very emotional. Joe Pfeiffer has been through a lot. He had his documentary. Man, a lot of people are rewatching the old stuff, huh? I guess it still hits. Still got it after all these years. What else, Frankie? What
Turning Mr. Miyagi's question into a Dana White hate rant was a masterpiece. Laughing emoji.
Was it really a hate rant? I mean, I'm just trying to explain. There's no hate here, okay? It just, we're not sycophants like some other people. We tell it like it is. We call it down the middle. We're the number one unbiased combat sports platform on the planet.
Most fair.
Most fair. That's right. Fair and balanced.
We're supposed to challenge power. Do they realize that? Yeah, that's what journalism is meant to be.
Yes.
For fuck's sake. He's the most powerful man in combat sports. We're meant to be like, oh, should be questioned. Some of this, you know what I mean? That's part of the fucking
Thank you.
gig.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're not. I was gonna say something vulgar there, so I'm just gonna stop the music. It was gonna go.
What is
too
it? What
far
is
there
it? What
very
is it?
quick.
Journalism
No, it was,
without checks and balances is just PR.
That's right.
We don't
And
work in
there's
PR.
fucking plenty of that in this sport.
Yeah.
There's plenty of that.
We're not Antoine Evans.
A lot of sore knees on press row.
Yeah. What was B Dave doing over there? Huh?
A lot of trumpet players on press row.
That's right.
Say that much.
What else,
These are
Frank?
killing them.
Dan's busted slapping his wife as Slap was making their network debut. Then a gambling debt story right after a betting scandal. Is he the most successful train wreck of all time?
I mean, what happened with the slap? Nothing. And nothing's gonna happen. Like, I think a lot of people are going crazy over this gambling story, and I think that, look, is it the best look? No, but it's not like he hides this. He openly flaunts it. It's not some great mystery being unearthed. So,
who's Dan?
I think he meant Dan.
Dan's right here. Those two things are also not equivalent, right? Dana White on tape slapping his wife he's not involved. And as far as I know, like, the truth may be revealed and there may be something different. He's not involved in that other scandal, right? The other scandal at the moment is being investigated as a fighter taking it upon themselves to do something.
Sure.
His gambling debts and his degeneracy is also legal. Like,
Yeah,
that's up to him how he does that.
It's his own, yeah.
The other one is FBI investigation, obviously highly illegal.
Yeah.
And also, there was an irony, I guess, that he would get caught on camera doing this, and then the league. But like that, if anything, that should have affected his actual day job,
right?
Not the not the new thing. But anyway, what else, Frankie?
Just
what
saw
else?
John's White House promo video. Convinced Dana doesn't want him on the card, and he's trying to gain momentum through the media. Played himself.
Yeah, I saw this video out there. I didn't listen to the audio, so I don't know if there's. But like, yeah, he's going hard in the paint again. And I meant to check in on this, and I promise I will. To me, the big question is it White House or bust? Is it White House or bust? If he doesn't get on the White House card, is that it? Is he done? And is it White House or bust for the UFC as well? Like, are they open to putting him on another card? Where does this all stand? The fact that he told that guy in that interview, what was it, the No
Scripts podcast?
GC's
favorite.
What was it?
Is it really No Scripts or is it No Corners?
No Scripts.
Oh,
Scripts.
We would know. You're going to tell us what the name of it is?
I'm sorry. The fact that he said he had not talked to him
to Breaking Bread with me
since June, right? Since June is crazy. Since like this all went down. So anyway, he's trying. Did you guys see the video? Is it any good?
I did not see it.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
No.
Yeah. I don't
What
think-
video?
Oh, you
There's
guys
a
didn't see
video
this.
apparently where John is
Yeah.
saying he wants on
he's
the card.
posted a video of him saying like, I want to be on the White House. I'm doing a show here and I saw it. What are you guys doing back
Is
there?
it full like video production? Or
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about like the like sort of like ad combo thing?
Yeah, it's like his pitch to be on the White House card. He just posted
Oh,
this.
where he's like, yeah, maybe I'll fight on a certain somebody's lawn, but the whole time I'll be
I didn't listen
drinking
to it.
keto tone energy. Yeah, it was kind of like a combo with an ad.
Oh, it was an ad. Weird. Well, anyway, he's trying. Who's on the blower there, PT? Oh, you muted yourself, huh?
Trying to look for the video.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good video. What else, Frankie? What else?
Connor, let me train you. The trainer/fan LT.
Oh.
Is that Conor McGregor?
It must be because they didn't spell it.
And is that Lawrence Taylor?
I think it was Anthony Rodriguez.
Oh, all right.
Oh, shit.
What else, Frankie? What else?
If CBC asked Ariel to bring one member of the AH show along with him to the Olympics to excel alongside him and make the content A++,
Wow.
who would he pick?
That would be fun. What if we all go? Y'all want to go to Livigno?
Yeah. Milan Cortina.
Milano Cortina, but then it's like you fly to Milan and then you have to go 4 hours into the mountains.
No
They were telling me
complaining
like
from me.
this is gonna be a trek. I was like, oh, thanks,
Italian
guys.
countryside, I'm down.
Who wants
Did
it?
you tell them that you're a native speaker?
Sign me up.
I said. I mean, I'm gonna be like one of their own.
Are you okay with the trek? Okay,
That says it all.
I think
Like
Frank,
Glorious
because Frank's like
Bastards.
he's 10 out of 10 when it comes to audio. He fixes everything. He doesn't get upset or in his feelings if you make any sort of suggestion or critique. So I feel like he would be
He's
the
a great
best one.
co-pilot in your car.
Great co-pilot is down. He's
Spin the block.
Yeah. Go for a ride. Yep. He's DTF. you know?
Whoa,
what?
Whoa, what are you doing?
It's like,
Dude, why would you know that?
he's down for anything. Down for anything.
ETF.
That's not the.
Who got cracked?
Stick to your
DFT.
lead.
He's DFT. Down for DFA. DFA.
Oh, down for
Death from
anything?
above?
Yeah.
DTF and then video of you getting cracked by Action Bronson.
Getting cracked.
Jesus Christ.
Crazy work today.
Why cracked? Why is that bad?
No, you can't say that anymore.
it
You
means-
can't say you got cracked. That doesn't work.
What? What's that?
What? Serious?
You know, you can't.
I have a show called The Crack. I need to know.
No,
what it
see,
means.
it's cracked. It's like
What does it mean?
Oh,
I feel like I
know
hear.
what it means.
By the way, I feel like I hear this
Talking
in
about-
fighting sports all the time. Like, oh, he cracked him.
Yeah, but that's different context. Like if you see it happening and you can identify what it is, it's
You
not.
guys
But like,
happening
if
the other way.
say
You guys are weird.
Say JDM knocks out Islam, like we wouldn't say like, did y'all see JDM cracking Islam?
No, but what about y'all see JDM crack Islam?
No.
What? You guys are weird.
No, I like the crack Islam.
By the way, you guys.
I think I know it is. Are we
I
talking
said
about ass
one
cracks
time
or
I
how
said
many?
sus, and you guys like
No, that was me because I feel like
What?
you didn't
That
quite
was the
have the
beginning of
full
your-
grasp
Why am I
on
so
on
old?
sus.
I
You
just
didn't-
don't understand anything anymore. I'm just fucking lost completely. You know what I mean?
What else,
Cracked
Frankie?
is
What
a
else?
little sussy.
Ariel 499, 150 characters. 999, 200 characters. 1999, 250 characters.
Good point, actually.
What
I didn't think
the-
about that.
What is he
Yeah.
talking about?
No, he's making
Ariel 4. What does that even mean?
Thought it might have something to do with
yeah.
the super chats. I don't know.
No, it makes sense.
Moving on.
Yeah, I mean that dude. I don't even know if he's a Blue Jays fan, but he's masquerading as one.
I'm just watching Ariel get more irritated as Snapchats come in.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Pound for
Super
pound,
chats.
worst jail pronunciation
Snapchat.
ever is Moana's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yetter J check. Yetter J sick. yeah. Oh, it's the
Yetter
best.
Jasic is
That's fucking.
By the way,
great.
when we did the show together, and this was less of a gimmick because now I kind of enjoy it. I would always have a mental battle. Like, do I correct him? Do I not? You know, we do Ariel and the bad guy, and he would go on a rant about someone. I'm like, am I that guy? Should I be that guy? But now I just feel.
But
like
where
it's
do
part
you
of his
sit
charm.
now? Is it on purpose or is it like where? Is it 50? Is it like everything with Chael, where it's shades of gray, where
I think
some
he's
of it's
in
a
on
work
it.
and some of it's
I
a
think he's
shoot?
in on it. Yeah, I think he's in on it, which I love it.
I think he used to smile on the old show, right? Like he'd say it and you could see it getting to you and you'd do like a little.
And,
know,
and
as
he
he
would
was
get irritated. I mean, there was a period there at the beginning where like he would really get mad at me, like really get mad at me.
Well, then it's a real thing.
Because his
throw a
whole
water
he
bottle
was
at
so used to me interviewing him, he wasn't used to me actually like challenging him on things. And that was the show. The show was supposed to be like a debate show, and he would get so mad. He's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I don't think this show is gonna last. I think this is gonna end in a month." Because he would get so mad. But then we figured it out. And it worked out. I think it worked out well. What else, Frankie? What else?
The way Dana holds a fork is absolutely insane.
I can't say that I noticed
I didn't
that.
notice either.
Is that from the Breaking Bread show?
Yeah, I snagged a picture of it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Breaking Bread. I just threw it in the Slack chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I see that. Let's show that to the audience. It's I think it's actually like very it's almost like he's holding a paintbrush.
So yeah, he's holding it down like a
It's
pencil.
bit artistic.
Okay, there's that one. I'm looking at another one here. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so how would you hold a fork? So
Like a chopstick,
like
kind of.
Like this?
There's nothing wrong with how he's holding it.
Yeah.
Not knowing how to hold. Are you not knowing how to hold the fork?
No,
right
I'm
now?
just
Are you
now.
like-
It's playing tricks with my mind because I'm looking at that and I'm like, what's wrong with that?
This
It's
way.
a pen, right? It's
Your
a pen
hand is
hold.
this way.
Like this?
No, the other way. You hold a fork like this.
Okay, and what's he doing?
The other way. He's holding it like a pencil. Yeah.
Is he leftying it?
Oh yeah, he
that's
is
always
left.
Pencil. It's a
Wait.
pencil hold.
Dana's a southpaw. Have we known
The
this?
fork. It's like an artisanal fork.
Yeah, it is a
making
nice
him hold
fork.
it weird.
It is a nice fork.
I don't know. I'm kind
Can
of
you put
with
the
him now that I
picture
think
up?
about it. Like when I put my hand over, I think we're getting thrown off by the lefty hold, the southpaw, like you said. I kind of feel like I'm holding it the same way.
What?
Stab a couple raviolis. Look at the hand. It's
Your
not
hand
that
is not facing downward on the fork.
There's nothing wrong with it.
A couple of ravioli.
Couple raviolis. Put it in. Now I
is
have
what
an
this show
issue
is devolved
if he's cutting something, then this is problematic. Yeah, just a couple.
What's this? I see another screenshot of PT here, looking puzzled.
Oh yeah. I added that in earlier because we were talking about something that
To be fair, this is how he looks most of the time.
this was a subject that was not even in the slightest bit serious, and this is how he looked.
That's
what was I talking? What was?
By the way,
Something
that's my
very benign.
reaction. I'm seeing the ghost of Jordan pop up in the Slack. He threw in a Ali Abdelaziz clapback at me. Is that what that is? I missed all of this. My brother, Aiden Ross, came and stepped on the mats. He earned everyone's respect. But if you don't have the courage to step on the mats and train, you should shut your mouth. Is this a response to me? There's multiple inaccuracies.
Who's to
here.
check?
Who is to check, Bob? Let's go back to it. Let me just dissect it real quick. So he came and stepped on the mats. He earned everyone's respect. Cool. I mean, I'm sure you invited him and there was an interview, but that's fine. I mean, I had no problem with Aiden Ross. The issue was you masquerading as the main character when you have a litany of guys who can use the rub from Aiden and who could have rolled with him and submitted him, but yet you wanted to flex on him. And when you did flex on him, you're trapping his arm and you're ignoring multiple taps. Now, as far as the second part of that is concerned, I don't have the courage to step on the mats. Does that mean like you've invited me and I've declined? And second of all, training, you know nothing about me. I've talked about that I go to the gym and that I do stuff, so you know nothing about me. So I won't shut my mouth if that's what you're talking about. But here's the thing about Ali that you guys may not know. Have you ever thought to yourself, like, why is it that we only hear from Ali as far as MMA managers are concerned? Have you noticed that? Like, you don't really hear much from, Lloyd Pearson or Danny Rubenstein or Abe Kawa. You never hear from Malky these days as well. Jason House does very little interviews. I'm listing the big names, right? And yet you notice that you always see Ali interviews. You'll see him pop up on this channel, on that channel. Like, you consistently hear it. And what he does is he'll reach out to you and say, I want to come on or put me on. And if you want to get this guy, then you have to put me on. That's what he'll do. Trust me, I know. I experienced it for many, many years. Incessant, put me on, put me on, put me on. I want to respond to this, I want to respond. So that's just the mentality. Main character syndrome. The mentality is that I want the limelight. I want to be as famous, as popular, one of the guys. I want that attention. And so this is just an extension of that. That's not me being a hater. That's exactly who he is. I experienced it for many, many years. And then he'll pull those people away and even though it benefits them from being on shows, he'll pull that away because he wants that power. He wants that influence. And so here's just another example of him saying, like, ooh, there's a camera here. There's a famous person here. Let me roll with him and let me tap him out. Wow. What a flex. What an impressive feat that was, that you tapped out Aiden Ross and ignored multiple taps and went a little hard on him. I know that he's saying now, like, oh, that's my brother, he was cool to me. Yeah, of course, he invited you there. But, like, come on, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what you do. You know exactly who you are. I mean, look at the behavior. And look at every other manager in this sport. How they, like, a normal manager would be in the shadows and orchestrate and say, hey, you go with him and you get the rub from him. And that's all. This is not that big of a deal. It ain't that serious. But I saw that and I was like, oh my God, he's the exact same guy. Nothing's changed. Not even remotely.
One of the biggest streamers in the world to film him do this. So, I mean, what do you mean don't talk about it? That's exactly what you've done. You've brought in a massive audience to watch this.
And then I saw some people be like, oh, you didn't even watch it. Tell me you didn't watch without telling me you didn't watch. Yeah. You think I was sitting there watching? Of course. You got me there, guys. I didn't watch the 6-hour fucking stream. I did see a clip of Ali rolling with a guy who knows nothing about jiu-jitsu and him going hard on him and ignoring multiple tweets and then just being like, grrr. No one's impressed. It's a pathetic move. I almost wish I didn't see that. Thanks, Jordan, wherever you may be. Do we have anything else?
We should clarify, though, also Ghost of Jordan. Jordan's still with us.
No, I know.
And we love him dearly.
We do love Jordan. What else, Frankie?
Hi,
what
Jordan.
else? Big fan here. Frank's killing it with the drops. The tie one is number 1. Who's to check is number 2. What's the origin of who said it? Missed a few episodes due to a heart attack in September, but I'm back and ready for 322.
Oh, my dear. Due to a heart attack in September. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Damn.
We're glad you're okay, Thomas.
We love you, Thomas. Get well soon. Oh, is it the wait?
Yeah, he's asking about the who James Tuhuna.
Yeah.
We've done this a few times recently.
Okay, yeah.
No, I think he's asking who's to check. No.
What's the origin?
He wants to know the origin of who's to check.
Bob Arum my famous interview with him, or infamous, at Yankee Stadium, and it's before Pacquiao Margarito, and they were talking about UFC and their pay-per-view numbers, and he says that UFC 100 didn't really do 1.7 as was reported. And I'm like, are you trying to say that they lied? And he's like, yeah, who's to check? It's not public. It's a great moment. And it's one that I still quote till this day with my wife. I do want to clarify something. That actually wasn't the ghost of Jordan. That is Dan, who is filling in very well for Jordan, but under his name. So that's why I was like, why did Jordan put this into here? So I apologize, Dan. Thank you for riling me up with that tweet. That's a great find. Thank you.
So Jordan's slacking is what we're saying here.
Well, no, it's someone
it's
acting as
on
Jordan
Slack.
from Slack. Yeah.
Jordan's at home being like, what the fuck?
I guess the pun
I'll
is
get onto him
slacking.
now. I won't let that happen again.
Yeah, get him on the blower there real quick. No one cares about any of this, but I do want to clarify that. Okay, one last one.
Yeah, this one's from Anna Evans.
Oh, Antoine.
Why is Auntie Von catching strays?
We love it.
But he says stays because, again, they're trying. Keep trying. I'll fuck them up each time.
No. I think that's par for the course with Ant. You know, a little typo here, a little typo there.
I love it.
All right, are we done?
You tell us, bud.
It's your show, mate.
It feels longer when it's pitch black outside, right? It feels much longer.
I agree.
When it's a summer night,
it's okay.
When it's a summer day, it's like, there's
Been
something
pitch
about
black for like 50
This kid's going to
minutes,
school here.
It feels like it's 10 o'clock right now. It's not that late. It's only 5:15.
It is. It's quarter past 10.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Pete's got the warm milk waiting for him.
It's very rare that we get a chance to have Pizzi plug the crack. So at this hour on a Wednesday. So what do you got for us?
Well, you know, it's the same show every week. Chuck and Ben will be there.
This is a great plug.
Really good.
Wow, this is a good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We actually have too many listeners, so if you're not in already, we can't take
Get
any
the
more.
F out.
So don't come.
And this is an East Coast pay-per-view, so you'll be able to react to the weigh-ins, some high stakes on Friday.
Yeah, lads in their pants. We will have the video of them in their pants, and we'll be saying, "Whoa, look at him! Look at that one! He looks great."
There's a lot of weigh-in, topics here. There's
That's
Islam
right.
moving up to 170. There's Zhang Weili moving up to 125. Anyway, great
We're
promotion
going to
there.
talk about all of that. We're going to talk about all of that on the show.
Boys
on
in the
Friday.
back. Boys in the back on Thursday. 415 sup BITB. The pound for pound is
Greatest grapplers, MMA grapplers. What do you mean? What is that?
Usually there's like a New York.
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Look at the grapplers on this card.
All right.
Alpha Vieira, Sean Brady, Islam Makhachev.
Most important, 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 in the West, 6 in ERA. Fight Feast, FTD, Fight Feast the movie, premiering on the channel, then the boys will come on afterwards. It's going to be a movie, my friends. Thank you very much to our guests today. Big John McCarthy, Jalin Turner, Gareth A. Davies, and I forget.
James Tahuno?
Yeah. Come on, guys. Tell me who was the last guest of the day. No one's listening to me. Tim Welch. Shout out to Timbo. Thanks to all of you. Thanks. Is everyone home? Is everyone okay? Did everyone go home? I mean, at this point, it's so long, you almost have to play the music again, Frank. Give me just like the final 10 seconds so I can... wow, they actually did leave. Like, they're actually gone. They're actually not there. Like, literally not a single one of them is there. Back tomorrow, same time. Peace. I'm out of here.